Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Those who are there in the lobby, may I request you all to walk in, please. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I cordially welcome all the dignitaries and delegates to the conclave. The CFO's role in integrating governance, sustainability and value creation. My request to all of you who have assembled here and those who have joined us online to settle down as we are about to start the program shortly. There are a few mandatory reminders that I would like to give before we get on with the conclave. In the program schedule today that has been shared with you, 4 different QR codes are given. And if you look at the bottom of the page, there are 4 QR codes given. You can see that they are for 4 different purposes. One is, of course, to see the detailed profile of each of the speakers who will be addressing to you today. We will project a brief of these profiles here, but you can see a detailed profile there. Then the next QR code is for sending in your questions in case you have any. There is our team which will collate the questions and they will hand it over to me and I'll give it to the speakers. Thirdly, we're going to launch the CFO forum today. So the third QR code is for you to know about that forum. There is a beautiful video. You can see that. And the last one is very, very important. This is for providing the feedback about the conclave today. I'll request all of you to take a few minutes of your time before you leave this hall and provide us your valuable feedback. So these are some of the reminders and, this I thought I'll share with you. And one last request, please keep your mobile phones on silent mode if you're not switching it off. Kindly put it on silent mode. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Keeping up with time in the true tradition of MMA, I once again cordially welcome all the distinguished speakers, dignitaries and delegates to this unique seminar on the theme, a conclave on the theme, the CFO's role in integrating governance, sustainability and value creation. May I now invite the dignitaries to take their place on the dais for the inaugural session. Mr. K. Mahalingam, President MMA, Mr. T.G. Suresh, Chartered Accountant Suresh and Balaji, Mr. V. Shankar, Founder Camps, Director Access Investments Private Limited, and Group Captain R. Vijay Kumar, VSM Executive Director MMA. Let's welcome them with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Morning, sir.
How are you?
Fine, sir. Viewers watching us online, you're going to have an exciting conclave today. Thank you for joining us online. Ladies and gentlemen, all good things begin with divine blessings. May I now request the dignitaries on the dais to start the conclave by lighting the lamp Kuthu Vilakku. For doing us that favor of starting the program with lighting the Kuthu Vilakku. Going ahead with the conclave today, first the welcome address. Mr. K. Mahalingam is the President MMA. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. Mahalingam, an alumnus of NIT Trichy and IIM Calcutta, has 35 years of experience as a transformative leader and investor. He led T.S. Mahalingam and Sons into a respected brand and diversified into financial services, real estate, and angel investing. Mr. Mahalingam, a mentor and active investor with Chennai Angels, he supports aspiring entrepreneurs with guidance and funding.
May I now invite Mr. Mahalingam to deliver the welcome address, please.
Good morning, everybody. So I think Group Captain Vijay Kumar style, we have started 2 minutes in advance or 3 minutes in advance. Scheduled for 9:30 and it's 9:25, I think. With Mr. Vijay Kumar, all of us have been on our toes all the time. Yeah. Good morning, everybody, and warm welcome to all of you. It's great to see the auditorium almost full at 9:30 in the morning on a Saturday. That shows how much interest this is inspired in people to attend this. It is my privilege, honor, and pleasure to welcome the delegates and deliver the opening remarks at this very, very special CFO Conclave 2024 with the theme, the CFO's role in integrating governance and sustainability and value creation, being organized by the Madras Management Association. Vijay Kumar, correct me if I'm wrong, this is the first of its kind CFO Conclave? Vijay Kumar? It's the first of its kind CFO Conclave? First of it. Oh, so it's first of its kind, and we're so happy to see the response. To welcome the dignitaries on the stage, our chief guest, Mr. V. Shankar. Honestly, I wasn't sure I was going to come for this welcome address, and when Group Captain Vijay Kumar told me that something like this is happening, I was really tempted because the amount of CFOs and knowledge and chartered accountants here. And secondly, and thirdly, Mr. Shankar being chief guest is something I was looking forward to, because I personally look up to Mr. Shankar in many, many ways. Thank you, Shankar, for doing this for Madras Management Association. And I must mention that Mr. Shankar, in many capacities, has been a big, big supporter of the Madras Management Association. Thank you for that also, Shankar. Yeah. And Mr. Guest of Honor and Knowledge Partner, Mr. Suresh, thank you so much for taking all the effort of putting this together with the Madras Management Association. And my welcome becomes much sweeter because we just discussed that he's a regular customer of ours in our business. Thank you, Mr. Suresh. Thank you so much for doing this for us, and welcome. Really looking forward to this convention and your speech also, sir. It's really something we really look forward to hear. Also take this opportunity to welcome all the distinguished speakers who kindly accepted our invitation and joined us to share their valuable insights. I'm happy to note that the last count, over 200 CFOs, chartered accountants, finance professionals and academicians from various organizations have joined us for this meeting from all over Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry, and a large number of delegates are participating virtually from all over the country. That is the power of this event, and that's the power of Group Captain Vijay Kumar and his team at MMA. For the benefit of our guests, a few numbers on MMA. Started in 1956, 8,000 members, 10 chapters, 14 continuous awards for the best local management association in the country MMA has had. So, as you can see, we are clearly the best by a mile. And it's thanks to events like this and knowledge sharing sessions like this that MMA has been able to achieve so much and be right up there as the best management association. As regards this conclave, honestly, I'm a novice to this domain, which is finance. I'm a salesperson and a marketing person. But watching from a distance and knowing people like Shankar and Laksa, our senior vice president here, who are all experts in that bench. Shankar incidentally was a pioneer in what they call fintech today. So I think he was the first fintech in the country, I would say, Cam. So having him speak to us is a really big honor, actually. So I think the CFO role, as I see it, has evolved gradually, rather rapidly recently, from being of a gatekeeper, a conscience keeper, to a more strategic role. And the CFO's role is seen increasingly important in multiple facets, given the fact that regulations are getting complex and tighter, and given the fact that compliance is becoming very, very critical for organizations across domains. I think the CFO's role, both in terms of control and strategy, is going to keep increasing. The evolution of digital technology has created some threats, but with it comes some great opportunities. I'm sure conventions like this, sessions like this will help throw light on the role of the CEO in sustainable development, etc. So it's really a great opportunity for all of us to be here and learn from this August gathering and from the speakers who are going to speak here. We are indeed fortunate to have among us a plethora of financial experts who researched, conceptualized, worked and implemented numerous sustainability initiatives in their organization, and all beautifully strung together and put together by Mr. Suresh. Thank you again, sir. I once again welcome my colleagues from the management committee, past office bearers of MMA, and partner organizations who joined us today, and viewers from all over the globe watching the program live. I also thank PwC, PKC, and SAB ProServe for being part of this effort. Along with other delegates, look forward to an enriching day of learning. I'm sure by the end of it, all of us will definitely be at least a little wiser. Thank you and welcome again.
Thank you, Mr. Mahalingam, for setting the tone. Overview of the conclave. Mr. T.J. Suresh is Chartered Accountant and partner Suresh and Balaji. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. T.G. Suresh is a chartered accountant and the founder of Suresh and Balaji Chartered Accountants. With over 30 years of experience, he specializes in taxation, valuation, and restructuring, and has successfully represented clients before tax authorities. Mr. T.G. Suresh is a respected faculty member and has authored widely used books on tax. He is also the chairman of the International Fiscal Association's SRC and has contributed extensively to tax policy discussions.
May I invite Mr. Suresh to provide an overview of the conclave today.
Good morning. So I'll just make this overview a little bit more informal. I will just say the making of this program. I will put it that way because I've seen making of Pushpa 2 will come shortly. See, the last week of October, my very good friend, Group Captain Jay Kumar called. See, there's going to be a CFO conclave. The stage is set on December 16th. I will leave for 1 week. I know October you will be very busy. We'll talk in the first week of November. Since MMA's due date is also 31st of October, and the due date for filing tax returns got extended by 1 week. And of course, all of us, unfortunately, our CFOs then immediately will relax and they will then refix the 7th of November. So therefore, you spared me till 7th of November. And of course, he told, I know I don't want you to trouble on 8th November. I will start troubling from 10th November. But I was slightly smarter than him. On 10th November, so I called him before he calls, because he normally calls at 8:30 in the morning, or sometimes even 6:45 also. So therefore, no, he knows I get up at 4 o'clock, so therefore that's not a problem. So I told him, so I have my daughter's engagement, my son's engagement on November 14th, 17th, and I have to travel to Bangalore and come. So therefore, till 17th November, he said, I won't disturb. So 18th November, I kept quiet because my wife was very particular. See, you are saying office, office, office. You have done nothing for anything. You are not, I was nothing only. So therefore, I need a break. I don't know how to tell him. Because he was already kind enough to give so much of time. So without informing him, I went to West Godavari. And luckily, most of the time, thanks to Meta, my WhatsApp account was also closed by him for 1 day. And of course, most of the time, network was also not available. After a day, I just told him, sir, I've come to West Godavari. So what he did was, you don't worry anything, you just only tell the speakers, I will manage everything. No, sir, I know about that. So then, from there, I just simply used to watch when my wife was sleeping. So So then I used to call all the CFOs. We gave them 17 topics. But on the last week of October, the moment he proposed this particular topic, when I was going for a cycling, so on that day, the TBS group CFO, Mr. Desikan, was walking along with his wife, because I didn't spare him there. Sir, we are planning one CFO conclave. I first asked him the question, are you there on December 14th? He didn't know why I'm asking this question. He said yes. Then I told him block that day. So this is the program. I will send the topics and other things. So that's when the student is ready, teacher appears. When you're ready for the program, see, same day. The next day morning, when we discuss about the next day, I'm meeting the group CFO of TVS Motors. Then I spoke to my good friend MP, has got no choice. He's the closest friend for 30 years as CFO. I closely known him. So since I'm involved in the topics, some of the topics had the word tax in it. Immediately MP said, TG, idhula nariya tax in the vaartha irukku. Enna udru. I said, no problem. You decide the topic, I'll put in the topic. No problem at all. So anyhow, he had a program after his session. He's got one more program. Said, எனக்கு அந்த 12 to 1 slot மட்டும் கொடுக்க முடியுமா? நீ என்ன slot one நீங்க எடுத்துங்க, no problem இல்லை. You tell me the topic. So then 2 speakers already fixed. When I gave the topic to the many CFOs who were sent, quite surprisingly, interestingly, all of them wanted sustainability. I was only the sustainable. So then I had to first figure it out. So TVS Motors, they said, so I was very surprised. All leadership heads of TVS Motors are discussing out of the 17 topics, which topic we should discuss. Now look at the way in which they plan. And they all came to a conclusion, ESG should be our focus. Green initiative should be our focus. So first topic, please, and that is how that topic happened. So MP we told, TG, I think he didn't talk about this, but of course, who's going to govern, NFRA or ICI? That's a different battle. We don't know. But he said, NFRA SA 600 is very important for the industry. That is something we should do. It's not for practicing, but CFO should also know it, and the entire finance team should know it. We'll do it. The second topic was done. So these 2 topics, of course, all of you know that. I don't want to get into that. How I'm just making how this came. And of course, my friend Skanda Prasad, we used to play cricket with him. He was my student. So we used to play cricket. So therefore, I didn't have much of I just said because you are from Batak Babak. So I think maybe sustainability things are going to be there. But I just want you to choose a topic, because don't say sustainability because it's also been taken by somebody. Sir, can I talk on future of work during the time? Because everybody talks about will AI take over, will we get any work, all those things, but how the finance team should change. I said, fantastic. But only thing what he said was, I may not be available on town. See, people cannot escape from MMA for this point. We had one program March 2nd on international taxation. One person talked from Vienna, one person talked from Delhi. Across the world we can talk, no problem at all. And you will not even know that whether they are physically present or not. That's the kind of infrastructure MMA has got. It can do any program from anywhere. And today morning, he sent a message. So 11 AM is too hot for me. So both of us are confused. What is he saying? Is he saying that he is not going to come for the session? Because we also had a group chairman to factor this network connectivity and all. That's a different story. But what he was saying, then I just called him. Hey, Scandy, what are you saying? No, sir, I have to catch the flight at 11 o'clock. I don't want the program to get delayed. What I was only saying is that 11 o'clock I should be left. I told him this is MMA. We'll start at 9:25, we'll start at 9:25. 11 o'clock your session, you can leave at 10:50 because we also have a session chairman who will summarize for 20 minutes. Don't worry about it. You can leave exactly the time you mentioned. So, I mean, as Mr. Mali was saying, that's what the group captain is included was 9:25 is 9:25. That's all, simple as that. 11 o'clock, 11 o'clock. So then I was just, we are also discussing about what is India the statistics is China's way? Are we really growing? The shocker of a GDP came. Inflation was too high. So in these circumstances, what is very important is how should a CFO manage the growth and the cash flows? This is one of the topics we thought we should do it because even before this GDP data was released, there is a sense of feeling that the high values goods are moving very well. So if you look at the booking of DL for other things, if your property is 5 crores, 10 crores, booking is not a problem. So today the economy's problem is not the top end, right? Your sales at the top level are growing, the pent-up demand, whatever name you want to call. But the struggle is only at the lower end. So therefore we do not know about this, and therefore we thought we should have how to manage the growth and cash flows in this, because we are talking about Trump, what will he do? We are talking about the war which has never ended. We will not know when it will come to an end. So until these uncertainties, our session immediately after lunch is going to be handled by Reddington CFO S.V. Krishnan, and how to manage the cash flows in the uncertain times. Then of course, right from the Airtel days, I know Jagan. So I immediately told him about, yes, we have a CFO conclave. So he said, sir, I'm Bangalore, I'm not sure whether I'm going to come to Chennai or not. No problem. You can be in US also, not a problem. You don't worry. You ought to be there at that time, we can organize the program. But anyhow, he said, he has already traveled to Chennai, he's already there. So he said, I want to speak on the digital transformation and how it has to be done in the case of finance. Of course, any program of mine will be incomplete without a taxation. So therefore, Pradeep Narayan will dwell upon the various models, finance models, business models have got developed. So under this changing business models, how it is going to impact its tax is going to be, his thoughts on this going to be shared by both Pradeep and Madan. So whenever our office asks a doubt on Ind AS, I always tell them only one thing. நீ இண்டஸ் டவர் ஷேர்ஸ் வாங்கணுமா வேணாமா நீ கேள்வி இண்டேஸை பற்றி கேட்காத. இண்டேஸ் பற்றி கேட்கணும்னா ஒரே ஒரு நிமிஷம் தான் டக்குன்னு I just used to call Arun Rajagopal of PwC. So whenever I doubt, say our guys have got some doubt on Ind AS. And of course, I don't think anybody else is more competent to talk about the reporting and compliance of ESG. This is how we really coordinate the theme, arrange the speakers and other things. Allow me a couple of minutes of time to talk about, though of course, Molly was talking about two things. Of course, is such a very, very phenomenal president of MMA. Is there any business leader in India who is not known to me? I do not know. Everyone he knows. And he is able to bring any person, not by just a message is enough. That is the power of the president of MMA. And of course, I just shared him one very important thing, that I've been transacting with this company for more than 30 years because all my second-hand, my cars were sold, not bought, sold because I don't buy any second-hand car, but all my two-wheelers, only one gentleman handles that for more than 25 years, Bhuvan from his office. And of course, Cams has all himself put, there cannot be a better person than a keynote address than Shankar. So you would have heard about a company called CAMS. The CFO of that company is also my student. Ram Charan is my student. Of course, the current CFO, I don't know whether he was CFO when he was there at him. As he will rightly introduce, a fintech or a vartha India was the Karan CAMS, and there is no better app person than him as a keynote speaker for this. So I had an opportunity through my family friend Prem Kumar to just interact with him because he was looking for some kind of a support. But 24 hours is too long a time for Shankar because by the time I could reach out to him, he said, Suresh, I think, Prem told about you, but I think it's already fixed. Maybe some other future time we'll try to work. Maybe 2025 we'll get an opportunity to work. And of course, if I don't talk about my friend, and of course, definitely you can, anyone who interacts with him, Group Captain Chikumar is just quite amazing and phenomenal. How somebody can, without giving an impression that is just behind you, and still somebody can do it, na? Chikumar. சார் நீங்க உங்க ஹாலிடே என்ஜாய் பண்ணுங்க, ஒன்றும் ப்ராப்ளமே இல்லை. அதாவது அப்படி சொல்லுவார் ஆக்சுவலா. ஆனால் இந்த வாட்ஸ்அப்பில் மட்டும் உங்களுக்கு டைம் கிடைக்கும் போது பாருங்க. சரி, தெர் இஸ் ஒன் இது இருக்கும் ஆக்சுவலாக. ஒரு பையனை வந்து ஒரு அப்பா வந்து, ஐ ஹோப் தட் மோஸ்ட் ஆஃப் அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் தமிழ். ஒரு பையன் ரொம்ப இது பண்ணிட்டே இருப்பான் ஆக்சுவலாக. ஸோ ஐம் மேபி ஸ்லைட்லி டேக்கிங் couple of minutes extra because Shankar told me that you can take that 5 minutes extra, so I'm taking that advantage of that. And எங்களுக்காக ஒரு Shankar doesn't know one thing, எங்கள் கடையெல்லாம் மைக் குத்தா ரொம்ப டேஞ்சர் அப்படின்னு. வந்து கிளாஸ் 6 மணிக்கு ஆரம்பித்தா 2 மணி வரைக்கும் நான் ஸ்டாப்பாக எடுப்பாங்க. ஸோ anyway, since he got that leverage, because we always stick on to the time, but he gave that small leverage to me. ஒரு பையனுக்கு வந்து டிவி பார்க்கக்கூடாது, எதுவுமே மொபைல் பண்ணக்கூடாதுன்னு ஒரு அப்பா சொல்லிருப்பாரு. அவனுக்கு ஏதாவது ஒரு கேம் ஒன்று கொடுப்பாரு, டக்குன்னு போட்டு ஒரு பசில் ஒன்று கூட்டு வந்துடும். ஆக்சுவலாக இன்னொன்று கொடுப்பாரு, உடனே போட்டு வந்துடும். என்ன பண்ணுறதுன்னு தெரியாமல் என்ன பண்ணுவார்னா, இவனுக்கு ஏதாவது வேலை கொடுக்கணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு வேர்ல்டு மேப் எடுத்துட்டு அதை ஃபுல்லும் கிழிச்சு போட்டு அப்படி தூக்கி போட்டு இந்த வேர்ல்டு மேப்பாக பண்ணிடுவா அப்படிம்பாரு. ஸோ இந்த பையன் திடீர்னு பார்த்தா ஒரு 2 நிமிஷத்தில் வந்து மேப்பை பண்ணிட்டு வந்துடும். அப்பாவுக்கு அவ்வளோ ஷாக், என்னடா அது இவ்வளோ காம்ப்ளிகேட்டட் பாயிண்ட்டை எப்போ இவன் 2 நிமிஷத்தில் முடிச்சிருப்பான் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தா. ஆக்சுவலாக யாசிம், ஹவு டிட் யூ ஃபினிஷ் திஸ்? அப்பா, அவன் வேர்ல்டு மேப் பின்னாடி வந்து மனுஷனோட ஃபோட்டோ இருந்தது. அந்த அவனோட மனுஷன் ஃபோட்டோ பண்ணிட்டான், பின்னாடி வேர்ல்டு மேப் வந்தது, வசுதேவ குடும்பம். அதுதான் மோடி சொல்கிறார் ஆக்சுவலாக. ஸோ இதுக்கு என்ன சம்மந்தம் அப்படின்னா, இவர் நான் என்கேஜ் பண்ணிட்டா என்ன பண்ணேன் ஊர்லேருந்து. ஆக்சுவலாக சார், இவர் தான் ஸ்பீக்கர், இவங்க தான் ஸ்பீக்கர், இவங்க தான் ஸ்பீக்கர். ஐ வில் ஜஸ்ட் அவளுடைய ப்ரொஃபைல், இமெயில் ஐடி, ஃபோன் அதெல்லாம் நான் வந்து சும்மா ஒரு கொடுத்தாச்சு. ஒரு நாள் அவர் கொஞ்சம் இது பண்ணல, என்கேஜ் பண்ணல, ஆனால் நாளைக்கு கொடுத்துறேன் சார் அப்படின்ட்டு. ஒரு ½ an hour வாட்ஸ்அப்பில் எனக்கு மெசேஜ் அனுப்பிச்சார், சார் நீங்கள் ஹாலிடே இருக்கீங்க, ஐ டோன்ட் வாண்ட் டிஸ்டர்ப் யூ, நீங்கள் பாருங்கள் அப்படின்னா. எல்லாருடைய ப்ரொஃபைல், இது ஃபோன் நம்பர் எல்லாமே எடுத்து அவங்கள கிளிக் பண்ண அவங்கள பற்றி ஜாதகமே வச்சிருக்காரு. வாட் இஸ் தி கைண்ட் ஆஃப் திஸ் திங்? குவைட் unbelievable, but I will tell you, he will be behind you without even giving a smallest indication of his behind you. Unbelievable. நீங்கள்லாம் எல்லாரும் அவர் ஏஜ்னு கேட்டால் நீங்கள் எல்லாரும் கெஸ் பண்ணி சொன்னால் ஒரு 35 அப்படிம்பீங்க ஆக்சுவலாக. என்ன, பட் phenomenal. I think it's a great privilege to work with you, sir. Thank you very much. I am sure that at the end of the day, I don't want to talk much about this. I'm sure I consciously wanted to avoid talk about each topics and all those things. I just want to keep it slightly different because MMA is different, our programs are different, and this overview is also, I thought, should be different. I'm sorry if it is not conventional, but we always want to break the traditional convention. Thank you very much. I'm sure you will enjoy the program.
Thank you, Mr. Suresh. Your overview was not only different, the way you've told how you identified speakers, I think it was much more interesting than how the cast was identified for Pushpa 2. Please come.
Yeah, so sorry, I'll be failing in my duty in not mentioning few names. First, of course, my parents, because I lost my mother recently, and she'll be extremely happy to bless us, both me and my father's 10th anniversary is day after tomorrow. I'm sure the SAP roster, the company is mentioned that they were the founders, not for the namesake. They have done a lot of work in this particular company. I will be failing in duty if I don't mention them. Today, incidentally, is the first anniversary of Mr. R. Shivakumar. In fact, Anusha is here. She wanted to do a program in memory of him today because being his death, unfortunately, it could not happen. It's going to happen on 21st. Anusha, the entire program today is Shivakumar's memorial one. So most of us know, and of course, incidentally, is more appropriate because he also happens to be the classmate of Group Captain Vijay Kumar. So, and of course, many people have been knowing. And of course, for this program to be successful, can you imagine somebody going around every day 108, Pradakshinam with Anjaneer, and that's my wife, and she wanted this program more successful, so she was going every day praying around. And of course, it's also my guru, because without him, what I am today is because of Anjaneer Vandi. Of course, the last but not the least, my office created one habit. Every Saturday we go to Lord Tirupati Balaji. Every Saturday we go in our articles, take the afternoon train, go there, do a Anga Pradashanam, come back, because free darshan is there for the Anga Pradashanam those days. Every week he used to go, and for bigger work only I engage him. And without these four and my gurus, I am not here. So thank you, and all this good about this program dedicated to them. Any missing in this program, give it to us. Thank you very much.
So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. He's talked so much about Group Captain Vijay Kumar. So who is Group Captain Vijay Kumar? May I have his AV, please?
Group Captain R. Vijayakumar, retired, VSM, is the Executive Director of the Madras Management Association since 2007, leading the association to win the Best Management Association Award for 14 consecutive years. Group Captain Vijay's dedication earned him the Vishisht Seva Medal and multiple commendations in the Indian Air Force. He holds an LLB and 2 master's degrees. Group Captain Vijay is also a former international golfer.
What data is captured can move to meaningful solutions. And this is where I think both the upskilling and the reskilling part from a finance perspective would come. I'll take 5 minutes to broadly take you through some of the relevant popular technologies. The presentation is a very short time to discuss everything, but I'd broadly like to cover the first principles. This is, I would say, more the the lowest end of technology, which is the IoT and digital twins. IoT is nothing but devices, sensors, or any physical objects which collect data, which can integrate with a network and store this data for obviously processing. Something like a temperature sensor, something like your smartwatch is an IoT device which allows collecting data. A digital twin, on the other side, is the digital replication of physical infrastructure. And this allows you to simulate a lot of real-world scenarios without having to spend the cost that would traditionally be required to test these scenarios. So one of the reasons why I'm covering these is to understand some of these basics. I'm sure many of you would know, but decomplexing this would help us also in understanding how this can be applied into our business. Because today, what improves in operations automatically improves finance. Now, if we take IoT devices or digital twins, what are the typical use cases that we could think about? Asset tracking. Some of these are things that I am working on. Some of these are things that I have had a chance to discuss around. So I'm covering a combination of the two. Asset tracking, which basically tracking parameters of the asset, looking at when preventive downtime is required, when do we location, integrity, all of those are covered here. Typically RFID, GPS trackers, other IoT enabled sensors will allow us to do this. What used to earlier be done through a manual check moves to the digital mode through IoT and digital twins. Inventory management, real-time inventory insights. There are today optical tools that allow you, sensors that allow you to track inventory levels and reorder automatically once you set that the stock levels move below a certain level. Safety improvement, this is very close to our business because we work in an open environment. We're an EPC company. So monitoring safety standards of our workers, looking at motion sensors, IoT powered cameras, which can allow us to track, because reporting safety parameters and safety metrics is something that is essential for us today with the ESG reporting kicking. We cannot merely depend upon human reporting of incidents. We have to use digital tools to collect this data. Smart metering, again, something that we use typically in our business to track flow, to track temperature, to track how the consumption is on. We supply water, we transmit, we distribute water to users. It helps in two forms. One, it gives you an opportunity to bill on time. The second is what plagues the water industry, let's say, is non-revenue water, the wastage during transmission. And these sensors also allow us to see where we are losing water on non-productive sources. The last, of course, quality testing, as I covered, digital twins, which allow you to test a lot of parameters on physical machines using their digital twin. A lot of speed is gathered in this process. This is more for the manufacturing industry that it would apply. The second, as I say, while we saw the physical infrastructure, blockchain and robotic process automation form the working class of digital era, I would say. Blockchain, as is defined, is a immutable ledger which can record transactions and track assets. We see here a typical scenario of how blockchain can be applied in the EPC industry, which is a procure-to-pay process involving multiple documents, multiple contractual requirements. We go through a RFP, RFQ, quotation, and then purchase order process. And we could top it up with smart contracts, which will generate purchase orders and also track contract conditions as we move. Some typical usages of blockchain: intercompany transactions. Large groups which have multiple intercompany transactions could use blockchain to reduce their reconciliation efforts. Procure to pay, as we saw in the previous slide, is one other use case for a blockchain. A similar case would be in order to cash, just like the procure to pay. Trade finance has a lot of ability to use this, mainly from an invoice factoring, supply chain factoring, letters of credit, where you could remove emailing, phone calls, informal ways of communication, thereby reducing the processing time and improving the availability of trade finance. And of course, one of the most famous exponents, I would say, of blockchain is the digital identity infrastructure. Robotic process automation, another working class of the digital era. This is where mundane, monotonous, repetitive, human-driven tasks are taken over by machines and robots who would do this, and thereby releasing time for applying human effort on things that really require our attention. Again, some use cases: production tracking. This would automated handling of purchase orders and order processing tasks, reducing human error, improves operational efficiency. Invoice processing, again, this has its own challenges, but I think by integrating tools, this is something that we can have, removing a lot of human errors in the process in terms of selecting the right tax code, selecting the right purchase order, All of these, while ERPs have made it easier, but this is one level better in terms of taking out the human error element completely. Order and freight management, again, tracking orders, giving inventory updates, ensuring timely deliveries is something the RPAs can support. Regulatory compliances, tracking data, data collection, and reporting on some of the regulatory requirements. And of course, just like the blockchain process, accounts reconciliation. The most famous would be, let's say, a GST reconciliation that is required monthly, or a bank reconciliation that is required monthly, can now be done by bots. We don't need humans for that. We need humans for doing things which essentially need their intelligence. The third part, of course, this is a very nascent stage. I would say from tools, there are a lot of there's enough and more that is coming up here in terms of artificial intelligence, generative AI, and machine learning. This is typically the luxury part, I would say, of digitization, looking at replacing human intelligence. The general notion is that AI will take away jobs. There's a report which I read which spoke about the fact that for every job lost in the traditional space, AI creates 2 jobs. So it's a matter of reskilling ourselves to meet the requirements of this era, rather than saying I would not give up jobs. I think AI, digital, blockchain, RPA, all of these will replace human jobs in the near future. But what are the kind of human jobs it would replace? It would replace mundane, monotonous, regular tasks, so that humans can concentrate on strategy, innovation, and value creation, which is what we are meant for. Now, again, some of the use cases, very few we have also used in our business. Production planning and scheduling, while an RPA would do it on set rules, and AI would also have intelligence developed, so it could also handle dynamic situations. Demand response management, again, demand forecasting, especially energy providers, to make decisions on optimizing usage, when to run the plant. Business acquisition is an area where we as an organization, we are using AI for 2 main purposes. One is sourcing RFP, RFQs, and tenders. We are a tender-driven business because we do almost 70-80% of our business is municipal. And when we are in this space, we need to source this data, and AI scrapes through multiple websites, downloads the data, and presents it in form that can allow us to make decisions. Again, once the tenders are there, we again are right now mulling a solution which can read these tenders. These tenders run into multiple volumes, sometimes 500,000 pages. So reading these tenders and summarizing, synthesizing the information for decision makers is something that we are investing in. Again, AI can detect suspicious activities, especially credit card companies, which block transactions where they detect unusual spending. And the last is, of course, the expected credit loss. Thanks to it, we are currently mulling if we can use public and any data that is available, which can allow us to predict creditworthiness of our customers. Unlike a CIBIL score, we would not have something publicly available for all our customers. Our customers are spread across the world. So today, we are seeing what we can do other than the normal matrix model in terms of provisioning using historical data and management assumptions. How else can we use a digital forum to enhance this. So these are broadly the big tools that are there in the digital space. Now, having seen all these tools, it's important to also see the proof of the pudding. This is a famous case study of the digital transformation of Tata Steel. It is available in the public forum. So Tata Steel, as you know, is a steel major. They started their digital journey in 2015. 2017, they adopted an accelerated approach. So they are already 10 years ahead of the curve in a way. What drove this? The rising demand for steel, business growth, changing consumption patterns, requirement to be agile, and of course, climate regulations, which is ESG reporting and the rest. Now, how did they go about it? If you see whatever technologies I covered in the previous few slides, they've gone into every single of those and probably even beyond. You'd see AI models for improvement in productivity. They've used IoT-enabled smart sensors for predictive asset management, RPAs across the business, video analytics, which are AI-based, management excellence centers for proactive maintenance, data visualization tools based on Tableau, zero or low-code platforms for application development, tech startup ecosystem partnerships. So you name it, they have gone through this digital journey and adopted every single tool that we have seen in the past, in the previous slides. I'm sorry. Now, what has this done? It is important for us to understand that all of this is not merely talk. It gives tangible value on the table. They could achieve 90% first-time success rates in their production, bringing down a lot of time which was wasted. Stock levels reduced by 19%. Their cash conversion cycle came down to 59 days from 96 days in 2017. Optimize inventory, faster receivables, streamlined payables. And the quantified benefit that is publicly available on this over 6 years is a staggering $1.4 billion. And so adopting a digital journey is not merely an imperative, not merely a compulsion. It allows us to bring value to the table. And imagine a company like Tata Steel just on digitization over 6 years, bringing $1.4 billion to the table. That's a significant amount, and I think all businesses are looking at this, not only in finance but across the operations. Now, having seen some of the technologies, having seen what a major like Tata Steel has done, it's important that we move the cheese, and we are dealing with human beings. So the whole process is not going to be easy. It will require a very concerted effort. So I've managed to put a small blueprint on upskilling finance teams. Phase one would obviously be identifying skill gaps and defining roles. I think it has to become normal that we look at people who are sitting by the side, who's an RPA controller, who's a finance data scientist, who's an ESG controller. I'm sure these are there in the newer businesses, but imagine this in a EPC industry, in a manufacturing setup, in a traditional service industry. This has to be normalized for the larger group. The financial services or the e-commerce, they would be that much more easier to adapt these, but adapting this to the traditional businesses is going to be it's going to take a lot of effort, and that's where I think finance professionals, CFOs will play an important role, because all of this will ultimately bring value to the table. The second is targeted training and micro learning through micro learning systems, small short videos, case studies, for the identified people to gather the interest. The third is real world applications and hands-on learning. Put them on live projects to apply whatever they have learned. Mentor them using senior professionals, bring in technical expertise, and thereby you convert a pure finance person into a partly techno-financial person. A fourth phase would be a cross-functional integration and collaborative partnerships. This will become very important because digitization is a network system. So you will have to bring all departments within finance to integrate, so that, I mean, end of the day, digitization is possible only if you have a single source of truth. You can't run it on your Excel sheets and expect that digitization will happen. You will have to move more towards shared networks, shared information. So cross-functional mentorship programs, collaboration across finance, across the organization, and co-creating solutions would be phase 4, which would help transform. Fifth phase would be a digital sandbox environment, training people to practice financial reports, analyzing data, looking at inaccuracies, developing problem-solving skills, giving them test programs to run. Phase 6 would be, having gone through all of this, developing an in-house expertise system. So you have peer learnings, workshops, and training across the organization. You need evangelists for this. End of the day, people have huge inertia. So you have to move them out of their comfort zone if you have to do digitization. Last but not the least, after having changed people, it's important that it's seen as a cultural transformation. It is not merely a technical transformation. People should look at this as a change of culture, looking at any tools that are deployed as the basis for reviewing. Again, another case study which is available in the public forum is Tata Steel's Kalinganagar digital transformation. This led to a 2-3% EBITDA uplift, and that's significant. So all these are clear indicators that digitization brings actual value to the business, which we are all recruited for. Now, this is how we will move. We were looked at for the traditional skills. Today's evolving skills are data analysis, automation, modeling, RegTech applications. But it's also important we move more towards the future skills, learning how AI can be applied, how blockchains can be integrated. Sustainability and ESG reporting becomes extremely important today with the BRSR core. All of these are going to push businesses more and more to measure and report data. Now, having spoken about the hard skills, I think people have to change and rewire their brain. On the left, you would see typical skills that we used to look for in people when we recruited them. Are they analytical? Do they have good negotiation skills? Do they have time management, communication? But today, with the digital era onset, these are the typical qualities that, at least in our organization, in interviews that we look for. How adaptable they are. We don't want people who are rigid, who do not want to change. How digitally dexter they are. Are they looking at multitasking, foresight? Because once the transactions are taken out from a finance person, it is essential that they accuracy would be done by the machines. It is important that people analyze this data and come out with decisions. Cross-functional leadership, as I mentioned earlier, dealing between departments has not. This is it's become that much more important today with the digital era onsetting. Storytelling at all levels, ability to comprehend the information that is thrown from all of these tools to present and arrive at decisions has become an important skill. Problem solving. So if you see on the right, almost all the transactional skills have been wiped out. So people are moving to recruiting personnel who are able to be more strategic rather than transactional. So in summary, this is an irreversible transformation. That's a given. We should see technologies not as tools, but as enablers for strategic roles. Tomorrow's finance person will have to have knowledge of all these tools to even grow in an organization. Upskilling or reskilling is a non-negotiable, and not just on technical front, but also the soft skills. And all organizations in this process need to have a continuous learning mindset to ensure that they thrive and grow in the future. Just before I finish, TGS was speaking about me having a hard stop at 11. So I just logged into my Digi Yatra, which I do on most airport whenever I travel. And I learned today, I was just browsing since I was presenting this topic. Digi Yatra uses blockchain, Digi Yatra uses AI, Digi Yatra uses ML. So all these tools are also used by Digi Yatra. Of course, the government is moving at a much faster pace than the private sector. But this is how the world is moving, and we cannot be left behind. That was it from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Skanda Prasad. I think that was a wonderful presentation in terms of articulating, where we were to where we are today. What are all the skills that can be deployed in various requirements, various functions in a corporate world, and followed by an elucidation of how companies have adopted, put it into practice, the results. You summed it up very nicely. In the interest of time, we've got a few questions. I will take only one question. Please don't get offended, the rest of them. Skanda, this is for you. What strategies can CFOs adopt to foster a culture of continuous learning and adaptability within financial terms while balancing day-to-day operational demands? This question is from Ms. Sangeeta of Chennai.
See, end of the day, it's about an attitude. I started off as a business controller, moved to a reporting role, moved to a finance controlling role, moved to a CFO role. Now I am doing everything what a CFO is not traditionally known to do. 60-70% of my time is spent on seeing what we can digitize, how we can create value, strategy. So end of the day, finance professionals have to have a hybrid approach to this. One is there are enough forums today to learn things and acquire skills. All of these can be done. The second is being open-minded. Ask questions. Say when you don't know. Be explicit that you do not know. Learn from your peers. Learn from your mentors. So all of these will, having open-mindedness and having an approach, if you are in an organization, the organization will obviously invest in your skills, but don't just be restricted by that. You by yourself use various forums, including like the MMA forum, which can give you all these insights, and all these skills are only going to take you forward. So it's all about adaptability, finding every opportunity to learn, and treading the untreaded path. Don't hesitate to do non-finance roles.
I will just add to what, quickly add to what Skanda just said is, so in terms of a strategy, I think everybody faces this challenge. There is the first 2 weeks of month close, reporting, the standard schedule that all of us finance folks go through. But you'll have to figure out some lean period within that duration to figure out what is more important and relevant. To what Skanda said, for instance, in my organization, what I did was there's no more sending spreadsheets of information. We've converted all to dashboard, right from the president down to whoever needs to see you from a business unit head. Everybody clicks onto a dashboard. You can see it on the mobile. You can see it on your laptop. So you figure out what is important and what kind of can unleash a lot of time to more into human touch in terms of adding that value. So if you take away those, address those issues first and hand productive time back to your team, that can bring add a lot of value to the organization. So with that, we will close this session of upscaling finance in a digital era. Thanks for your participation. We will hand it over back to MMA.
Thank you, Mr. Venkatesh. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, they deserve a big round of applause. Fantastic presentation from Mr. Skanda Prasad. May I now present a digital memento to Mr. Skanda Prasad, because he's not available here physically. So we will see him here definitely next time around. Thanks, Mr. Skanda Prasad, despite your busy schedule, for sparing time with us. Mr. P. Vijay Kumar is here. He's a group CFO of CFO Technologies. May I request him to come onto the stage? And he was very happy that you mentioned DigiYatra. I believe DigiYatra uses their data center. So it was a special message from him for you. And may I now request Mr. T.G. Suresh also to join Group Leader Vijay Kumar, presenting a memento to Mr. Venkatesh Viswanathan. So, Mr. Skanda Prasad, we will have you here next time to present a memento here as well, physically. Ladies and gentlemen. So, we also have a memento from Prakash Kochar and Company. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Skanda Prasad. Thanks for joining. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the next session. It's again a very special session. It's on sustainable finance, the CFO's role in green investments and reporting. Just give me 30 seconds as we set it up here. And to drive this session, we have none other than Mr. Gopala Desikan, who is the Group CFO, TVS Motor Company. May I request him to come and take his place on the dais, please. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Mr. Gopal Desikan, Group CFO of TVS Motors. As he settles down, may I have his AV, please?
Mr. K. Gopala Desikan is the Group CFO of TVS Motor Company and Sundaram Clayton Limited, with over 28 years of experience in finance, taxation, treasury, and strategic planning. A chartered accountant and MBA graduate, he has played a key role in corporate finance, M&A, and international business initiatives. Mr. Desikan is recognized for his deep financial expertise and leadership in driving TVS Motors' growth and transformation.
May I now request Mr. Gopal Desikan to share his perspectives, please. Sir.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Nice to see my very young photo. I think that gives me a lot of... It's always a pleasure to be here. I have given few talks, lectures here. And one morning walk, I had a chance to meet Suresh, and he spoke about an event. but we didn't speak about the topic or subject. When a list was given, I chose to have this for two reasons. One, it gives an opportunity for me to assess as a group where we are today and yesterday. Two, there are a lot of changes that are happening, and it gave me an opportunity to spend some time going through some material. So thanks to Captain, thanks to Suresh for giving this opportunity. Let me try to set the context. In the late 80s, when I started my career, my thought, a role of a CFO is just finalizing the numbers. Trial balance tallying itself is a big achievement. Then balance sheet complying with board-related compliances, getting the shareholders' approval. Again, redo that the same process. Custodian of assets. Then after some time, I realized it's not just reporting of the fact that has happened. We should also own the numbers. Then the process shifts to owning the numbers. The managing point got shifted to the managing after-tax profit. If the managing point is managing the profit, every other line item is a checking point, right from the turnover to each line item of the cost. Then it becomes how to manage the funding process. So then I slightly changed my thought process of a CFO role to not just reporting the event, also to own the event. Now the era has completely changed. It's equally difficult to speak between a very good speaker, Skanda Prasad, and a veteran, Vijay Kumar, but I will try to make it as brief as possible, as interesting as possible. It's a very evolving subject. All of us should take it seriously. From the traditional way of the accountant or a finance role, we are uniquely placed today, very uniquely placed. We are part of the strategy team today. We are part of the planning process. And now we should embed the ESG consideration into the process in our long-term planning. I don't think anybody else other than a finance person is the most right person to do it. We have the analytical skills. We have the capability to visualize a scenario, both at the macro level, the industry level, and the company level. And we are the custodian of assets. We are deploying the funds. And therefore, we have the largest role to play in this important transition era. This is the context which I just wanted to set. What I have tried to do here, I think my office, you are presenting what was discussed a few days back, right? Nothing new. Because I was traveling and I'm going to read something there. That's very important because sometimes something happened last week in the office should not impact me now. So I'm sure I will try to make it as interesting as possible. I have split this into two parts. One, the basics. The theoretical part, we need to understand that. Only then we will get a complete understanding, a belief that it is important. The second, what we do in our organization. This is how I have split this presentation into two parts. Let's go to the next slide. This is something what is the 10 important trends which are important. Let's start with this. Cash is king again. It's not the right word forever. I can give an example. In the peak COVID times, prior to that, we have 4,000 touch points in TVS Motor Company dealers. We used to give credit. And we took a call that no more credit, it's a cash and carry model. A lot of hue and cry from the sales and marketing team, nothing happened. Today, we are generating positive free cash flow. Therefore, cash is always important as a finance person. ESG, we will talk. AI, we have AI and digitalization. Very interesting session, extremely interesting session, the first hour. Even in our organization, the internal audit process is almost AI driven. Almost AI driven. And also, when we started moving towards the digitalization, we took stock of what are the things manually we have been doing, how we can make it zero. Still not yet achieved, but we have come a long way. The way just talked about dashboard, absolute the same concepts and principles that are being used today. Of course, there's one target which I'm trying, I have failed till now, is to completely remove Excel. That's dangerous. Quite useful, but dangerous. Sometimes it misleads, sometimes it makes you believe right. And it's our own intervention. I'm not questioning Excel, it's manual intervention. The most important piece, besides the ESG, which we will talk more in detail, is building a strong organization, the talent pool. The opportunities are huge for us. For finance people, the opportunities are huge. The way he was talking about the AI, digitalization, and the ESG, which I'm going to touch upon, we need to completely, I won't say unlearn what we have learned, relearn a lot of new things. And the last piece is now the investor relationship. I have been handling this portfolio for quite some time, the investors relationship. The expectations have completely changed today. The institutions hold in our company close to 50%, 48%. Their expectations on ESG has changed. In fact, there are requests from some of the institutions to discuss on ESG initiatives of TVS. And therefore, ESG is something which is inevitable, greatest opportunity for all of us. It may look like incurring cost. For a minute, we should remove the hat of an accountant. As an accountant, we always try to see whether it gives back the benefit immediately. ESG may not give immediately, but it is an investment for future. Some of the costs may be for accounting compulsions we may write off as an expenditure, but I always consider these as future investments, and we are creating something which is unique for the future. This is the background about the ESG. Let me go to some basics before I come to what we do in our organization. Next slide. There are three equities. One is nature, social, and economic equity. What is important is the rate of consumption, what we consume, doesn't exceed the rate of replenishment. The pollution, what we generate, doesn't exceed the rate of restoration. So very important. The replenishment and restoration is very much possible. We have abundance of the natural resources. It's our duty to protect, our duty to replenish, our duty to restore. What are we talking? How, as a finance person, we can add? Definitely, which we will see in the future slides. Social equity is all about meeting the basic needs of the people. Economic equity is nothing but ensuring the entire value chain is run, value is created through proper governance. Take our own company. The end customer, when he buys a vehicle, I must give a good quality vehicle, he should get a value for money. My dealer should ensure proper treatment of the customers, ensuring the governance principles are met. My suppliers should follow the ESG considerations. Therefore, following this ESG across the value chain creates a lot of positive economic activity. This is about the triple equity and its evolution. Next slide. What is sustainable finance and why it is important, and what is green investment? It's a basic thing. It refers to the integration of the ESG aspects embed into the financial numbers. Be it your investment decisions, capital allocation, have a EP&L incorporating the ESG considerations, the investment part, the revenue part. That is something that's all about sustainable finance. We know the numbers, we know the ESG considerations. We are too good in converting the qualitative issues, the soft issues into numbers. This is all about sustainable finance. Integrate, embed the sustainable finance issues, integrating the environmental ESG considerations into our decision process. Green investment is nothing but investment into these, which gives a favorable natural environment, focuses on conserving the natural resources, reducing the carbon emissions. All investments relating to this is what we are talking about on ESG today. It may look like, as I said earlier, a cost and an expenditure, but it has a huge benefit going forward. Next. The risks involved. There are two types of risks we talk about. One is a financial risk. What is a financial risk? The immediate investment, there are a lot of uncertainties involved. It's not really certain that we will get this benefit. Therefore, as I said again at the beginning, let's not have an accountant cap here. It's a strategic investment. It's something which has a potential to deliver in the future. Next is the competition. Those who don't follow ESGs may be more competitive for the present, but in the long run, it has its own implications. Regulatory risks. The regulator sometimes offers incentives. For example, even in the EV vehicles, what we sell, the customer gets a FAME benefit, the manufacturer gets a PLI benefit, there is a reduction in GST. If you don't perform the regulations, there are carbon tax related penalties. Therefore, there are risks involved in any activity, even in ESG, there are risks, but it can always be mitigated if we have a broader outlook on what it's going to deliver in the long run. Next slide. This is again what I said about incorporate the ESG consideration into the planning process. In your scenario planning, in our CapEx decisions, performance dialogue, even performance incentives are nowadays linked to the ESG related deliverables. Established process and systems. We are too good in establishing controls. Ensure that process controls are completely given there. Monitor the process. Ensure they are properly reported. The incentive part, as I said earlier, is becoming a new concept now. ESG achievement is considered for the performance appraisals at a senior level. Quantify and communicate. It's very, very important. Just not doing ESG related is important. We need to effectively communicate both internally and externally what we have done, what benefits that's going to derive in the future. Even in the earnings call, nowadays, a lot of questions are being asked about what is your ESG initiative? What is the investment you have made in this particular quarter on ESG? Therefore, this is something, an expectation from everybody, whether it's an investor or a regulator, or this is why somebody should expect. Even we have a responsibility to ensure the ESG considerations are properly addressed. This is, we're talking about the revenue. What is it we are deriving out of this? One, the operating cost savings. To sell the concept of an investment, there are obvious savings in the operating costs, productivity improvement, You can reduce the quality considerations, reduce the energy cost, reduce your interest cost. There are a lot of cost savings attached which can improve the bottom line from the ESG considerations. We should believe in that. We should not think that an investment, what is it is going to give. Please quantify the benefits out of an ESG investment. If we don't do this, what are the opportunities lost or the penalties which will be levied? That has to be considered. The tax incentives which the ESG related investments gives must be factored into our investment decisions. There are premium chargeable, even customers are willing to pay an extra money in the compliances of ESG and the products. Consider all that. The last is what I spoke about, the investor, their expectations, and our duty to properly communicate what we do on the ESG considerations. This is about what is the value on the sustainability portion we derive. This again, the same thing. I personally feel if it is properly done, if it is with a belief done, there is a possibility to get 3 to 5% increase in EBITDA. In digitalization, we saw 2%. It's already another 3%, 5% through a simple process of digitalization and ESG related investments possible to get straight advantage. It can be in the form of energy savings. It can be in the form of waste recycling. In our organization, we ensure that, in fact, if somebody has to visit our factory, the scrap yard we can sit and eat. It will be so clean. It will be so clearly demarcated, reusable items. And we ensure that every item which is reusable is brought back to the production system. Water treatment. We have around 12,000 people in the factory. Every day, 12,000 people eat. The machines are run. Water is very, very important. We effectively manage the water. If we don't effectively manage this water, the water price, the cost, the other side is what we are talking about. So there are tangible benefits which can give in the quantifiable term increase in profits. If we don't do something, there are tangible impact which will impact the P&L. Therefore, 2 to 3% minimum EBITDA increase is possible if ESG is properly considered, addressed, effectively monitored, and effectively executed. And we have done that. I can tell some examples which certain things I can't really reveal, but our profitability clearly reflects over a period of time. I always tell this in all the earning calls. Whatever we do, they are all sustainable initiatives. And these are some of the initiatives which we have effectively done. How to measure ROI? Generally, people will say, well, how can we measure return on investment on ESGs? There are direct finance returns, financial returns, which we discussed in the previous slides. It can be in the form of a top line increase or in the form of a productivity improvement or a real cost saving. Absolute straight case. Cost savings are there. When insurance costs, if you have effectively managed the ESG considerations, there is a possibility to get a reduction in the insurance premium we pay. Risk mitigation, climate risk is very important. A 2% increase in the temperature, 2% increase will have a very serious implications on the economy. It will have very, very destructive, the demand, the productivity, the consumption. What we can do for the climate-related risks. Probably when we get into a project, investment-related issues, we need to consider what are all the implications, impact on the climate-related considerations. Brand is important. Reputation is important. The ESG compliant company, again, I always used to say in my organization, brand is built over a period of 100 years. In our case, we have a responsibility to maintain, if possible, to improve. And therefore, complying with the ESG considerations, considering about the future, the social related obligations, brand building is something which I mean, it's not easily quantifiable. So that reputation is important. Capitalization, market capitalization, I spoke about investors' expectations, the stability in the market, the belief in the investors completely improves. Government incentives, again, in case of EV, the GST payable on an electric vehicle is 5% as against 28% for a normal ICE vehicle. That's an incentive government gives. The PLI benefits, huge. So government incentives ought to be considered whenever we decide about a project on ESG. Long-term financing, in fact, 15 years back, we used to have a small power generating company, around 70 megawatt. That time I raised money from a JBIC funding. It's a 15-year funding, which I took 15 years back. For a project of EV related, electric generating company related. Good terms, concessional rate of interest. So all ought to be considered when we evaluate a return on investment on an ESG project. Next. Again, about the financing, probably you can go to the next slide in the interest of time. These financing options, it's again a green bond or a sustainable loan. Bond and a loan, or bond is something owned by many. Loan is between a banker and a lender and an entity. That's all. Otherwise, there are too many words here, but sum and substance is that. It's a green bond or a transition bond where the use of profits, end use is defined there. You must use only for an ESG related investment. That's a very generally, the lenders expect the end use related. That's a simple same product. The second one is something sustainability linked. Sustainability linked is there is no end use there, but when you achieve the ESG related considerations, ESG related KPIs which you have fixed for yourself, you can renegotiate for that better term. This is all about the sustainability linked bonds or loans. The third piece is again more if your suppliers are also ESG compliant, you can have better working capital related funding. Why sustainable finance is important? First of all, it is very similar to the traditional products. It's not something extra documentation, extra negotiation, nothing, same. You also get a diversified lender base. In the cap table, you have a new lender in the form of a long-term lender. He's more like an investor. In fact, next slide, I think there are loans possible even for 30 years. And potential pricing benefit, potential terms, long-term funding is possible. And also we demonstrate to the outside world our commitment to sustainability. So therefore, funding, and ESG funding is possible for everybody, even for my CFOs here from the finance company. For our EV retail finance, for a two-wheeler funding in India, 60% of the people are dependent on retail funding. NBFCs play a very important role. With EV penetration going up, the NBFCs can access to these type of funds, which has concessional rating, concessional pricing, which can be passed on to the ultimate end customers. Next slide. This is again, we spoke about some 4 principles. The use of proceeds. Process, we need to give a development management of those proceeds, reporting requirements. Just leave this, it's a more theoretical. This is important. The bond market globally, which was just 38 billion in 2014, is now crossed $4 trillion US. It's something which everybody is now accessing to these type of funding proposals. Just 38 billion over a period of 10 years have gone to 4 trillion crossed. And again, if you see the first half of FY24, 11% of bonds issued were in ESG format. Overall, 11%. Next slide. In India, I think in India also, the green loans and bonds put together is around 70%. Utilities and finance industry is availing more today. Of course, government is also a big borrower of the ESG related bonds today. Next. Governance is important. Before I go to what we do in TVS, the highest corporate governance standards emphasizing the accountability, responsibility, and reliability is important, which we know about it. That's why I said finance heads, finance people are uniquely placed today. The governance already, which we are completely aware of. We also have in our organization also a dedicated committee to monitor the ESGs. It's very important. A focus has to be there. And CFO again, thanks to again the MMA, they started completely doing an introspection and also assessing where we are. A lot of improvements possible. It gave me an opportunity to set certain targets to myself and the team. Thank you so much for that. Next. This is about the process which we follow. We call this as a double materiality assessment. A question is given, few questions relating to ESG are asked, and based on that we framed a policy. One is an impact materiality. How it impacts the industry, the company under the various ESG considerations. How it has a financial impact, doing or not doing an ESG activity. So this is, we call it as a double materiality FAQ, which gives, go to the next slide, probably we can explain more in detail. Let's take one example of climate change and decarbonization. The two questions asked, how significant it is for our company and for our industry. The implications of considering or not considering this. Like this for everything, for example, water. As I said earlier, 10 to 12,000 people every day in the factory. If water is not properly managed, if it is not properly reused or recharged, then what is the cost of not doing that? That is assessed. Is it important to us or not? Circular economy. There are lots of wastes that generates out of a production process. In fact, there is one slide, I think, on battery related, which I will take you through. How a battery is completely reused, brought back into the production process. So the circular economy is very important. Next slide. Biodiversity and nature. There is one small slide, I think, on the, you have a, okay. So we have a factory inside, we have a forest inside a factory. In fact, we can see this. It's a 30 minutes, I think I have to have a session only for that. So 2-3 minutes, we will show how both nature and an industry can coexist. Supply chain, which we discussed, very important. Whatever we do in TVS Motor, we expect our suppliers to do, only then we can achieve the objective. And the community in and around us, in fact, there is one slide which we talk about. I will take you through what we do for the community. Next slide. Interesting. These are all various the projects and investments what we have done in the clean transportation. Besides EV and the alternate fuel vehicles which we have launched, we always ensure that there is a zero direct tailpipe emissions even in our ICG vehicles. There is a saving in the CO2 related emissions. We ensure that it is avoided. Renewable energy. In fact, 97% of the energy consumed by us are through renewable sources today. We started this from 45% 7-8 years back. Gradually, we ensure that everything is green. Today, 97% of our requirement in our factory are completely through renewable sources. Efficient usage of energy. We have ensured proper installation and maintenance of energy efficient machines so that the energy cost is saved. Circular economy we discussed. Water we have discussed. Go to the next slide. This is, in fact, our vision statement. Vision, it talks about transforming the quality of life across the world, providing mobility solutions that are exciting, responsible, sustainable, and safe. In fact, we have considered, even in our vision statement, it is not drafted now, it was drafted long back. We have considered the sustainability part, the responsibility part, transforming this social obligations, quality of life of people. Therefore, it is in our DNA that the ESG, what we give back to the society, thanks to our chairman emeritus and now Mr. Sudarshan Venu, our managing director, absolute focus. We have a complete freedom on investments in ESG related investments. The objective is only, are we giving back to the society in some form? So that is something, thanks to them, their guidance and support, we have achieved quite a bit. Next slide. We have, as I said, 97% of the overall power is through renewable sources today. We have done a few things. In fact, we have a conversion of the fuel-based cooking vessels into completely electrical operation. It's not so easy to cook for 12,000 people every day. So we have completely automated this process. Next. Some of the experience TVS Motor, one is leadership in green mobility, our EV journey. It's a very interesting journey. When electric vehicle was launched, long back we launched, again we relaunched later. It's extremely well received. We have a decent market share of close to 25% today. And I always used to say this, there were several anxieties when this electric vehicle was introduced. Anxiety with regard to the range, anxiety with regard whether it can carry the weight, anxiety with regard to the chargeability. They're all behind us today, absolutely behind us today. Electric vehicle penetration is slowly happening in this country. Probably to start with, it's happening in the urban, probably starting with the scooter segment, and going forward in 5 to 7 years' time, you will have a very, very good penetration of EV vehicles. Probably in one of the slides, let me also touch upon what is it we save out of an electric vehicle sale. Biodiversity and care. Industry and nature can coexist. I have a 2-minute slide. Later on, you do that. Then global partnership. Quality is something extremely important for us. In fact, continuously for the last 7 or 8 years, we have been rated #1 by JD Power on quality considerations for most of the products. We have a good relationship with BMW. We started as more of a contract manufacturing. We now design, manufacture, develop, and then for BMW. TQM and sustainability are two sides of the same coin. We strongly believe in TQM. TQM is nothing but discipline. Nothing but discipline. Have a process, follow the process. We call it as PDCA, plan, do, check, and act. Corrective actions ought to be taken. Prepare a QC story. It's a very powerful tool. Preparing a QC story, even I used to question in my earlier days, why are we wasting time on this? Then I learned it's extremely powerful. If properly done, properly implemented, it will not recur again the same problem. Sustainability is the same like. Have a discipline, have a process, ensure that it is properly followed. We will be successful. We follow some 6 capitals. One is financial. Manufacturing, we discussed about what we do inside the manufacturing plant for effectively improving the productivity. Human, people are important. And in fact, again, I always used to say that I have worked in the factory for 10 years. Between 2000 and 2010, I was in the factory. Wherever I go to factory, I frequently visit, even now, at least once in a month, you get energized. seeing the people there, 10,000 people working, and more so if you interact with the workmen, the ownership level is amazing. And that is more because of their involvement in the process. In fact, they will talk about the ESG. They know about it. To that extent, people are fully involved in the ESG related process. Social, we will discuss about what we do for the society. Natural capital, again, 5-10 minutes slide is there, which we will see that. Next. Next, please. This is about what benefit out of an electric vehicle. Every vehicle sold, it saves 0.15 tons of carbon dioxide in a year. In the last 3 years, we have saved around, what is the number? 3 lakh tons. The last 3 years. The penetration has just started. Today, the EV penetration is less than 5%. If everything goes well, if there is some sort of, I won't say little bit of softening, but by 2030 or 32, my estimate is close to 30 to 35% of the total two-wheelers seen in this country will be electric vehicles. Then imagine the saving of these emissions. Next slide. We spoke about how a battery, again, always used to, even I used to ask this question, what will happen to the battery? Lithium ion cells are imported or bought. It goes into the battery pack. That's what we call it as battery management system. It goes into the vehicle, which has a life of between 3 to 8 years. Safely, we can assume 5 years. A battery life is 5 years. At the end of the 5th year, there are segregation facilities. Then it can be segregated and brought, a life can be given back, a secondary life can be given back to the battery, which will have another 3 years, the second life of application. So overall, say 5 to 8 years. And through the mechanical and chemical process, we can bring back some of the materials back into the lithium ion cell manufacturing. Effectively, 90% plus battery materials can be recycled and reused. This is very, very important because all of us think, even I used to think, what will happen to this battery after the life? It will go to the dustbin. It's again, it creates pollution, but that's not the case. It is very much possible to recycle the battery and we can take back 90% of that. Next. What we do, I think we have talked enough, but I really want to speak about few things. Persons with disabilities in 2021, the first batch we took, 22 numbers. We have close to 250 people in the organization. In fact, in my finance department, the factory, I have a few people. Superb. Their productivity is superb. In fact, some of our people are trying to learn their language, their way of talking. They can't speak. So, and it is their productivity, their commitment. We have a duty to ensure, our chairman has given us a target, a percentage of people have to be from this category. And they are no way they are inferior to us. God has given certain great qualities to them. They are more intelligent, they are more efficient. So all of us should carry that message with us. And we have been given a great place to work, certified also. There are a lot of certifications in between. This is an interesting slide. We have cleaned the channels around 21. We have desilted 283 tanks. We have planted 750,000 trees. Afforestation, we have done 14,000 plus acres. We have 65,000 women working in the self-help group systems. We are generating $12 million per annum. We have renovated schools, health centers. It is something special to our chairman emeritus. He spends considerable time. In fact, we have a huge team working only on the CSR activities. Even in our real estate company, we have a real estate company. We have, instead of CSR, there it is called a CER. in our project, wherever our projects are there, we have committed, it's again mandated, government has mandated. There are certain the schools to be renovated, tanks to be cleaned, which we do very, very seriously. So we all believe, thanks to again, Chairman Emeritus, we believe that this is something which is very important. All of us should do something for the society. Fortunately, I'm extremely fortunate because I have also worked in the CSR arm in between. Even now I'm taking care overall, but I had the opportunity to work more closely in the CSR activities to get us your satisfaction level will be much more than what we get as a salary on the first of every month. This we have to believe. Again, I always say certain things coming to factory, seeing is believing, and sometimes doing is believing. When you do this activity, you get that immense satisfaction giving back to the society. Next. This again, we have discussed most of the things, 97%. And we are the highest RE consumer in India. We have generated the rainwater harvesting long back. In 1990 itself, we have done rainwater harvesting in our factory. Next. Again, in our housing projects, we ensure that the water savings are there, more greenery is given, electricity is saved extensively, 25 to 30% of saving, more lights, natural lights are given to our housing. So it's again, ESG considerations are taken care even in our real estate business. Okay, to summarize, only one thing I can say that we are uniquely placed. We have a largest responsibility. We are very fortunate that we have a finance qualification. We know numbers, we know analytics, we know now digitalization is happening. With digitalization, AI, who else can do other than us? That's what I strongly feel. More these issues we have discussed, whether it is a strategic integration or financial oversight. Reporting, I'm not touching because my friend Arun is having a session this evening on reporting, so let me not talk more about it. Investor relationship, they expect it. They expect it. This is about the summary of what I feel we have a larger role to play. And any questions can be the 2 minutes slide. You just put that, please. That's important. People should see that. All of us should see that. I don't know whether I have made sense today, but I like this session because I gave me an opportunity to go through some of the materials, though we have doing a lot of things, but I could relate to some of the theoretical part.
It is said that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. And to plant a forest, you must start with a sapling. This is a man-made forest that exists in harmony with an auto manufacturing facility. It would be hard to imagine that a few decades ago, this forest was no more than a dust bowl. Desolate, dry land which had no water and very little life. It was in 1979, when the TVS factory was set up in Hosur, that the landscape got a second chance. The founders of TVS believed that the environment, community, and people are the delicate, indelible threads that hold the fragile tapestry of life intact. Their principle was simple. We humans must live and coexist in harmony with nature. In a battle lasting several years, the notorious and invasive Subabole, which covered most of the estate and the local area, was removed, so that the land could be rewilded with native species. TVS consulted conservationists to trace back native and endemic species and planted and nurtured them until nature took over. Water was life-giving, and the trees grew into a forest. It was a matter of time before birds and animals started calling this man-made forest home. Soon it was teeming with indigenous flora and fauna, native species of trees, birds, and reptiles that returned to reclaim their habitat. The reward of the hard work put in by TVS and its employees was witnessed in 2002 by the Chairman Emeritus, Venu Srinivasan, who while visiting the factory noticed painted storks sitting in the trees and wading in the depths of the pond, occasionally pulling out fish. The shy storks had found a new safe haven, and this strengthened his resolve to further the TVS commitment to conservation. Soon, scores of migratory birds made the TVS factory an annual stop on their route, not only staying for a while, but feeling protected enough to roost and give birth to the next generation.
Thank you very much. It's a 20 minutes presentation. We have requested them to have 2-3 minutes. It clearly demonstrates that industry and nature can coexist. It's inside the factory. It's not somewhere outside. It's exactly next to our R&D center. It's something which, time permitting, whenever you are there around that side, seeing is believing. So we can even organize the visit. That's very important. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Deskin. Wonderful presentation, and I think the video also demonstrated it's not just about talk and hype, not just practice and preaching, but also practicing. Very nice. There are a few questions. Maybe I'll just take one in the interest of time. There is a young finance professional from Salem. Said, sir, you mentioned the changing role of finance professionals. Do you suggest that young finance professionals like me should take more interest in production, manufacturing, operations, etc.? If so, where to start, keeping ESG in mind?
Oh, very interesting question. In fact, that's the reason why I started my presentation, how I visualized a CFO and where we stand today. We have the advantage of being part of partnering. We are not necessarily that you need to be in the production, not necessarily you need to be in one function. You can continue to be in the finance function. Being involved in the planning process. In fact, in our organization, the planning process starts now. For the next 2 months, there will be a lot of cross-functional team. And if you can participate in the planning process, it will give an overview about the industry, the atmosphere, how it's going to be going forward, what products we are going to launch, what production technologies we need to we are going to implement, what investments we are going to make. You will get a broad overview. Only one thing is important, which I always used to say. As finance people, please don't confine your role only to an accountant or a finance role. That's why I also said the reporting after the event is one. They are important. So when we are signing the balance sheet today, I must ensure the authenticity of the number, timely giving. But we should own the numbers. For owning the number, you need to understand the business. For understanding the business, I always used to say this. I'm very fortunate in my organization. God has been kind to me. I had a chance to work 10 years. My chairman told me, go and dust your hands. You are in corporate office, you must go and dust your hands. That gave me an opportunity. My only request, please, wherever possible, go to the factory. If you're in a corporate setup, visit factory, understand. Don't send mails and get it. involve in the process, automatically you will get to know. Not necessarily you need to start from one place. If understand the business, completely involve yourself, take ownership, be serious about the work, what you're doing, you will succeed.
Thank you, sir. Very practical answer. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request Group Captain Vijay Kumar and Mr. Suresh to come up on the stage to present a memento to Mr. Desikan. Mr. T.G. Suresh, please join. Let's thank him with a round of applause. You've taken your time off, your busy schedule today. We know how busy you are, sir. Thanks for taking your time off to be here. Thank you, Mr. Desikan. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the special session 3. This is the session just before lunch. So, this is by Mr. M.P. Vijay Kumar, and he is going to present to you impact of revised SA 600 proposed by NFRA on the industry 12.00. Is my right, sir? So, may I request you to come and take a place on the dais? Let's welcome Mr. Vijay Kumar with a round of applause. So, Mr. Vijay Kumar is Executive Director and Group CFO of CFI Technologies. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. MP Vijay Kumar is the Executive Director and Group CFO of CFI Technologies, leading its transformation into a top enterprise IT and services player since 2007. Mr. Vijay is also a director on the boards of LIC, Heritage Foods, Geojit Securities, and ONGC Petro Additions, and has held various leadership roles in accounting and finance boards, including the ICAI and IFRS. With extensive experience in investment banking, corporate finance, and regulatory affairs, he is a recognized speaker and author on accounting and corporate law.
May I now request Mr. Vijay Kumar to share his views, please?
So thank you, Gopal, for that wonderful session. I'm listening to you second time on the topic within 6 months, and that video is so very emotional, and I still remember even last occasion you made this invite to come to the factory. So I'm very keen that I should visit it. So hopefully sometime soon. Sincere thanks to MMA, Managing Committee, and the Executive Director, Captain Vijay Kumar, for the invite, and also to TGS for having put my name across to Captain Vijay Kumar for inviting me for this event today. Just 2 points I'd like to mention before I get into the topic per se. In fact, I've been observing MMA's progress over a period of time. And one of the reasons is I've been fascinated by the kind of work Captain Vijay Kumar has been doing. In fact, I have not interacted with him, but Pattabhiram has been a very close friend of him. TJ is a very close friend of him. They're very close friends of mine who are very close friends of him, but I have never had an opportunity, despite he being my namesake, for whatever reason. Both of us started our careers in 2000. He started 2007 here. I started 2007 in CFI. He continues to be young as he was in 2007. I don't know what secret he follows, but my organization has sucked me fully, and what I am today. But nevertheless, extremely delighted with my very recent interactions with him. In fact, I've been in this kind of a space where I participate in CIA events, institute events, so many organization events. But somehow at MMA, even though my connect is very, very recent, very recent, even more though my company is a member of MMA for a long time, my personal association is pretty recent. But the kind of administrative strength this organization has fascinates me. I just tell you, I don't know how big is the team, all that. I have no clue of all of that stuff, how they coordinate themselves. When this particular program was conceived, the speed at which he was exchanging the mails to conclude the entire session topics and the speakers, it was almost like within 3-4 hours, everything was done and dusted. But more importantly, and there's a little bit of an emotional connect I got into today morning, actually. He spoke to me about 2 days back on an idea of setting up a CFO forum within MMA. So I was in Bombay at that time. And between the time I've gotten the flight to take off, by the time I land, he gives me a complete idea of what he wants to do. He said, do you have any suggestions? I gave some suggestions. He said, yeah, I've already factored it. I said, okay, fine. Let it happen, whatever it is. And then today morning, I saw on the website, there's an ebook which is published on the CFO forum. And this particular, what you see on the left-hand side, that MMA logo, I picked it up from the website today. I thought that's a little bit of gratitude I can pay for on behalf of all of us for the work he and his team does. That this initiative of CFO Forum, which is actually launched today morning at 9:45 or 10. But I saw this in the website in the morning around 5 o'clock. So I decided to pick it up. And all my slides, normally I use only the blue font. But this particular, whatever the brochure, had this deep gray closer to black. So I sat down and changed all my slides to get to that color font. I thought that's the minimum I can do for him. But otherwise, I generally stay away from deep gray or black, but I did it for him. So thank you, Captain Vijay Kumar and your team for the wonderful work all of you do. In fact, there's also one of those rare occasions where I thought I'll not wear a jacket or a coat and come. So I don't know why I took that decision, but I took that decision. But there is so much of air conditioning, and I'm actually struggling quite a bit. Probably a message that I'm aging and no, it's okay. I should realize I'm aging. So the fact that I'm aging and also that future meetings, I should definitely carry a coat. Wearing or not is a different choice, but I should carry one with me. So good afternoon to all of you, and extremely happy to be part of this session today. So I think we have 1 hour time. I'll try to summarize my thoughts in about 40-45 minutes. I'll leave some 10-15 minutes for conversation or interaction between us. On this particular topic, all of you are finance professionals, and I'm sure you are keeping a track of what's happening in the space between the institute, NFRA, and unfortunately, it's occupied media space. Very unfortunate. What could have given the wisdom of the people who are there, all of it could have been very easily resolved, made it very stress-free, and still got to where we all want to be. But whatever returns happened. But why I decided to speak on this topic today was because I knew that most of the people here would be industry people. And my experience of interacting on this topic, almost everyone had an impression that this particular SA 600 is an issue pertaining to the practicing chartered accountants and audit firms, which is not the case. If at all SA 600 impacts anyone, it is the entity, the auditee, the CFO organization, the audit committee. It is those people who will be severely affected by and who have to increase their planning and time allocation, resource allocation for complying with the requirements of SA 600. Most organizations, as they grow, invariably you end up with 3, 4, 5 subsidiaries, 1, 2 associates, 1, 2 joint ventures. You invariably end up. You also end up with situations where some of them are overseas subsidiaries. You also end up with small distribution companies, procurement companies. You end up with a few entities like this. It's not possible to have the parent company auditor to be the auditor of all the auditing companies in the group. Invariably, you will have at least 30-40% of the entities, if not in terms of the economic value, at least in terms of count, at least 30-40% of entities which will be audited by another auditor. So in today's context, typically what the parent company management does, the financial reporting group does, the board does, audit committee does is the financials are collated, apply whatever principles of consolidation, and they go through the process of audit and then audit committee and approval. So you do not find the parent company auditors deeply engaging with the auditors of the various entities in the group and sharing their expectations of how the work needs to be done, what are the risks they would like to be assessed. You don't have that extensive dialogue. There could be some minimum dialogue which might be there, but you don't have an extensive dialogue which is there. So people just do that collation kind of an activity. But with SA 600 revise, only one neck to choke, which is the parent company auditor, who is called as the group auditor. And the group auditor has to necessarily include all the component auditors. The component auditors could be firms of different size, different experience, different branding, and you need to take all of them into your fold and make them part and parcel of your engagement team. They will not be treated as a separate audit firm. They will be counted as part of your parent company engagement team. So that particular subsidiary auditor could be a domestic subsidiary, it could be an overseas subsidiary, or it could be an overseas branch. That auditor will be treated as part of the parent company's auditor's engagement team, and the engagement partner will decide and tell, this is how I think you have to do the work to meet my expectations of signing off on the group audit. That's the kind of shift. And if those auditors have to work on a seamless basis, and we all experience situations where within the organization itself, most CFOs or even the CEOs have to end up with doing some panchayat kind of activity between the auditor and our own employees, our own team members. Now that panchayat has now extended beyond to do that panchayat kind of activity with the other audit firms also, because each one would have a perspective. In fact, more often than not, all of them will agree on same thing, but just because you asked, I will not tell you the number. So it's a very common psyche. In fact, most of us also as preparers, in fact, I have been a preparer myself. I used to prepare the financial statement, stand before my auditor, all of that I have gone through. But the natural tendency, you asked, so I will not give. Otherwise, I would have given you, but because you asked, I will not give. Because you asked it last minute, I will not give you. Because last time you did. So these are all very human behavioral aspects. Now, imagine with all the pressures of quarterly audits, timelines and all, and managing that ecosystem of multiple auditors. where the other auditors can be size-wise bigger than the parent auditor, or vice versa, all of them to come together and do work is not an easy task. And that responsibility is now with the CFO's organization and with the audit committee to ensure all of that maturity materializes. So whatever I share now, all of these are my personal views, and I just want to leave one important rider at the beginning. Normally, I would leave my slide deck behind for people to use, but this is a very political and very sensitive topic. And given that there's a closed audience, I'm going to share my own understanding and my own views on this. So I'm not going to leave the slide deck behind for circulation. The reason is somebody could quote something from the slide deck out of context. I might have thought something and told you here, but somebody can read it quite independently. So I'm not sharing the slide deck for that only reason. If any slide you would like to make notes, please feel free to make a note of the same. Now, so I'll spend time on essentially three things. I'll just give a little bit of a backdrop, and then why this entire trigger happened for the revised SA 600, which is a Control-C, Control-V, or for those who are Apple fans, Command-C, Command-V, of the corresponding international standard of audit, ISA 600, ISA 600. And of all the 46 audit standards we have, 46 audit standards, 44 standards which we have in India for whatever long period of time are exactly the same as international standards of audit. No differences whatsoever. Only two standards we are different because we believe it's a developing economy and whatever reasons. One is the standard on joint audit. Another is the standard on group audits. Only two standards we are different from the international practice. But why good, bad, ugly? That's a different matter. So I'll not get judgmental on this. I'll just place facts before you. The second, I'll give some quick understanding of the current SA 600 and the proposed SA 600, which NFRA intends to make it applicable if government blesses from 1/4/2026. And then I'll spend a little bit time on some items we all need to think. We need to think as professionals. I have collated about 16 points to think. The 16th one is the best one, so you have to necessarily wait for that 16th one. And last is our time, where you all need to participate. Now, this is a circular of NFRA, which is less than 2 months old. I'm not too sure if all of you have socialized it with your respective organizations, with the audit committees and the boards concerned, and where NFRA has said, forget new SA 600, forget new SA 600. NFRA goes to the extent of saying that even existing SA 600 requires the principal auditor to engage continuously with the other component auditors and ensure that all the potential risk of material misstatements are identified, audit work is planned accordingly, and finally the audit opinion is formed. And this circular, the couple of slides, I'm not going to read all the slides. It goes on to say, the circular goes on to say that the management board of directors is bound by the Companies Act to prepare consolidated financial statements. So neither Gopal Desikan nor I can sit here and say that subsidiary, somebody else is preparing financial statements, whatever. And if there are errors in those, I can disown them. That question does not arise. That question does not arise. The same principle applies to the auditors as well. So auditors cannot say that subsidiary is audited by someone else. And any mistakes out of that, I will carry it as it is. That luxury is just not available. So NFRA's observation, arising all these 5 observations are from the Cafe Coffee Day incident which is there. So all of these observations came up from that particular experience for NFRA. And NFRA has said, look, Don't take hair splitting view or go on the strength of the words. The spirit of the current SA 600 is the parent company auditor is responsible for the same. And they've gone ahead to say that the component auditors cannot take shelter and say, I will not share working papers with the parent auditor. The component auditors, in the view of NFRA, because audit standards are mandatory under Companies Act, the component auditors are legally bound to share with the parent company auditors. And just look at the tone of the last para, which is Control C, Control V here. So what it says is, look at the wordings which NFRA says, that circular. It says that the auditors of all the entities covered by NFRA, which is listed companies and unlisted companies with a threshold, capital above, I think 500 crores, turnover above 1,000 crores. So all these entities who are covered by NFRA, look at the language in the last paragraph. It says that, it reads that, are insisted, the auditors are insisted to. These are not the words which anybody normally uses, insisted to scrupulously. So these kind of words we look at how much anger and how much kind of disturbance they would have gone through for coming across this kind of word in a circular, scrupulously adhere to the circular and carrying out their audits of all the public interest entities. So this is the background on which the revised SA 600 has come now. So current SA 600 versus the proposed SA 600. The current SA 600 is basically a standard which talks about wherever you have other auditors, it says that if it is audited by another chartered accountant and who comes from the same institute, same disciplinary mechanism, you can assume that work has been done correctly and consequently you can rely upon it. And in your audit report, you can explicitly mention that I have relied on the work which has been done by so-and-so auditor and express the percentage of revenues which you have audited, percentage of revenues which are audited by another person. Whereas the corresponding ISA 600, which is the SA 600 revised, which is there, it does not, it's a little different context. It talks about special considerations to be applied while doing the group audits, And in that context, it goes to say that only the group auditor is responsible for all the components of the consolidated financial statements. The group auditor has to treat component auditors as members of the engagement team, do the planning, allocate the work, oversee the work, give instructions, visit the sites if required, the subsidiary operations, whatever, visit the sites if required, all of that needs to be done. So that's the extent of requirement is there. And all of this which needs to be done needs to be documented on a continuous basis. You need to keep documenting as what the parent company auditor and the group auditor is doing it. Whether it is the old SA 600 or the new SA 600, both of them have only one focus, improving the quality of audit at a group financial statement level. These are a couple of slides on the existing SA 600, where you have the expression called principal auditor, your principal expression called other auditor. Whereas in the proposed SA 600, we don't have the expression principal auditor. Instead, it is called group auditor. And instead of other auditor, they're called as component auditor. So a couple of expression changes which are there. So these are some definitions of the existing standard. And even in the existing standard, when you're preparing consolidated financial statements, if there is audit of subsidiary done by somebody else, branch done by somebody else, division done by somebody else, joint venture by somebody else, associate by somebody else, the principal auditor is already duty bound. That's the NFRA's strong view, and they have come out with that circular which is binding for all the NFRA governed entities. And it talks about the only freedom here is if it is audited by the another member who is a chartered accountant, you can accept the work done as qualitatively done. That's the freedom which currently exists. Now, on proposed SA 600, NFRA has my own personal view between NFRA and Institute. They could have worked together and easily resolved this matter. In fact, the way NFRA has proposed it, if this particular ideation or if this particular kind of a exception was possible, Institute probably would have done it long back. Today, as we speak, all audit standards are applicable for all entities, irrespective of size, irrespective of public interest. They're applicable to all entities. So Institute's bigger concern always has been that when you bring up a standard like SA 600 revise, it is likely to impact, all said and done, it's likely to impact the small, medium practitioners. This is a developing economy. And when Desikan talked about government giving support for electrical vehicles, and so there is some support which you give depending on the maturity. That support will cease after that industry achieves a 30% share, 40%. It's not going to be there forever. But until it achieves, you need that support. So similarly, for the small, medium practitioners, it does take the time. People can say it's a 75-year-old economy, 75. You can say all of those stuff, but the hard reality is, if you look at the per capita income of the country, we're still only about $2,000 kind of a number. So look at those small entities and things like that. It's still to get an economic mass. So in that context, there is that pressure on the small, medium practitioners. So what NFRA has said is, we will make this standard applicable only for public interest entities. And in that, they have also excluded, which was the biggest concern, excluded public sector banks, public sector insurance companies, and the branches. And for small, medium practitioners, that was the biggest concern. That was the biggest concern, where the central statutory auditor could probably usurp the entire work which was done by so much of branch audits which today exist. Good, bad, ugly, this is different issue, but it does exist today. So what NFRA said is, even if it is a listed bank, whether it's State Bank or Union Bank or Bank of Baroda, doesn't matter. We will exclude all public sector companies, BHEL, this, that, BEML, all public sector companies are exempt. All the public sector banks are exempt. All the public sector insurance companies are exempt. So once that big mass is exempt, so it hardly affects the audit community, given the trade-off that this improves the overall quality, Whether this exemption is good, I'm not debating it. I'm not getting that. But NFRA found this kind of a midway path, at least to ensure that some audit community concerns are taken care and they scope this out completely. And typically, these are all audits, any case where large firms don't come in. So whether it's public sector companies, public sector banks, public sector insurance company, any case, the large firms don't come in and all. So question of cannibalizing an Indian accounting firm suffering also doesn't arise. They believe these organizations carry higher risk, so they don't come anywhere there. They're happy with taking all consulting income out of those, and they're not there. So that's the case what NFRA has done. So we have this terms called group auditor. We have this term called component auditor. Group auditor is the parent auditor who is actually preparing the consolidated financial. Component is for any of the entities or divisions or branches which are there. And these few slides essentially talk about the conversation or the work sharing between the parent auditor or the group auditor and the various component auditors which are there. So their division of responsibilities, how working papers need to be shared, access to working papers, even visiting the subsidiary client. Even though subsidiary is audited by somebody else, the parent auditor can still go visit the site, interact with the people. All of those have been provided for here. So that's about the revised SA 600. So let me come to the score, which is the 16 points which I mentioned, and I'll genuinely try to leave 15 minutes for your interaction. Now, so these are 16 points I would like you all to have a good understanding. Institute of Chartered Accountants of India is a founding member of the International Federation of Accountants. And globally, all the countries' accounting bodies are members of IFAC. And Institute, in its 75 years of history, has been contributing substantially to the standards development globally. And as I told you a little while ago, 44 of the 46 standards, we have adopted them exactly as it is, no edits, except these two standards. So Institute cannot be blamed that Institute is not interested in quality, Institute is behind, nothing like that. There are two standards where Institute has its own concerns based on the demographic situations, economic situations. One is on joint audit, other is with reference to the group audits. The reason is globally, in many developed countries, large countries, many of the smaller entities, audit is not mandatory. And in many jurisdictions, there are multiple accounting body professionals who can sign audited financial statements. Unlike India, where audited financial statements can be signed only by a chartered accountant who is bound by the code of ethics of the Institute of Chartered Accountants and disciplinary mechanism. If you take any other country, let's say Middle East or any other country, anywhere in the world, you can have a member who is not a local accounting body. For example, US. There are accounting firms in India, about 20 accounting firms in India who have a PCOB registration. They can sign the financial statements of a US company which is listed there. They're eligible to sign. So you have a situation where there's a member of ACCA, member of AICW, there's a member of ICA. Like this, there are member of Australian CPA, Australian Chartered Accountants. So like that, there are many bodies. So we don't have that problem. So Institute in its wisdom felt we need to have that mutual respect as professionals. So if another chartered accountant of the same body is signed, why go through this process? Let's respect that. That's how the Institute has seen over a period of time. If there is time to revisit that, I think it has to be revisited without need to having hot water under the feet and try to do it within few weeks and few days and all. It can take its little bit of time to engage and converse. But nevertheless, what has happened is happened. What is important for all of us to recognize is all of us align with G20 as a key benchmark. Out of the G20 countries, almost about 16 countries follow ISA 600 as it is. 16 countries follow as it is. One of the countries which is opaque and they will do whatever they feel appropriate, China. I don't think we would ever look at that as an example. Then there are a couple of other countries whose names I'm not too familiar. People keep quoting US. So to say that US follows a little different approach. US also follows ISA 600 as it is with a very small difference where the component auditor, the subsidiary auditor, when he gives his report, if he gives a report saying that my report cannot be used by you, in that situation alone, the parent company auditor has to say that I audited everything except this component, and this component I relied upon whatever was finally signed by him. I did not engage him there. That's the only difference. But those differences in practice, as a group auditor level, audit committees, boards, they don't encourage that. But why they have that is because typically most US companies operate in multiple jurisdictions, multiple parts of the world, and those cases consolidating becomes a little difficult. But otherwise, ISA 600 is not something which is so very complex to adopt. It's something which the world has been doing it for a reasonably long period of time. And here it is with us here in India. Second important point we should realize is that the current SA 600 was issued way back in 2002. And in 2002, and maybe some of you were just born at the time. In 2002, consolidated financial statements concept did not exist in India. So that concept itself was not there. Consolidated financial statement sort of became mandatory in 2006-7. Then 2013 Act, it became applicable to unlisted companies and things like that. But otherwise, consolidated financial statement was not a big one. SEBI alone used to require it. But SEBI's requirement also, everybody saw it as an arithmetic addition. Nobody really applied the consolidated entity as an economic unit. So this standard was formed way back in 2002. And 22 years later, at that time, we were probably less than 1 trillion economy. Now we are 4 trillion. So much of change has happened. So it's important that we should look at this particular standard getting revised. That's the second background we need to keep in mind. The third very important thing is for those who are practitioners of audit. In the audit standards, you have 100 series, 200 series, 300 series, 500 series, 600, 700 series. Each series has a different connotation. Like, for example, 300 series is about planning, 500 series is about evidence and special procedures, 700 series is on the audit reporting, like that. The 600 series is about relying on the work of another professional. 600 series is the statutory auditor relying on the work of another professional. So in that context, you have the standard 610, which talks about the statutory auditor relying on the work of the internal auditor. Similarly, we have the standard 620 dealing with the statutory auditor relying on the work of, let's say, a valuer, an actuary, or another professional. In those two standards, which are also 600 series, it does not have the exemption. It does not have the exemption of testing the professional competence. For example, if I am a statutory auditor and someone else is an internal auditor, if I have to accept the work he has done, the standard puts a responsibility on me. He may be chartered accountant senior than me, whoever it is. It puts a responsibility on me that I should satisfy myself about his competence. Only then I should accept the work. Just because he's a chartered accountant, he's 10 years elder to me, it doesn't matter. The reason of competence is because today, take my case. Let's assume for a moment, I have no NBFC experience. I started my career in NBFC long back, Sundaram Finance, but now I have nothing to do with NBFC industry. Now, if I were to do an NBFC audit, obviously I have no clue of the RBI circulars and all of those stuff which is there, how that industry operates. I have no clue of it. So just because I have 30 years of experience, I am a chartered accountant, doesn't mean I am competent enough either to do an internal audit or a statutory audit. And that does not mean competence. So if somebody is going to rely on the work which is done by me, let's say Raja of Balu, G. Balu is going to rely on the work which I am doing. So at that time, Roger has to say that, look, you don't have any experience on internal audit, on NBFC, so I'm not going to rely on your work. I am going to get the work done separately. Unless I am satisfied, I will not rely on that particular work. The same is true for SA 620 also. Like, for example, valuer or whether it is an actuary, the statutory auditor should satisfy himself or herself that that person has the competence. Whereas when it comes to component auditor, we did not carry that clause. We excluded and said, if you are a chartered accountant, I'll accept it as it is. I think it doesn't sync all of them together. I think that's the other point we need to keep in mind, because when you have a framework, you have to apply it uniformly. That's the second point. The third point is consolidated financial statements today are the primary financial statements, whether it's investors and even bankers have started relying on consolidated financial. While they look at standalone for credit limit setting and all that kind of stuff, but still they look at the group level financial statements. But investors invariably look at only group financial statements, and consequently at the group level, the auditor has to take responsibility for all the components of the group and cannot say that parent I'm taking care, rest of it I'm doing an arithmetic addition. That doesn't work. The fourth is investors rely only on that, and management, audit committee, board, all of them are responsible. And with PSUs and PSU banks and insurance exempt, my own assessment is there will be some impact on the small, medium audit firms practitioners, but that impact considering the overall long-term benefit of quality and economic size and more investment and more confidence on finance statement, that trade-off is a trade-off which is worth to be considered. The fifth is, this is a very serious issue, and I'm sure that Desikan will have this problem. I will also have this problem. All of us have this problem where we have the we have holding companies at the top. We have the promoter holding companies at the top. If you take company like Bajaj, Bajaj has the holding company, which is an unlisted company, which is a listed company. But for many of us, the promoter companies are unlisted companies. And in the unlisted companies, private limited companies, where there is just share capital and investment in this company, group companies, that particular company, typically an accounting firm is not an accounting firm which has huge teams and capacity. Those accounting firms are people who have very niche specialized knowledge on taxation aspects, FEMA aspects, company law aspects, and they serve as confidant of the promoters. So that's the kind of audit firms you have at the promoter holding company level. And the subsidiaries are all operating companies, which are large operating companies, which are market cap of 30,000 crore, 10,000 crore, 50,000 crores. And these are audited by firms which are very large firms. So now imagine there is this promoter company, small audit firm who has 7 people firm, proprietary firm, or 2 partner firm. And below you have these which are controlled entities, market cap 30,000 crore, 50,000 crore companies. And that entity, audit firm, will become a member of the parent company group auditor, because you're consolidating at his level. So that's a group level. So imagine this small firm of 7 partners or 2 partners with 20 staff, and then you have this large audits over there, and you tell that you listen to what I say. No, just enjoy all of that experience. We'll all see that hope. But there, I'm sure the principal shareholder, the CFO, the other audit committee members will ensure that there is a good working relationship which gets established. That's why I tell this standard is less to do with auditors. It's more to do with the industry, because we have a time pressure like every quarter, before 20 days, before 25 days, and every time audit committee will tell, next time you should report 2 days before. So you have to do it until it comes to 15th date. They'll keep pressurizing every time that you have to do it. And there are reasons also why that needs to be done, because it stops the trading days, reduces the trading days of the stock. So many reasons are there. So that pressure will always be there. So with that kind of a pressure, ensuring the seamless kind of a working is going to be a difficult one. And unlike many jurisdictions where component auditors are not mandatory, in India it is mandatory. So many people feel, since that audit is mandatory, why don't we acknowledge it and just accept it as it is? And audit committees and boards, this is a very important point actually. The small, medium firms, many of them feel that with this SA 600 revised, the parent company auditor will insist that these auditors have to be removed and only we should be appointed. I think it is a far-fetched assumption, because I don't think the audit committees or the boards will just accept it and say that just because you want to do those components, we'll replace them and all. We will all encourage only for them to work together, and they will not acknowledge and tell that by removing an existing auditor, you are acknowledging that he is not competent. I don't think any audit committee is going to take that kind of a step. So they will all see how the component auditors, if required, if scaling up is required, how they will scale up and all. So the fear that they will be removed and all, they'll be asked to remove. I'm sure audit committees will stand their foot and say that they're good auditors. And when rotation happens, when you leave, I require another firm to step in who knows the entire group. So people will try to manage with 3-4 auditors and not say that only one person will do all the 30 companies in the chain and all. It's very unlikely to happen. While people have a concern on that, but I don't think at least well-managed companies will not go that particular path. And there's a good potential for capacity building in this context. Many of the component auditors, probably when you work with other audit firms, the documentation procedures, etc., you get an opportunity to improve upon yourself. And this particular one point we have to remember in India, which is unfortunate is the equivalent of NFRA, rest of the world deals only with listed companies. In India, when we were supposed to make noise, we missed out. And NFRA today deals with listed companies as well as unlisted companies. It doesn't happen elsewhere. PCOB in US, people keep quoting PCOB, but that deals only with listed companies. It doesn't deal with unlisted companies. But unfortunately in India, it deals with unlisted companies, 500 crore capital. What is 500 crore capital? Hardly 50 million. 50 million is the capital. And so many businesses get covered. So, but that's one part. Hopefully, if government can address that, that can make life a little easier. And also we need to understand there are many Indian MNCs where Indian companies like Bharti having operations in Africa, operations Sri Lanka. So many companies have activities there. So all along, global MNCs having operations here, that auditor gives you instructions and you follow. Now it's a power for you. With revised SA 600, I can tell the auditor of the UK subsidiary, I can tell auditor of the African subsidiary that I need to get work done in this particular way. So you are actually building capacity for Indian firms to go and engage with the audit community elsewhere in the world. You need to look at it from that perspective also, what implications it has. Audit fees is another subject which I think audit committees generally have to be very empathetic. My view, currently audit fees are extremely low. I'm sure Desika and all of us will agree on this. But unfortunately, we are unable to increase audit fee because when you get the quotations or proposals, always the proposal comes for a fee which is less than the previous auditor fee. So when you have a proposal from an established firm coming like that, how would you go and say that I will give you an extra fee? It becomes, I've experienced this. I've experienced it without exception. I've seen every time proposal comes like that. They look at the last audit fee figure in the last annual report and the quota figure, which is 10% lower than that. So what do? You can't voluntarily say, go take more fee, you have that particular problem. So I think somewhere the ecosystem needs to change. Audit firms hopefully should get consolidated. Parent audit committees, there should be capacity building. I just want to conclude with this point number 16 and then leave the floor to you. One is like in, if you look at the very human psychology, no disrespect to anyone, pardon me if I'm saying this. I've seen accounting firms. I've been in practice myself for about 9 years. For practicing chartered accountant, they have this fancy for name. My name should be there in the firm's name. So I join a firm grows, I also contribute. After some time, my name is not there, only his name is there. That's been a bigger, very big concern in terms of capacity building. The same in the context of this audit also, group audits. Only group auditor name will come. The remaining auditor's name will not come. So that is one of the big concern in this SA 600. People are hesitating to tell, but that's one of the concerns. We can easily solve it by telling that publish those names. What is there? You have to put only in one page, you have to put the auditors of components. You do not refer to the report. At least you can put the names and say that, okay. So people will tell that I am also doing auditor for one subsidiary of TVS Motor. So in his profile, when he talks, he says, I'm auditing TVS Motors subsidiary. So that's a different part. But at least so for people, that's important. You can add that. So that's one way to address that capacity concerns which are there. You can allow that. Currently, it does not allow. So we can consider that. Second is, as audit committees, we should encourage at least 20-30% of the entities. If I have 10 entities, maybe some 2-3 entities, let it be audited by other audit firms. That will be capacity building. So when this rotation happens, these guys can step in there. These guys can step in there instead of getting somebody afresh. So that way, some of the concerns which the other firms have, those concerns can also be addressed. We all can't put this through a regulatory process, but at least we can have market development practices which can happen here. That will take care of many of the concerns which the practitioner chartered accounting firms have. And like IRDA and all, IRDA has put restrictions saying that you can audit only one insurance company, only one life, and between two audits, you require a cooling period and all. So some kind of restrictions, quantitative restrictions can be brought in if people feel that they'll be cannibalizing, because quality is important. So we should not sacrifice quality because of these reasons. So these reasons, you should solve it differently. we should solve it differently. And there probably the regulator can come and tell. If some audit firms are getting removed because of the standard, the regulator should step in and say, look, this behavior is not acceptable. Like we had situations of auditor resignations and all. So some similar kind of a mechanism can be brought in that will address the concern. Because the repeated point I'm trying to highlight to you is SA 600 revise is about quality. The concerns are about whether the smaller firms or the other firms will get cannibalized. Instead of compromising quality, look at how to solve this particular issue. So these are some solutions which are there. And if these can be taken care, hopefully the revised SA 600 can come in a better form. They are planning to come from 1/4/26. I think it's a little early because capacity building takes time. Because by the time government notifies all that stuff, maybe 1/4/27 could be a better one. So people will start preparing it because you also need to find a mid path to give confidence to the stakeholders. So thank you all. I thought I'll give you 15 minutes, but only 10 minutes left now. So over to you, all of you. How do you foresee the revised 600 influence governance and risk management industries with complex governance? I expect it to improve. As I mentioned in one of the points, there will be the accounting firms in India. If there are subsidiaries or branches outside, there are opportunity to engage with those audit firms, learn those practices and improve. And they will also get greater confidence on the work which is happening there. So it should be positive. How will the revised SA 600 impact responsibilities and collaboration between group auditors and component? I think it will be friction. It will be friction. It's not going to be easy. I give you a very simple example, and I'm sure all of you are living that. I have lived that. I have lived that, where I had a situation where I had the auditors, they would not allow me to add a comma. And if in the schedule 6, if it was written as capital D, they wanted here also capital D only. If I put small d, they will not agree. Research and development, if it is capital D, they want small d only. I've come across auditors like that. So those kind of frictions will always be there. And typically, don't get me wrong, most of us here, as accountants, people, we think information is ours and we want to rule the company keeping the information like this. So we decide whom to give what information. That's a very common behavioral trait all of us have. I have been no exception. I have been no exception in the past. Now probably with all the lost hair, I'm different. But otherwise, when I was young, I was no different. You try to keep that information and say that you come to me, I will decide how much to give. So that's how the whole thing works. Now, with group auditors, component auditor, friction will be there. Like it, don't like it, it will be there. So the ability of the senior people, the CFO audit committee, to ensure that there is a harmonious working, coordinate those meetings and ensure people don't take opposite positions, information flow is seamless, that work will take time. I'm not expecting a frictionless environment. There will be friction. We need to be prepared for that. So at least you should be happy you have one more extra work to do. So then what key challenges CFOs face in ensuring compliance, blah, 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 how they proactively prepare. I think I've more or less covered this. So over to you, gentlemen and ladies. Yeah. Oh, scan. Okay.
With the new SA 600 that's being proposed, wouldn't the companies find it easier if they hire an auditor where the component auditor is also, the same as the group auditor?
Yes.
So this could become actually a challenge, right? So
yes and no, I would say. Yes and no. Because as a parent auditor, I would always like to, as an auditee, I'd always also like my parent auditor to be under check. So typically, we all have this divide and rule principle, which is there. So you'd also.
no, because sometimes the companies would have to also resolve be part of, resolving the differences.
Which one is a better one? You do a trade-off, which one is a better one. But lighter things apart, I think what is important is people come with different expertise and also different rotation cycles. I'll give you a very simple example. Let's say, for example, TVS motor. And you have this TVS reality, which is there. I don't know, it's a subsidiary associate. I don't know what it is. Now, the parent company auditor may not have expertise to audit a real estate business. So those cases, I necessarily need to have an audit firm who has experience of auditing a real estate industry. Similarly, they could have a NBFC as a subsidiary. So parent company auditor may not have that expertise. Or even if he has an expertise, there are RBI rules which say that you can do only so many NBFC audits, so many banks. So there are those constraints which are there. I think the system will take care of ensuring that there are multiple audit firms. And I think people will look at bringing them together. I don't think people will change a component audit because of the standard. Maybe they'll use this excuse to tell you are not responding on a timely basis, your quality is not good. Maybe they will use this excess, but I don't think people will do it so blatantly. And as I told you in point number 16, I only hope the regulator steps in to ensure that audit committees and managements don't go overboard in pushing through the parent auditor down and replacing them. I hope it doesn't happen.
I just want to tell that even the
Yes,
SA 600, which is prevalent now, was not being followed properly in practice.
correct. That's what NFRA,
That is why NFRA is agitated.
that's what NFRA is saying.
So they want to make it very clear, black and white. Somebody has to take the responsibility, because I've been involved in such audits and I know how it goes.
Sir, all of us know, sir. No, sir, but sir, lighter things apart, I think we should understand all of these are about maturity over a period of time, sir. I don't think, see, if you look at the business environment in India and the regulatory environment, the way it operates, it's not an easy one as well. And if you look at the kind of reporting, disclosures, they're completely different compared to the rest of the world. It's not easy as well. So I think we shouldn't get to a prejudgment that the quality has been bad. People have done the best in the circumstances. I think that maturity is happening. I'm sure 10 years from now, will be a far better, more confidence-giving kind of a set of financial statements will be there. So in fact, I've seen global companies, sir, and I've seen domestic companies. And with due respects to all the global companies, most of our company audits, maybe because my exposure is largely South India, my exposure is largely the TVS group and all the kind of stuff. I would say qualitatively, our audits and financial statements are very good compared to many parts of the world. Many times we tend to belittle it actually. We tend to take it easy. Self-criticism is good, but it should not go to the extent of saying that it's bad. You know, there is always scope for improvement, but globally it's no great saint. It's no great task.
Hi, sir. I'm Prateek. Slightly away from SA 600, but since you brought the topic of NFRA, I'm asking this. On a governance or a policy perspective, when we think about the country and how it goes, now NFRA purely focuses on these listed companies and also unlisted companies, and maybe the public sector entities are kept out of the way, maybe because CNAG is there. Now, given that perspective, when CNAG being a government department, may be bound to corruption or whatever it is, because they do their own audits under the CFOs. Is it on a policy perspective, should we think of a way where NFRA takes over the work of CNAG also and these things and all that?
No. You should cut that idea at the bud itself.
Maybe why that perspective comes to you?
No. That idea should not even be discussed.
Okay.
I think each regulator has a different role. CNAG role is different. Regulator like RBI, SEBI and IRDA role is different. NFRA role is different. NFRA has two roles. One is with reference to being a recommendatory body for what standards need to be notified. The second is disciplinary action for a reason that you can't have the body who is setting the standard. In fact, today by law, institute is the standard setter. Standard setter. The recommendation of NFRA notified under law, but otherwise the standard setter by law, Companies Act is only the institute. So you can't have the same person regulating themselves. And globally, from ease of doing business ranking, one of the prerequisites was, do you have an independent accounting regulator who's a member of the International Forum of Independent Audit Regulators? So that was the requirement. So that is what triggered NFRA and things. What triggered NFRA is not institute being whatever you like to hear. It is because there was a need to improve on the ease of doing business ranking, because there is a need to become member of IFR, because you need to have an independent accounting body. That's how all of this has happened. I think there's space for all of us to coexist. C&H has a very specific role. That's very specific. Yes.
Yeah. Sir, specific to this NFRA and CA controversy and that is going on, what NFRA initially has actually told, based on what I have seen from the media, is it's generally applicable only to 1.8% of the entire population of the companies. Say around 17 lakh companies are there, citing the NSE data and other things, CMA data, etc. And even if you take NFRA control over 25,000 not companies, it is coming to only 7,000 companies, of which 80% are actually handled by very small and medium-sized accounting firms. Very few, 50 to 60 companies only come under the purview. I don't think why such a huge voice or noise is being made about this. So your comments on that.
So statistics are statistics. There is what is called lies, damn lies, statistics. Yeah, that's the first sentence in everything. So you can present it the way you want, but I think it's about economic value of those 17 lakh companies. Out of the 17 lakh companies registered in MCA, the operating companies are hardly 60, 70,000. So many of them are inoperative or asset holding companies and those kind of things. So you have to take statistics based on the actually operating companies which are there. And it's like the CA results. So people tell pass percentage is 4%, but the point is the remaining 96 never prepared for the exam. So it's 100% pass result, you know. So like that here also it is a case. But lighter things apart, I think we need to understand that there is a body who has put their sweat over 75 years as a voluntary body pulling own resources, own time to get the profession to where it is. I think basic wisdom demands that you collaborate and do well. And nobody is objecting to anything. Each one of them have space. You have to just work together and do it. In fact, if this idea of accepting banks was there, I think Institute would have done it on their own long time actually. So I think their bigger concern for Institute was the branch auditors of banks and all. If the central statutory auditor does, how will that work? They were more disturbed on that actually. So if this solution was there, my view, Institute would have done it long back, because rest of the companies, as those percentages say, it's not really very material, In fact, whether it is his entity, my entity and all, today for me at least, it's a common auditor I have, but even if I were to have other auditor, I don't think I will struggle much on that side. Not happen.
Thank you. Thanks.
Sometimes it's emotional, sir. We have to, it's like the name in the firm, you know. People want the name in the firm of the audit firm. Like that, these are little emotional ones. They're less to do with objectivity there.
So we just have one question on digital that we were saying. No, we try to encourage people coming on digital. So one question has come. So I don't want to discourage that person. The name is not given. The question is, in case of group companies within a group, how would this principal and component audit apply? In case of group companies within a group, how would this principal and component audit apply?
And because the person has the digital question, the person will be sponsored for travel to TVS Motor House. So on his behalf, I'm committing. So either he can pick up the bill or I'll pick up the bill. Okay, fine, no problem. So coming back here, so there would always be some groups. Like for example, my own organization also has that. And I'm sure he will also have. There is a listed company here, operating company, who will have 3-4 subsidiaries. So there's one consolidated financial statement here. And then there is a promoter holding company, or it can be another operating company also. So where all of this will fold into that. So I don't know who's asked the question, that this will again fold into that. So that entity, again, the same group audit principles will apply. So for this person who is at the top, this group auditor will be part of the engagement team. The problem is you are not auditor anymore. You are part of an engagement team. So psychologically, he has to say that being part of an engagement team, somebody should not say like I'm an employee or you should treat that I'm there. So how the auditors work together harmoniously is what we need to see. So those situations are very, very common, very, very common. Okay. So thank you once again and thanks to this.
Thank you, Mr. Vijay Kumar. So passionately driving this entire session. May I request Group Captain Vijay Kumar, Mr. T.G. Suresh, and Mr. Gopal Desikan to come and present a memento to Mr. Vijay Kumar, please. I think he's kept us the interest alive, even though, you know, it's lunchtime. So I think we should give it up to him. Lovely, lovely. And there's one, one more memento from PKS. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was end of session 3, and we are now ready to break for lunch. So we have to be back at 1:55. I'm sure you'll enjoy a good lunch that has been spread out for you. Please enjoy your lunch. Thank you so much. Let's be back at 1:55. Yeah, thank you. So we are moving on to the next session, which is again a very, very special and an interesting session. Cash flow optimization, a CFO's guide to sustaining growth and economic challenges, amid economic challenges. So to drive this session, we have Mr. S.V. Krishnan, is whole-time director and global CFO, Redington Limited. May I request Mr. Krishnan to take his place on the dais, please. May I have the AV of Mr. Krishnan, please?
Mr. S.V. Krishnan is the whole-time director and global CFO of Redington Limited, with extensive experience in financial management, strategy, and risk compliance. He played a pivotal role in Redington's growth, including its 2007 listing in India. Prior to joining Redington, Mr. Krishnan held key financial leadership roles at Ashok Leyland, demonstrating strong leadership and cross-functional collaboration skills.
May I now invite Mr. Krishnan to share his thoughts with the delegates, please.
Okay, thank you. And first of all, I need to thank Mr. TGS and Captain for inviting me to this session. I am conscious, I hope that's not conscious from the organizer's perspective, that this is a post-lunch, within quotes, graveyard session. And if I look at the agendas for the day, there are topics like digital transformation, the new accounting standard norms that are coming up. But this is an area, cash flow, which I'm sure as finance professionals, each one of you had gone through for years in your day-to-day job. I need to admit I'm nervous how I am going to keep you awake. Yeah? Okay. So, cash flow, while, food is important for us, the cash is highly important for success running, and if I may say, even survival of a business. It so happens that, we take this for granted. Anything which is fundamental, as we get used to that model, we assume this will exist forever. But if you study various, even large corporations that had gone belly up in various situations, various time periods, you will find a connecting link majorly that there is a mismanagement of cash flow. There is no proper focus on the cash flow. Had that been in place, maybe they would have continued as we speak now. So, my only submission and request, I will also be taking you through on some of the slides on the same topic. This is something which is fundamental as to how veins are required, blood is required. It's like a DNA for an individual. Cash need to be there for any organization. And it is our responsibility as finance leaders to make sure this is properly nurtured and protected, which ensures the survival of the organization. How should I navigate? Any business leader or an entrepreneur, if you talk to, there are certain premise which I'm sure each one of you will be able to relate to, that you would have heard from the constituents. The profits are far more important than anything else. Profit is the key. If you make profit, the company is successful. If you grow profit, the company is regularly successful. If it's not successful. While I'm not discounting anything, but let's move on. If you are making consistent profit, financial health is ensured and secure. I'm growing year on year. My customers are happy. What else this thing I need to do? I'm sure that the company is going to exist forever. I have invested in a state-of-the-art facility, and I feel the future is mine. The capital structure is properly there. We have enough capital, and I have far more debt capital, which is the cheapest mode of raising capital. So what else is required to make sure that the shareholders' wealth is ensured? I measure the senior management team just on simple metrics, either the revenue growth or profit growth or both. These are standard common statements we keep hearing from various constituents. Is this true or is this a myth? If it's not true, not entirely true, what is this, fail-safe method that enterprises need to ensure that they are able to continue for a long period of time? This is what various business leaders and the thought leaders have been saying. This is what Warren Buffett has said. He said cash flow is important for him to assess the intrinsic value of any asset. And he also says he makes investment because there is cash flow. I need to tell you here, not many would know outside, 15 plus years back, Berkshire Hathaway, the firm, being run by, Warren Buffett, was evaluating an investment in Reddington. Did not go through because he felt, and his next in line by name Arun Jain had said, we are not able to see consistent cash flow in the business model.
And sorry, we are not ready to invest, but I need to tell you, the same Berkshire Hathaway made a bid for one of our global competitors many years later. Assume Warren Buffett had invested in Reddington that time, it would have been his first investment in in India. And this is about 15, 16 years back. And that decision was primarily taken because he had felt the business model does not automatically lend itself to a free cash flow all the time. Richard Branson, very, very interesting statements. He says, this is the lifeblood of any business. And he also says, a business cannot survive if it has not enough cash flow. And then finally, a business can have high profits, but still it will have, if it has challenge in the cash flow, it cannot be a successful business. Steve Jobs, only through cash flow investment in the future can get ensured. These are statements from wise people, experienced business leaders. For Jack Welch, of the three important metric on which he drives, he drove the company, the financial metric in that was cash flow. Michael Dell says, you can't drive a vehicle by looking at the speedometer. You need to ensure that you have sufficient fuel, right? And similarly, I can go on and on. Every business leaders, every financial experts had very clearly, categorically had said, cash flow is supreme. If they need to make a choice between multiple metrics, cash flow, it would come on the top. It doesn't matter whether it is a startup concern, small organization, medium organizations, large corporate, conglomerates, multinational, homogeneous market. Now, let's get on with what is this cash flow all about. Let's understand what are all the different terms that are there, how these are interlinked, which is important, which is next down the order. If there is a challenge, how should we manage these cash flows? Just some basic metrics. I'm aware many of you are experts in this, but this will set the context in terms of what we are talking about, and then we can get on with what we would want to do. First is the cash profit, right? So the profit that we make in cash, simply it is, the book profit plus any non-cash item is basically the cash profit. This gets changed every day, right? You may say, I'm not preparing the books every day, but as the business transaction happens, the cash profit in the business, it changes. So if you start monitoring your bank balance, you will know, subject to various elements, adjustment that you need to do, what is the cash profit that you make. Second, the cash flow from operations or operating profit. Here, you need to add the changes to the working capital. If you are taking a period, the opening working capital vis-a-vis the closing working capital, the change, if you adjust, it will give you what is the operating cash flow. This operating cash flow, it tells you on the day-to-day running of the business, how is the cash flow movement? Is it healthy, not healthy? And for what period of time. This takes you to the next cash flow, which is investing cash flow. This doesn't happen every day. This doesn't change every day. The first two, the cash profit and the operating profit changes every day because it is to do with the rhythm of the business. The investing cash flow is more to do with you buying a property, divesting a property, buying an asset, creating a business facility, infrastructure. This happens maybe a couple of times in a year, but you need to have a line of sight. What is it? When are you going to invest? What is the amount? Or when are you going to get the sale consideration? So this is something which will help you to plan for it. all these, and this takes you to free cash flow. So the operating cash flow adjusted for investing cash flow gives you the free cash flow. This free cash flow is what every constituent calls it as cash flow in general. If you need to evaluate a company for a period of time, what is being spoken about as cash flow is this free cash flow. And this free cash flow can have surplus or also can have shortage. This need to get bridged. How it will get bridged? That's the financing capital. That's the financing cash flow. That you will bridge it in the form of raising capital, raising loan, or you repaying the capital or giving dividend in all those forms. If you adjust for this, what you get finally is a change in the cash position that's there for a given period, right? Here is where the source that we will be ensuring during the financing this cash flow period, it cannot be vary. There has to be a specific model that should be in place. So you have to understand whether the cash flow shortage or excess, is it short term? Is it medium to long term? Is it sustainable? Then the sourcing has to be in that form. If it is short term, then there are short term loans. If it is medium to long term, or that's the way it is going to be, for the foreseeable future, it can only get bridged either through a long term loan or equity capital. So this basically is the model as to what are all the elements, how these are related, and if there is a shortfall, how should we manage this? What is a success mantra to ensure that these cash flow is properly in place and we are focused right? First and foremost, internalize and socialize that cash is the king across the organization. This is something which is very important. I can just give you an example. Redington today is a $11 billion company. It's about 90,000 crore turnover for last year. At any point in time, we have about 15 to 16,000 crores money invested in the business across about 40 markets. For us, internally, go and talk to any constituents, the business or the sales and other key leaders. I have my colleagues here, this thing amongst you. They all will tell you that this is very clearly internalized. It's internalized in the form of how do you use the working capital? Because in our business, about 96-97% of the capital is in working capital. So the easy metric to track is how much working capital do you use? Each one in the organization tracks it. His performance is evaluated basis how he or she does in that segment. So it has got internalized. Only if it had got internalized, some of this can get driven. It cannot get driven from the top all the time. Amongst various metrics, we say profits, revenue, hygiene of the balance sheet, or various ratios, return ratios, gearing ratios. What is important? What will give you the comfort? Not the only comfort, but comfort that directionally you are right is the positive cash flow. If everything else is a tick mark, here you have a challenge. Be rest assured that you will come to a situation where you will say have only 5, 6, 10 months of cash burn. You have to have projections. One is tracking cash flow as a status update on a particular day. Second is you need to project the cash flow for a given period so that you have again a line of sight as to how things are going to unfold, when you should organize what type of funds, and then you can start negotiating and then sourcing at whatever optimum terms that are possible. So this has to be in place for a given period. Normally what is advised by financial experts are 4 rolling quarters. You may say 12 months. right? But some constituents, some businesses might say, mine is a seasonal business. I cannot the thing project it for a year. The barest minimum is for a quarter. Any organization, small or big, if they say, I don't know for the next 3 months, what is the cash flow position of our company? That's something that's not appreciable at all. As I've said, internally, you have to make sure there should be ways and means of goaling individuals on the cash flow in some form. As I've said, it can be as a working capital component, it can be basis the collections, but you need to have some metric of the internal business leaders to get linked to the cash flow. And what is important is also if your profits are lower. If your profits are higher, then you can do modifications in the business as it goes. If it is lower, lot more discipline is required to make sure your cash flow is in a proper position. Similarly, if your business is highly capex oriented, or if it is highly working capital oriented, again it requires you to plan in a very disciplined form so that you are ready. If for any reason you get into a challenge, there are various ways in terms of addressing this. You can say, I would want to collect from my customers faster. I would want to delay, or I would want to negotiate better terms with my suppliers, or I would want to liquidate the inventory as fast as possible. I can tell you this is something that we had learned in the business. If there is a channel partner, if there is a customer who sells consistently at a loss, it's a very clear indication of his cash flow challenge. Because he wants to make sure he get the cash. It doesn't matter at what price he sells and whether he is making enough profits or not. So, you have to ensure if there is a challenge, some of these actions are complementary. You have to decide what is good at that point in time, but make sure that cash shortage is not visible. I'm not sure how many of you would have gone through a cash flow crunch in the organization. I can tell you it is a nightmare. I know a lot of finance leaders who had said, I want to move into an organization of this type only because I don't want to get into this challenge. Right? And it is our own creation as finance leaders. We are here to advise, caution the management as to what is right, what is not right, and what is the Lakshman Rekha beyond which things cannot get allowed. If that governance is in place, I'm sure that situation would not have happened. How can we on a steady state basis optimize the cash flow? I think this is something which is fundamental and we need to ensure in our own way, day in and day out. Break down each smaller components as possible, but the barest minimum is the working capital components of how much inventory you have, how much AR you have, how much AP you have, how much free float you need to have. All this need to get defined and then planned. If you are present in multiple markets, do it by markets. If you have multiple business verticals, do it by business verticals. If you have multiple branches, do it at the branch level. As minute that you can go, then the planning and operational effectiveness can be better. And in aggregate, even if one or two or couple of units goes wrong, it doesn't disturb the entire scheme of things. I'm just giving you again an example from Redington. Redington deals in 40 markets. We have about 230 plus brands. Within each brand, you say HP, you say Apple, you say Cisco, each one has multiple product categories. Apple has an iPhone, Apple has an iPad, Mac. So, our profit center, our monitoring of every metric up to the level of working capital, each of the component of working capital is at this level. So there is a Saudi Arabia, which in Saudi Arabia, there is an Apple iPad business. Within that Apple iPad business, while I have revenue and everything on the P&L, I also know how much AR is there, how much inventory is there, what is the norm, am I within that, am I outside of it. That allows you to plan it better, right? Because you know where there is an exception and where you need to monitor. Next, always keep forecasting. That forecast will give you a perspective about how things are going to be, and you need to bring in lot of business elements. As I've said, seasonality, January 20th, all of us know there is a big world event that's going to happen. That's a different gorilla by itself, right? How prepared are we? Right? So these elements need to be brought in so that we know what can be the step, plan A, plan B, etc. Seasonal business like an agriculture, sugarcane, or it can be tourism. So there are peaks, there are troughs. How do you plan for the cash flow during this peak period? And how is it when there are challenges in terms of demand? Another advice, while I'm sure this is a debatable point, many constituents will say this leads to inefficiency, but you also need to be prepared for a black swan time, right? You don't know in what form it will come, when it will come. There is a COVID moment, right? All of us faced in the month of March 2020. What this means? We didn't know how that will unfold. While it is a history today, at that point in time, we really did not know how this will unfold. And each one of us, as organizations, have faced these situations, right? So it's important you create a contingency amount and then be sure some of these exigencies are handled through the contingency reserve. How should we navigate the challenging environments? There can be liquidity crisis. The global financial crisis that happened in 2008, as I've said, COVID, everything got shut. Again, if I need to take an analogy of Reddington, as I've said, imagine 15,000 crores of money, either in inventory or receivable from about 38,000 channel partners spread across 40 countries as far as Nigeria, Morocco, Algeria, Turkey, etc. How would we plan if there is a lockdown? How would we plan if there is a shutdown for a couple of months? Which customer is going to pay me? Right? This was a moment which allowed you to plan better. And these type of liquidity situations will keep coming. We did not know that Bangladesh government will get toppled in a few weeks' time. We did not know Syria will get toppled in a week's time. How prepared are we? Right? We knew having businesses in these places, at a point in time, you will have a 50, 60, $100 million money struck. How would you take it out? What happened in Sri Lanka, all of us know. What happened in Pakistan, all of us know. Right? I'm talking economically. How do you prepare yourself? And this is a management by itself. Yes, we have managed it, but that doesn't guarantee that we will be able to manage it in future. That requires a meticulous planning. How can we do that? So on the Reddington example, as I've said, at that lockdown moment, we sat. We were talking about how should we manage this situation. First, we said 3 months of our regular expenses, we will keep it in a bank deposit. Even nothing happens, for 3 months we are able to run the show. Beyond 3 months, we don't know, we will see it as it comes. Next, we said we will borrow all our limits from the bank. It doesn't matter if there is a negative carry. So there was a team that was put in place to make sure that whatever borrowing that we can do from the bank so that we are able to pay the vendor. Would an Apple or a HP be willing to not collect on time? We thought they may insist. So we had also prepared for the cash. We also negotiated with our vendors for extended credit terms. As it was a global situation, we did find many of the suppliers, many of the brands did agree for it. Similarly, we also took effort to collect the invoices, the invoice outstanding from our customers well ahead of time or on time. All this, it clicked fortunately for us. We have not had a day of cash flow challenge even during those 2-3 lockdowns, which were in varied degrees across various countries. And these are some moments which will help you to understand how meticulous you are in terms of planning for some of these exigencies. Similarly, interest rate hikes, what we had seen in the last 2 to 3 years. In our Middle East and Africa business, our interest rate was sub 1% for more than decade. Sub 1%. Ours is a 1.3, 1.4% margin business. You can imagine what this would impact. That interest rate went up to about 6.25%. Right? It's now coming down, it's expected to come down, but a 6 times, 7 times increase. As we speak now in Turkey, the interest rate is 50%, 50%. You have a 1.2 billion dollar business there and you need to manage. How would you do that? So, there are interest rate cycles. You need to know if there are such situations where interest rates are going to go up, there will be tailwind if it's going to come down. If it's going to go up, how are you going to manage the show? Right? You have to go back and talk to various financial constituents and then see whether you can renegotiate some of the terms, or can you increase the number of financial products or sources so that you can make a choice and reduce the cost or the terms. This is something that we need to do on a consistent basis. Similarly, inflation. Again, the interest rate went up because the inflation was consistently higher. It doesn't come down in many places as we speak now. How would you manage those situations? You might ask, how is an interest rate and an inflation has any relevance to the cash flow? Everything will finally come to the cash flow. When we say cash flow, what does it mean? All the cash inflows and the cash outflows need to get properly managed so that there is no disturbance to the core business. That's why I said this is normally being taken for granted. And at the same time, you get the best out of that cash flow. Right? So when the inflation keeps going up, all your costs are going to go up. That require fragility in terms of managing your OPEX. Geopolitical conflicts, as I've said, in Bangladesh, in Syria. You need to have alternate methods. When do you want to wind down the business? When do you want to downsize the business? Wind down decision is easy. Exiting decision is easy. I'm sure as leaders you will know, getting into a market, getting into a new business vertical, how difficult it is. So you can't exit, right? But you should still function without less bruise. How can you do that? Is an action by itself. Similarly, there are significant slowdown in demands. How do you adjust, realign yourself? Make sure that your short-term and long-term goals are not compromised, right? You need to protect your core. You need to protect your turf. You cannot lose the market share. You can't say, I am losing market share because I'm not able to maintain the business profitably with sufficient cash flow. So the fragility is highly important in volatile environments, and we just need to, as finance leaders, we need to be prepared, because what happens on a steady state basis is taken for granted. Our role, our importance comes in when there are disruptions, when there are one-offs. There are some large transaction that's there. and the business leaders want money. At that point in time, to go and source for the money is more a reactionary approach. How do we preempt that? Ensure that we have multiple sources and then we are able to execute when there is a need is the crux. Finally, just to summarize, please remember, we always top line is vanity. We all keep talking about what is this company's revenue, that company's revenue. It's vanity. Bottom line, the profits are sanity. It is better, but that's not the end of all. The reality is cash flow. In other words, in a cricketing analogy, revenue is like a rubber ball. You drop it, it will come back faster also. The profit is like a cork ball. It can come back, and definitely not fully, but it can come back a bit slowly. The cash flow is like a glass ball. If you drop, it's dropped once and for all. You are not going to get it back. Thank you. Over to you for questions.
If there are any questions, you could just scan the QR code and please send it. There are already some questions online. First, let him take that.
What role does technology play in the cash flow optimization, and how can CFOs leverage digital tools to enhance forecasting and decision making? Interesting questions. In fact, this is something that in the new technology world, we all need to be aware of and be focused on. See, as I've said, the cash flow forecasting is something which is fundamental. All the businesses, I was meeting someone who said, our business is 50 years old. And someone said, our company is 130 years old. There is a lot of history to every organization. Where are we capturing this history? Where do we observe the trends, the patterns to derive a decision-making principle? I think it's very important. How did a customer behave? How did a business function? How did a branch behave? How did a branch manager behave? All this information, the past data is there in the system. And there are a lot of predictive analysis that are possible in the new scheme of things, big data analytics. So you will know with the current trend and the expected events that you may put into the tool, what is the expected cash flow into the next immediate period or for a longer period, and then you can decide. I mean, can I map this to a short-term loan facility from a bank, or should I need to go back to my shareholders? If you are a listed company, it's important that you define upfront what is your dividend declaration policy. You have to state how much you want to declare as a dividend, right? So how would you decide it without knowing what's going to happen in the future? So you have to calibrate some of these decisions basis what output that you get as the cash flow item. So you have to keep track of some of these technologies and tools and then see where you are. Does this answer your question, Vishnu? Yes, sir. Oh, these are online. Okay, good. Thank you. What strategies can CFOs adopt to optimize cash flow while balancing the need for investments in innovation and long-term growth? Very, very interesting question, because I need to tell you this is a constant debate that happens in the external world, even amongst the experts. Is growth important? Cash flow important? it is a simple math for us to know that even in a very mediocre business, if there is a degrowth, you will have positive cash flow. Don't get easily carried away that things are perfectly fine. At the same time, there are businesses which requires additional investments because you see growth. The metric there, so, first of all, cash flow being important is not diluted. That's something which is fundamental. Having said that, if whatever cash flow that you get from the business, which I had said, the free cash flow, if you are able to deploy for returns better than what the market would normally expect, I think you have every right to plow it back into the business and ensure growth. That's a conscious decision that you are taking at the time of dividend declaration, because you feel like there is a need for me to deploy capital to give them a better return. If it's not, I don't think we have any right to sit on that cash. You have to give it back to your shareholders. So this debate on growth and cash flow will always be there. You have to make a choice. This doesn't take away the importance of cash flow. In an environment of economic uncertainty, how can CFOs effectively manage working capital to enhance operational resilience and sustain growth? I think this was broadly covered in my deck. You have to keep planning. See, today, valuation is not on past performance. Valuation is on future performance, right? And we as leaders, we are supposed to estimate, project, and prepare a model. And that could be for various purposes. So depending on it, if you are a listed company, it's important, you need to tell your constituents how the quarter will look like, then become short term. If it is a question of you going and pitching for additional capital, and you want to give a perspective for the next 5 years, you are supposed to project for the next 5 years, right? With whatever estimate that we can do, which are within quotes the best judge estimates, you have to take a view. Bring in all the elements of surprises that you can think through. What is a very clear unknowns? Sorry, you can't, and that's where I had suggested, should you need to keep a contingency reserve, and how much need to be the reserve? That's an independent subject by itself. But for a normal business operations, it's important that you have to look at various variations that will happen and then project the cash flow so that you are very well prepared.
Thank you, sir. There's one question which has come, somebody has scanned it and sent it from here in the hall. The question is, in startup world, though there is no cash generation by business, they are getting rich valuations. Any comment on this?
This is a new world. That's why I said, if you go and talk to any startup companies, they will say, I have 6 months cash burn, I have 10 months cash burn. What are you going to do? They are at that point in time, they're blank. But the thing is, see, the rhythm of every business is different. Some are volatile business, some are in the nascent stage, can give growth in a very short period of time. It's important, you need to know where are you, and if assume you have a situation where in about 10 months it's going to be a cash burn, at least for next 10 months the business can go on a steady state. But there is a time, 2, 3, 4 months down the line, you need to start the effort in terms of making sure the fund availability is in place so that your business continues. Valuation, no compromise, and that's something that is the IP of the business, that's the purpose of the business. By nature, startups in the initial phase cannot give you a positive cash flow, but this is the way I think it needs to get managed.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I think Mr. Krishnan deserves a big round of applause for a for an upfront and a very, very thoughtful presentation that he made. May I now request Mr. T.G. Suresh and Group Captain Vijay to come and present him with the memento, please. So may I request you to accept a memento on behalf of MMA and Mr. Suresh. Ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to session 5 now. Session 5 is again a very interesting topic. CFO as a change leader in digital transformation. And to drive the session, we have Mr. Jagannathan Chakravarti, CFO, Sonata Software. So, may I request Mr. Jagannath Chakravarti to occupy his place on the dais, please. Let's welcome him with a round of applause. May I have the AV of Mr. Jagannathan, please.
Mr. Jagannathan Chakravarti is the CFO of Sonata Software, overseeing the company's financial strategy, M&A, financial planning, and capital structure. With a strong focus on business growth and governance, Mr. Jagannathan drives shareholder value through tailored solutions and automation initiatives. His expertise in financial operations and technology integration has been key to fostering sustainable, profitable growth at Sonata.
May I now invite Mr. Jagannathan to share his views, please.
Okay, thank you. Hi, good afternoon all. Thanks for inviting me for this session. It has been a long time I've been in Chennai now. After many months I'm coming to Chennai. It's very always been here all through my studies and started my career here. Always I studied with sir only as a student. So when this invitation came, I thought this is a good opportunity for me to connect back to Chennai. Been quite a while now connecting back to this old my city. Still fond memories of my city. Coming from Bangalore, I initially thought I'll join over the digital media, but then I decided let me make it happen in physical so that I can meet people also. This is a good opportunity for that. Thanks for that again. So this session is a little difficult timing. For us, the major difficulty has been handled by SVK. So he managed it quite well. With his lot of energy talk, he was able to keep you all awake and alive after the good lunch session. So post-lunch session is going to be always a difficult challenge for all the speakers. So coming to this digital transformation, how CFO plays an important role. So what do you people think? I just want to hear from you people. What is that CFO's role in the digital transformation? What do you people think? Why should CFO play a role in this? Cash flow, yes, relevant. CFO has to play a role. Governance, yes, CFO has to play a role. Accounting, compliance, business finance, everything CFO has to play a role. Value creation to shareholders, yes, CFO plays a role. Digitization, what is the role of CFO, do you people think? Why should CFO play a role in this? Anyone, please. Okay, how does money relate to digitization? You can make money without anything. There are enough of business in India where nothing is there. Still they use in the back of the envelope paper to do business and make crores of rupees, even today in India. You can run balance sheet. Excel, maximum digitization. Even today, Excel is the best form of system. What else? What is the reason? No, that's fine. Why should CFO play a role in that? CIO is there.
That is what we think. Business doesn't think so. These are our myths. We are still enabling functions. Don't have this view in mind. No, wherever money to be raised, CFO can play a pivotal role. People like our company, IT companies, we don't need money. So where is the finance role then? Business can do on their own. Most of the IT guys are very good in finance, I'm telling you. So, I want some more views. That's a very valid point. One of the valid points for us, because after the CEO, the responsibility as a KMP is one of the major role is played by CFO. So he has to ensure not only the business performs profitably, there is a governance, there is a compliance on regulations, as well he has to ensure that the shareholders' interest is protected. So CFO plays an important role. Okay. That's the point. So that's an important point. The data, business is driven by data nowadays. Without data, nothing is in the world now. So with this data is the next oil. When our new company started, they made a statement saying data is the next oil. So data is very, very key for any business now. So that major amount of data is with us. That's the reason why CFO plays a very, very important role in digital transformation of a business. Okay. So this is the key. We have to understand why finance plays a role. Other than that, don't have a myth that CFO is a co-pilot. We tell ourselves, okay, the business will know how to run themselves. So you have to make your own value creation for the business. That's a secondary thing. Definitely CFO plays an important role, but that's not the only thing. The main reason is because you are the main holder of the data in the organization, and the data is very, very key for all the digital transformation and business decisions. So let's get into that, some of the discussions on why CFO plays an important role. So I want to take the first center point here, why digitalization plays an important role in any business for that matter. Before getting into all finance operations have to be handled and all these things, before getting into that, the important part in this is the decision making in the business. So all kinds of decision making requires some amount of data. In the modern industry, any business you take, we spoke about startups, right? Many startups run completely on some amount of data. Without data, nothing is decided. I have seen many cases of decision making. Even Harvard Business Case Studies cover how intuition plays an important role in decision making, right? So that all of us have read that intuition plays an important role. Many leaders take an intuitive decisions on business. It is no more the case. Any decision making which is related to business bounding has to have some amount of data. Any decision making for that matter. I'm purposely stopping here because decision making data means all of us think that what is the revenue, what is the profitability, what is the gross margin, what is the EBITDA for the business. I think all the discussion happens on that now. It can be any other data also. I'll just give you an example. All the international companies like us, for us, the diversity, sustainability and diversity is a very important factor because most of our customers want it. If I don't have that, many customers will insist on that, and I can't do business without that. I have to showcase my diversity in all the places. If I start doing a diversity, how will I measure the diversity performance? Immediately number comes into play. So diversity has to be first not only men and women, it can be multicultural, multi-country, multi-location, anything can be diversity. So for each of these elements, we need to bring a number there and then have a plan for it. The plan will have a number, plan will have a target, plan will have a owner, plan will have a time frame. All what is measured is managed better. Famous Peter Drucker told that is what the current business is all about. There is no business decision, just a small area of diversity will have numbers into it. And any decision making in any business for that matter, without number, no decision can be taken. Simple, he was telling about cash flow, right? If some cash flow question comes to me, I want to spend $10 million as a new entity we are starting in Egypt. I want to invest $10 million there. The first question is not, I will not say yes, no immediately. Everybody knows what is required for me. The first question will be, what is the revenue? What is the 3-year plan? What is 5-year plan for you? What is going to be the margin? How much headcount we are having? Who is the customer? Who is the anchor customer for us? How much of cash flow will come? This $10 million, how many days we will run the business? So the question is, all these things have to be converted into a number. If this number is not there, then decision making doesn't happen. Even I have spent 2 decades in IT industry now, more than 2 decades now, but still I don't take a decision so easily on any of these things without numbers. Because that's a key core area. If you have to have this number or a data on this, you definitely need a digitization of the entire business process to get the data. The success of a company and the not so successful of a company depends on the digitization only. If at all, any of us in the business today in Sonata Software, if you ask us, what is the biggest challenge for you? Our IT system is not up to the mark. We are struggling. And anybody and everybody, any organization for that matter, the best of the organizations, still they say that my digitization is not enough. I'm still struggling. There is an interesting case study on this, on the digital economy. All of us know Asian Paints. Asian Paints is one of the companies who had digitized far ahead of all the companies. For example, if they want to know this 1,000 lathe tomorrow, how much is who is going to be the stockist of their paint, what color paint they want, what brand of paint they have to keep it here, how much quantum they have to keep it, they will not ask the distributor. They will decide, even the color of the paint. How? Data crunching, data management, digitization of the process. They have implemented the system some time back to have a few beautiful decision-making process in this. I was talking to somebody in this IT function in Asian Paint, and they were saying my digitization is not enough. I was thinking, then what will I say? Doing P&L, preparing financials is not digitization what I meant. What is digitization is the entire business process end-to-end has to be in the digitization, where we are able to capture all the data live. The question for us anytime comes to me is about the headcount. IT companies depend on headcounts. So any day, every day, what I look in is how many people have been added today, how many people have exited today. This is one information that has to be there with me every day basis. Because I have to keep a track of how many people we are adding, how many people are exiting. Are we having enough of bench? Because if it is not there, we will lose the business opportunity. So entire process right from hire to retire, opportunity to cash, Earlier, we used to call order to cash. Nowadays, no, opportunity to cash. Procure to pay. All aspects of the business has to be digitized. Means it should be in the flow of information system. If not, I will not be able to run this. Why is that? Headcount data cannot be right. If the hire to retire process is not in the system, I will not know how many headcounts I'm hiring, how many headcounts are leaving. Very recently also it has happened. Some time back, post-COVID impact. Somebody has resigned. They have sent the resignation in the email. Our HR team has received. They have also shared with the offshore team in email. Not in the system. It didn't go to the payroll person. "18 months, 36 payroll cycles. The guy has got salary in US. What will I say? So this is not a small money. One person has got so much of unfair enrichment. You know one thing? That guy has taken $350,000. My legal team came and said, to sue him, I need $300,000 budget. This is all the impacts of digitization. If you don't have it, you are going to pay a heavy price, hefty price. So all decision making and the financial operation alone, not HR operation also in an IT company, HR operation is very key. We need the digitization there. If it is not there, you will have problems like this. You know, in small cases of information, what sometimes digitization creates enough of troubles for all of us also, right? When government decided that all PF account has to be linked to the Aadhaar, wonderful. Lot of security, okay, fine. You know how many people could not get Aadhaar? Because they have name mismatch everywhere. For like people like me, I had a problem. My name was Jagannathan CN till I finished my CA. Suddenly it became Jagannathan Chakravarti Narasimhan later because after IT industry needs everything expanded. My Aadhaar had one, my license had one, my passport has one. It did not match. I can't get Aadhaar. If I don't get Aadhaar, I can't have PF. If the PF account is not there, how will I remit money? It has penalty. PF regulation says CEO can be arrested. What will I do?
So
It's
just
a compliance issue.
small announcement. Someone with car 7194, an Audi car, I think there's someone else wants to remove the car, sir. Just 1 minute. So please continue, please.
So these kind of digital can create trouble to us also, right? But the regulation is regulation. I have to comply with the regulation. So to meet the regulation, we have remitted the money to suspense account. You know, PF department, if I remit to suspense account, it is Gandhi's account. You can't correct it at all. The employee is jumping and PF department is not agreeing. Daily headache. If you would have done that digitization after properly validating that, there is no issue, right? All of us know when the GST was introduced, how much of reconciliation people have done. No, lot of chartered accountants started a reconciliation as a service, right? So always digitization has to be smooth and then flowing of digital happen, particularly in all the business operations. I will not say financial operations, business operations. Every aspect of business operations needs to be digitized. If not, data is not captured. If you don't capture, I said in one particular area, if digitization is not there, you bring into the system, what is the impact of it? Just one person, not for putting it in the system, costed us 300 plus 300, $600,000. Just one person. So the question is, the holistic flow of the business has to be seen in the way the systems are framed. This is where CFO plays an important role in this. The reason is because all of us have understood the internal controls, process flow. We know what is that coming in. So we should be able to design the process which is actually giving the full capturing of business transactions. If it is not there, we are going to pay a price for it. The other one important aspects to that, what I have seen is, the digital transactions can become complex also. There are enough of troubles in digital transactions, which has created enough of problems I've seen in my life many, many times. So the problematic places of digital transaction is, for example, you will have a refreshment of system happening in the midnight normally. Many places where the volume of transaction is very high, we used to have one cycle running in the midnight so that it updates all the system data from the front end to the back end. This update sometimes can create trouble to us. I've worked in at Bharti Airtel. The cycle will run at 12 o'clock. We don't know when it will run also. Normally it is 12 o'clock, it can be 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, depends on the IT person's mood that day. Anything before that and anything after that, the balance itself will be different and you will get lost in reconciling the transaction after that. So these kinds of challenges will happen in any kind of businesses for that matter. So what is happening, how it's happening, what time it's happening is very, very important. And it can create a complexity of its own. Particularly in the newer areas, what can we do with digitalization? All of us know IT, ERP, front end, middleware, back end, backup, cloud. All of us know that. What are the innovation that can come in this? We know that GenAI has come in now. It is playing an important role now in all that digitization. How can it bring the changes in this? At some point of time, GenAI can replace many of the financial accounting process for us. It is going to happen not very far away from now. It can create a challenge to all of us and many of us because it can bring a big transformation to us. As an organization, we should have the strength to know the innovation, what it can bring in and how to adopt it ahead of time. At present, we all use ChatGPT only for things which is very, very normal, basic things. I don't think any of us are still using it in a large scale. Of course, preparation of a PPT, preparation of a job description, or many questions we use that. Some analysis is possible, but it is far, far ahead of this. It has lot of features which can be leveraged by organization in a multiple ways for it. For example, we have created like a vendor creation. You have to have a PAN number, you have to have a GST number, you have to create the vendor across the global, you have to go get the backup document about him. So all these things with the basic element of scanning, the GenAI can create a vendor on its own. So this is a basic process for us. For example, for HR policy, we have a chatbot which is a GenAI-based chatbot in the teams of every employee. If you go ask any policy, it will give you the policy immediately. You put it based on your login ID, it will select which geography you belong to and what is the policy you have, and it will share the policy to you. So there are multiple usages of innovation possible with GenAI coming in. Then the costs of digitization itself can come down in the coming days. At present, it's not a cheaper option for us. It was very fancy for us, many of us, to use the word cloud, cloudifying. Everybody thought everything will be in the cloud. The world's business, about 30% of the business have gone into the cloud. But now, many companies in Europe are reversing the decision, going back to DC and having a dual mode of DC, physical DC plus cloud. For the average cost will be lesser for them. So if GenAI comes in, probably the costs of the digitization for an organization may come down. And that is what is expected, and it will take some more time for us, some more time for understanding the nuances of it and how to apply it. It will take some more time for the world to innovate that. But it can bring in a dramatic amount of cost savings. IT industry, all the coding is supposed to be replaced by GenAI. So my daughter was telling me, she just finished her postgrads in London. She was telling me, Dad, when I was studying in 6th standard, 7th standard, you used to say you have to read tables. You have to know that table, you have to know this table. Why should I know? I don't need it. I can program and find out everything. I don't need any of these things. I told her, why should you program? GenAI is going to create that for you. All in your fingertips. Will it make man intelligent or not? That's a different thing. But definitely there is a tool coming in which is going to replace everything. What was very fundamental for more than 100 years as the basic part of education, till our generation has changed for this generation. It is now more relevant now. All the formulas in mathematics, all those things done. Now the kids, you know what they do? Maths problems. They go take a Google Lens, capture the problem, and it gives an answer. They don't depend on anybody. They don't come and ask any teacher. They don't ask anyone. Just scan it with Google Lens. It gives you answer. The way the digitization has happened in the life of people have changed now. And government has been in leading trend. That's a very important thing. All of us never dreamt that a GST regulation is end-to-end digitized now. Income tax has been digitized. Everything is now digitized. Government is ahead of all the organization now. The other important point is about forecasting, right? How AI can play a role in forecasting. I want to hear how many of you are very saying that you are able to forecast the business at 98% accuracy. Can any one of you confirm that you are able to do 98% accuracy forecast now? Where is the forecast? What percentage you can say? You know, political parties, they do much ahead of us. They know the result ahead. Most of the decisions they know. One of my ex-colleagues, she was working in one of the party, national parties. Most of the decisions she knows. She knows this will be the result. Very less period of time that she has not been correct. Most of the time she has been correct. When they are able to do forecast, why not we? I still remember, it must be in 2016, I think. In one of the quarters, I'm presenting the financials, so board asked me, what is your outlook for next quarter? I said, very uncertain, I don't know. They asked me why. Because of a lot of uncertainty, I'm not able to predict. I'm not able to give a forecast. Lot of uncertain factors are playing in this. They blasted me left, right, and center. So I was fully dull. Lunch, they were all sitting together, board was sitting together. I sat separately. The ex-chairman of Coffee Day, Mr. Siddhartha, he was one of the board member. He came and sat with me and he told me this story. Again, I also have the same problem. You also have the same problem, forecasting the business. But you know the political parties, they do much, much ahead of us. So all these things happen with the digitization there. So the CFO has to drive this to ensure all business transactions are digitized, not for anybody's benefit, for our own benefit. Because we have to forecast the business. We have to ensure the compliance. We have to ensure the governance. We have to be able to say what is the risk in the business. Many people will not understand that CFO's important role is foreseeing the risk in the business. SPK was covering about various black swan events. Forget the black swan event. Even a normal flow in business, how much risk it is there? What kind of risk it can be there? And tomorrow the business can completely fall flat if you are not ready with the risk management for yourself. What is customer expectations? International customers' expectation is that you are able to give the confirmation on all the revenue related, cost related. Now no customer accepts any of these without the information in detail. I know many customers have asked, I want the salary details of all the employees. I know many customers ask, I want how did you build the invoice breakup? Or how have you been managing the margins of the business? How have you given increment to people? All these questions are part and parcels of customers' expectations now. And these are all required just 48 hours time. No customer is ready to wait beyond that. If you have to meet the customer expectation, probably you need to be much agile, much ahead of your data, and it has to be possible for people. There have been days where all these businesses will call the finance function and ask you the data. Nowadays, nobody is ready for that. The democratization of data is already there. They all have access to the data. They will take the data. So unless digitization ensure he takes the wrong data, then there is a problem. It's a very recent case for me. Recently, a customer filed a Chapter 11 for us. He's one of the major customer. And there is a meeting between our CEO and their CEO. And the account manager has taken the data and then he has presented. He has missed $500,000 of unbilled revenue. When I raised it, what? You missed the $500,000 of unbilled revenue. Then the CEO was furious. Why finance did not ensure that the system is ready? If the data is wrong and business has taken the data and acted on it, you are responsible for it. So the expectation from customer is you cannot once give the data, go back on data. It talks about the credibility for the business. And no business is easy to handle. You can question. If somebody was telling, oh, CFO is next to the CEO, yes, you can question the business. But they will also question you back. And data is wrong. They will screw you. That day is gone. All hostile situation can be there. If you are wanted to be the master, you better be master in all aspects of it. If you miss it, and no business is ready to accept mistakes so easily. And the reason for that is because there is a pressure on them, right? For performance pressure is there. They have to deliver the number. If you don't deliver the number, it's easy for us to question them and go. But they still have to deliver the number in all circumstances. improve the operational efficiency. Interesting point. That's what I was saying. Accounting function and operations functions can be replaced by AI soon. Recently, we had a study done by McKinsey. They are saying 30% of finance people are not required. Now my head is breaking how to implement it. It is easy to benchmark and say 30% of people are not required. How will I do? I have to find ways for it. All implementation of digitization, AI implementation, all this thing, it's not only the cost savings perspective. You don't want so many people there. Not only 30% of the people, 30% of the talent acquisition team not required. Ours is mainly hiring is an important function for us. 30% of them are not required. No, the one interesting case study we have brought in. A technical interview is done completely by AI. It will make assessment, you will do the coding, you do give an answer, it will evaluate and say you are yes or no to it. No judgments. It will give you straight. And a beautiful person like figure is coming in front and talking to you. You will answer, it will give you a decision, matters over, it's AI. No human beings involved. The next is going to be the HR assessment will be done by AI. With 98% accuracy, they are saying it can be done. The character of a person can be studied with these criteria. It will be very interesting to see how much it is able to do it, but there is a possibility. And all the question papers, all the answers are going to be corrected by AI soon. And for an organization, the knowledge bank is going to be maintained by AI. All financial reporting, preparation, statutory reporting, all can be done. It's not very far away. Unless we all gear up to see the impacts of this is going to definitely happen. There is a worry still that whether it is 100% right or not. No, that is actually saving all of us. Still, it is not extend to that. Still, there is some errors. Still, there some mistakes happen. So we are still saved for some more time. But what I have seen in any business operations for that matter, without AI, there is no one proposal goes to any customer. If that is the case with all the business operations, finance is also one among them. And all these things have to be driven by CFO. It can play an important role in this. And that's the truth. Whatever happens or not, I have an AA mandate on me. Because I handle legal also, it says we have implemented a AA system where you search for any one particular clause you need. You will search thousands of SOWs contracts and then get you the clause. This is what is there in this. Now it will give you a source also from where it got. Earlier it will not give, now it gives the source also. Tomorrow it can write legal contracts. And this is the reality of life. And this is what is the role of CFO has to be played. Sometime back, I do the investor meeting many a time. I used to take a laptop, have a PPT ready, all the numbers ready with me in the laptop and answers and all. Not required. Mobile is enough. You have a Power BI in that, you question in that, you create a data lake and create a Power BI from this. And then it can give you all the answers. Any quarter number. 5 years back, what was this June quarter number? 10 years back, what was the number? Everything it will give. And if A comes, it will summarize and give you a comparison. You don't have to carry anything. So going to the next point, the big data analytics. How many of you have seen big data analytics, impact of it? Have you seen anything very wonderful in big data analytics? You know which is the biggest big data analytics in the world? Any of you? Biggest big data project in the world. Aadhaar. Aadhaar is the biggest big data in the world. Government has all our profiles. It's only question of time they will take everything. The more and more you link everything, you know. They will tell you tomorrow, where are you? It's not being announced outside, that's it. Otherwise, everything can be tracked. This analytics, very interestingly, one of the customer case study, it happened. When a person goes to a shop, when I go to a shop, supermarket, it traces my social profile with my facial and then finds out who am I. Yesterday, sir called and wished me also for my marriage anniversary. I was just thinking how he found out. But now the AI system will find out. With your social profile, it can find out about you everything. Then it says, there is a marriage anniversary for you tomorrow. It will immediately say, there is an offer for this lipstick for your wife. You want to buy? Will any of you refuse? Offer specifically there. You go to a supermarket, stand before a television for 5 minutes. It will read you completely. And when you come to the billing counter, it will say, I have a 15% off on this TV. Please take it. How many of you have seen Amazon? How many of you use Amazon? The Amazon, what you see, need not be the person what he sees. You know that? Amazon does the programming live for each one of you differently. It is different for each one of you. It can be different. Each one of you, what you see as an offer, what you see as a product can be different completely. They live do programming there. And there is a stores in Seattle, very interesting store. You go pick up, put it in the basket, just walk out. No billing counter. Your Amazon Pay is debited. It does billing, everything. China is much more advanced. They do many more things than what Amazons of the world do. But still, Amazon is one live case where the website itself is different for each one of us. Live programming happens. And now they are pushing the AI driven and whatever you want, you can do this. There are interesting cases in this digitization and business, which is coming interestingly. In South Korea, if you are going and train, many people go and train in South Korea. When they get down in the platform, there will be a digital boards. They will order the vegetables in the digital board, and before they reach home, the vegetable will be in their home. We were thinking it is dream. It's happening for us now. My mom wondered when my daughter first ordered with one of the early delivery system. From my house to main gate where the shops are there, will take 10 minutes to walk. But the delivery happens less than 10 minutes. She says, why should we go? Order there only. If she is not there, she says, you also learn, order that. Everybody. So the digitization process for us is not in finance alone. Please don't think so. It is for all the areas of the businesses. You have to think digitization in every aspect of the business. Interestingly, it talks about all the transformative outcomes and all these things. You would have seen this. So I am in charge for many of the enabling function, including facility. So last time when my boss came from US, he was saying, I wanted us to be a AA organization, Jagan. Yes, sir, we are doing it. We'll do all things required. From facility perspective, think how can this be a AAR facility? I said, how? Think. A can be a seat allocation methodology. A can be face reader. A can be attendance marker. A can be anything else in the facility. So we have to see how it can be applied in all aspects of the business. So that is where the CFO role comes into an important area, because you know the business transaction end to end. Please think whatever you do, think AI first now. That's a very, very critical area at present. Anything we do, can we do use a Gen AI there? Can we have Gen AI help us to do this? I'm working on a project where, like all the analysts, investors we meet, after the meeting it gives a summary. Copilot does that. We do the recording, upload, Copilot gives me the summary. What was asked, what was answered, everything. I am pushing them, use Copilot to prepare the entire investor deck. I don't need people. And many of the small investors, Copilot can answer. I don't have to. Not far away, well, it's already halfway through. Maybe in another 6 months it should be possible. So digitalization, what it was pre-COVID and post-COVID is different. Post-COVID is complete transformation. Everything is so much transformed for us. Thanks to the government has taken the initiative for that. Thanks to the investment they have done, all of us have to think digital now in many, many aspects of it. Somebody was telling real-time financial highlights is not possible. So we are not doing a financial every day. When it was human being, yes. But with AI and digitization, that should be possible. I still remember 10 years back, my CEO used to ask second or third, what happened to the P&L Jagat? I'll say, I'm just doing the accounting, book is not closed. Give me some more time. How much is payroll cost has gone up? You say, I don't know. I have to wait for the accounting to be closed. You will say, 30th, you have paid the money, man. Money has gone out. You are coming on second and third and saying you don't know the cost. I used to surprise why he is not understanding. But that is possible now. You can get the data online every day. It is possible. I'm saying no headcount for me. Every day it comes to me. I get a dashboard every day. How many people is I hired? How many people are attrition today? Every day all over the globe I get. Because that's an important criteria for me. I have to know my core business. And the scalability part of it is a very interesting part. Many of us were thinking pipe business was the only way to do it. The platformation business, what people have got, the size of business, what Amazon and other people have grown, is only scalable because of this online system possibility. Where was Zerodha some time back? The volume of business they all do now. The amount of share transaction happens in India now. How is that possible without digitization? Every business, the scalability is very, very important because we all need a digitalization for doing this scalability. Without the system, for example, simplest system, I have suddenly scaled up 150 people in 4 months in Mexico. How will I do it? My system's all ready, so I was able to do the scalability. If not, payroll has to go, taxes have to be paid, social security has to be paid for finance itself. Then HR, hiring, facility. All things is possible because of the online system or no, systems are ready for that. That gives the scalability for any business. I'll cover only one with this, I will conclude that. This is the ROI of the system. Here we play an important. For every dollar you spend, you have to get a return. And first of all, any decision on investment in IT has to have a ROI calculation for us. If it is not there, all this, it's very fancy to say, oh, I have digitized that, I have done this, I have this, but everything comes at a cost. Investing without a return perspective in mind, you will end up in spending a lot of money and then it will all go waste. You need to have a clear-cut view on what is the return you are expecting out of it. How is that going to help the business? How it is going to give you the benefit and growth of the business means profitability. Because you are putting money ahead into the implementation of the system. Legacy system versus new system is another big problem. We all need to be very, very careful about it. If you do a legacy system and a new system implementation together, it can be a big mess. And the data has to be protected also. The other last aspect of it is data security. Now the data privacy is very, very important act, regulation and global. So very key that you have a data protection, data security, very, very important. I have personally faced that issues in my life. In my earlier company, the financial data was leaked in WhatsApp. It led into a SEBI inquiry. I have faced the heats of SEBI personally. I don't know who leaked it. It's a very important compliance requirement. Data has to be protected. One of the largest IT companies, they said, during the last 1 week before the finalization of the date, they have a couple of criteria they had. That after the quarter, within 10 days, they will close, the board meeting will be over. Because if you delay that, data can be leaked. They will not allow the people who are doing the consolidation to go home. For 4 or 5 days, they will stay in office. As a mark on a lighter note, as a mark on security, they will put up 2 security guards with AK-47 in their room in front. That will not work, that's a different thing. So these data security is a very, very important aspect of it, which can be very onerous on all of us. It's very, very risky, very dangerous also. So the last but not least, all of us are responsible to make the digitization successful and ensure that the entire business transactions are covered and you are able to get the benefit of the digitization in a fruitful manner. Without that, it is very, very risky for running a business at present. because most of the business or global business are different. As you were saying, 40 countries we are present. It can be different regulations also, which I have seen in US itself. We are there in 32 states. The regulation in each states can be different, and it's very onerous for us. So unless you drive the digitization to ensure business process is captured, please don't think business process is not only finance, it is all inclusive. Think end-to-end business, right from the day of starting of the business to end of the business. Please think on as a digitization process. Think digital first. Please don't think manual process at all. Don't think. You have to start with the digital thoughts, and that will help you to achieve the results. This I'll take for any questions. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Very, very practical viewpoints there and a lot of case studies as well. Been very enlightening session. We'll take one question due to paucity of time. This has come from Mr. Sriram, who's somewhere available here in the hall. And do you think 5 to 10 years down the line, Indian manufacturing companies too can centralize finance and accounts at a centralized level without anyone at factories? Can be centralized without anyone at the factories. Can it be done at the corporate office level? So this is a mic.
Actually, we can do this. No, this is very much possible for us. There is a perception that everywhere where the manufacturing unit is there, there should be a finance person. Need not be there at all. For example, we operate in 18 countries. I don't have any finance person in any way. Except for US, I don't have anywhere. Everything is in Bangalore. Nobody else in anywhere else. All can be done. Remotely can be done, definitely can be done. But we need that kind of a process whereby you are able to address the business requirements of the remote locations in some way. Can you not visit the place at all? Can you stay away in corporate office? Can you address all the requirements? You can, but you have to. It is an extra effort from your side to ensure the remote people don't feel that they are left out in the business. If you don't address the business requirement, then there will be a challenge for it. Even if it is a smaller job or smaller place or smaller factory or smaller entity there, you have to ensure that some amount of connectivity or some amount of meeting the business requirements are taken care in that. If it is not there, it will become very tough for us to run the business later. So now with many connectivity tools available like Teams and other things are available, you can connect with people regularly and take care of the requirement. But you need to have a methodology that it is being addressed quickly. That is the core.
Thank you, sir. So on that note, we come to the end of this session. May I now request Group Captain Vijay and Mr. T.G. Suresh to come and present a memento. Okay, Mr. Jagannath. So, ladies and gentlemen, he's come all the way from Bangalore to deliver this 45-minute session.
I'm extremely happy that I am crossed 50 now, because after listening to Jagan, I don't have to worry about it. அவர் சும்மா கிளாஸ்லாம் நாங்கள் நார்மலாக சொல்லும்போது ஒரு படத்தை பற்றி ஒரு சும்மா ஏதாவது அவர் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுவோம் ஆக்சுவலாக. இவர் சொல்லும்போது பார்த்தா ஒரு விவேட டிபேட். விசில்னு ஒரு படத்தில் வந்து விவேக் வந்து மனசில் இருக்கலாம் பேசுவோம். அப்போ ஒரு ஸ்டூடெண்ட்டை ஆர்கியூ பண்ணேன், ஏன் ஸ்டூப்பிடாக அவங்க தமிழ் படம் எடுக்கிறீங்கன்ட்டு. இவர் என்ன சொன்னார் பாருங்க, ஏதோ அமேசான் இவர் போறாராம், இவர் பொண்டாட்டிக்கு வந்து லிப்ஸ்டிக் வாங்கி கொடுக்குறான். என்னங்க? So now we criticize that it's become a reality, but anyhow, it was a bit scary also. Thank you very much.
So moving on, we go to special session 6 now, and the theme of the session is again very interesting. Evolving business, financial models, and its interplay with tax landscape. And to deliver this session, we have Mr. Pradeep Narayanan, partner, Pricewaterhouse and Company LLP. So may I have the AB of Mr. Pradeep Narayanan, please.
Mr. Pradeep Narayanan is a partner at Price Waterhouse and Company, LLP, with over 21 years of experience in tax and regulatory advisory. Mr. Pradeep specializes in international tax, M&A, entry and exit strategies, and complex tax issues. He has worked with EY and KPMG, where he led key initiatives in corporate tax and cross-border tax planning.
Thank you. May I now invite Mr. Pradeep to deliver his address, please.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I can continue. It's fine. Yeah, so good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to MMA for giving me an opportunity to present a session on evolving business and financial models and the tax interplay. Like many of us, I was also a student of T.G. Suresh, way back 20 years back. And I would most definitely say that he was one of the, person who actually motivated me to take up tax. And it's an absolute honor to make this presentation in front of him. Unfortunately, my colleague Madan couldn't make it. He had an exigency, so bear with that. Before we actually get into, what I want to cover, which is basically around business and financial models, given several trends that have emanated post-COVID era, what I wanted to touch upon was a quote that I came across, and most of you would have read this quote of Benjamin Franklin, right? What he basically said was, there are only two things which are certain in life, which is death and taxes. But the interesting twist to that was brought in by one Mr. Will Rogers. What he said was the only difference between death and taxes is that death cannot get any worse. Which I thought was very interesting because, the way the tax authorities are acting all across the world is to try to clamp on to situations or transactions and enhance the tax base. And that's what we've seen increasingly across geographies, not only India, but across geographies. In fact, there was a very recent survey that came in terms of which is the most aggressive tax jurisdiction in the world. And any guesses around that? It was not India. Any guesses around which is the most aggressive tax jurisdiction in the world? It was Australia. Right, so Australia was the tax authorities there, are trying to enhance the base in terms of taxation. They've come up with very, very drastic and regressive measures. And again, the objective of this session is to at least sensitize you around some interesting business models we are seeing. And if you come across that in your situations, in your company situations or client situations, then it's important to at least understand how the tax dynamics sort of work. So before we jump onto the models, I think one important thing that I wanted to spend some time on is around the mega trends. So PwC actually came up with a publication a couple of months back in terms of what are the key trends that is happening across the globe and why the dynamics from a business and a financial modeling standpoint is changing, right? So the first thing is climate change. We all know that governments across the world, are having a significant emphasis in terms of decarbonization. They are incentivizing companies to undertake decarbonization measures. You have CBAM taxes coming in continents like Europe, which is going to completely change the way the world is going to operate. India is also committed to a net zero commitment by 2017. So I think climate change as a theme or a mega trend is going to have a very, very important bearing in the way companies tend to conduct business. The second thing is around technology disruption. I think the previous speaker did speak about that, which is to say that you have several elements of technology disruption coming in, right from artificial intelligence, robotics, blockchain. You have something called as hierarchy biology. I don't even know what it means, but you are seeing significant trends from a technological advancement standpoint where companies are effectively reaching out to customers despite not having a physical presence, right? And tax again is going to have a very significant play as technological disruptions happen across the globe. The third thing that we see is a fracturing world, right? And this started after the advent of COVID. At least prior to that, a lot of things were very globalized. There was very easy access to markets, to countries, to customers, etc. But after COVID, there has been a pent-up, feeling of nationalism, where every country wants to create a self-reliant economy rather than looking at efficiencies that has been built across the globe. And this kind of nationalism, maybe it's a good thing in one way, but largely for an interconnected or global kind of a world, it's not a great thing. But a fracturing world and the policies thereon could also have a bearing in which, by which, companies sort of land up conducting businesses, right? The next one is around demographic shifts, right? So what we have also seen, and I'm sure you guys have read articles in the recent past to say that, a lot of economies are aging, right? And we've seen this with Japan, we've seen this with Korea, but very interestingly, what I also found out was that European countries like Italy or Spain will actually have an aging population of 75 plus in terms of median age by 2050. I mean, nobody could have fathomed this, but it is not only happening in the Asian economies, it's also happening in the European economies. And therefore, the whole demographic shift is a big mega trend in terms of availability of skilled labor, so on and so forth, which companies will start focusing on. So what all these things have led to is social instability, right? I mean, the last 2-3 years, inflation has gone over the roof. What was costing £1 in London 3 years back is costing about £3 in terms of a liter of diesel. So I think, these kind of social instability is leading to a chaotic kind of world. And that is where, corporates are coming up with fairly innovative business models to reach out to their customers. So let's look at some of these models. I've got about 5-6 of them, and I'm hoping that we'll have time to sort of cover that. One model that we are increasingly seeing is companies being very, very light in terms of assets on their books, right? So historically, the whole thought process was the more assets I had in my books, the more valuable the company is. You had a bunch of players like like Reliances and Tatas of the world, which were sort of heavily investing on industrial equipment, heavy machinery, etc. But the trend that we have seen in the last few years is that a lot of corporates are moving away from highly intensive kind of assets, and they want to be asset light, right? So being asset light coupled with subscription as a service is something that we are increasingly seeing, okay? So how does this model work, right? So let's say you have a manufacturer. The manufacturer will construct the capital equipment. And maybe we can probably take hospital as an example, where the end customer is the hospital, right? So this capital equipment, be it an MRI machine or whatever that is costing a couple of $1 million, earlier was imported or purchased by the hospital, and that used to be an asset in the books. But now what we're seeing in terms of a model is that the manufacturer is actually offloading that to a finance company. So the finance company takes it on its books and then gives it as a lease to the hospital. So effectively, the only cost for the hospital is the lease rentals that it pays to the finance company. And any kind of upgradation to the machine comes through a subscription model, right? Where either the manufacturer or another service provider, which is an outsourced vendor, will effectively work on the upgrades and have that provided as a subscription to the end customer. So net, all the players in the chain are fairly happy with this kind of a revised model. The manufacturer, because he's able to sell products, he's not having an inventory clog that's happening. A finance company, because they know how to manage the whole finance leases, the interest thereon, etc. the end customer, because, one of the biggest advantages for the end customer is with the technological advancements, he is able to quickly replace these assets depending upon the maturity of the technological advancement. And, you have an ancillary service provider who is always going to be filling you with sort of updates, right? So this we're seeing as a fairly, emerging kind of model, both in the auto industry, where commercial vehicles are being sold to end customers, or in the healthcare sector, where, highly capital intensive equipments are sold, right? Now, what are the tax issues that will effectively come in, right? So one tax issue is basically in terms of, the whole depreciation. Who's going to claim the depreciation? The finance, the NBFC typically will be the owner of the asset as such, but it will not have effectively the income for an offset. So how do they go about, claiming the depreciation is an issue that we've seen in this kind of a model. There could be a lot of cross-border issues. So, for example, if the subscription provider is actually not based in India, is based overseas, whether there is a withholding that needs to be done on the payouts which is being made by the end customer to the subscriber or the subscribing service provider, that could be another issue that comes in. Again, the third issue is, if it's only going to be a lease that is getting provided to the end customer, how will the whole GST mechanism work around that? Will it actually be dependent on the GST leviable on the underlying product? Because there are some circulars to say that even with respect to lease, it needs to go back to the underlying product. So, for example, if the lease is on a automobile, will a 28% plus GST be applicable? So these are issues that we need to sort of grapple with. And more importantly, you don't want any kind of a vicarious liability created on the end customer, right? Where he is liable for an act of any of the other service providers. So that is a model that we are seeing. Again, a lot of the issues thereon are still evolving, but this is something which one would need to sort of effectively bear in mind. The second model that we are seeing is basically a rejig of the trading model, right? So in a typical kind of a scenario, what would have happened is that an Indian entity sort of manufactures products, it exports to a overseas customer, right? From a FEMA standpoint, you need to ensure that your export proceeds are realized within a period of 9 months. But what we've seen in the recent past, especially with the whole Middle East crisis, economic crisis in Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, etc., the customers are not paying within the 9-month period, right? And the moment you have a situation where this is not getting paid within the 9-month period, you have non-compliance from a FEMA perspective. And to overcome this, we've seen clients look at setting up a distribution company overseas, right? So effectively what happens is that the Indian entity which is manufacturing the goods will sell it to their own distribution network or a distribution entity overseas, and the distribution entity will in turn sell it to the end customer. Now, the advantage with this is, the leg relating to the Indian entity and the foreign intermediary, that leg, the export proceeds would need to be realized within a period of 9 months. There is no time limit in terms of the realization of export proceeds between the foreign customer and the foreign intermediary, which is effectively my own subsidiary. So there's no time limit, and effectively you're able to ensure that the FEMA related restriction is duly addressed. But the challenge with this as such is, obviously you need to have enough working capital, because, if there is a time lag in terms of the foreign intermediary paying the Indian company and realizing from the end customer, if there is a time lag, then obviously that working capital related cost will need to be effectively dealt with. But what we are increasingly seeing is this is used as a strategy for companies to win new customers, enter new markets, so on and so forth. And jurisdictions such as Singapore is actually favorable in terms of funding the foreign intermediary, etc. And even from a tax standpoint, it is resulted in fairly good kind of tax rates. The other issues that might arise with respect to this model is firstly, from a place of effective management standpoint, because under the Indian domestic tax laws, if an Indian company has got a foreign subsidiary to which it's effectively selling, then it needs to ensure that the effective management of the overseas entity is not in India. Otherwise, the entire income will get clawed back into India. So you need to put some guardrails to ensure that a poem for the overseas entity in India does not get triggered. Similarly, you need to have economic substance in the overseas jurisdiction, because countries like Singapore actually offer a lower rate of tax of 5 or 10% if economic substance is actually present in terms of employees, in terms of assets, expenses, etc. So you need to ensure that in order to claim the lower rate of tax. Transfer pricing becomes important because you are trading with your overseas subsidiary. So you need to ensure that from a transfer pricing perspective, the transaction price between the Indian entity and the overseas subsidiary is at arm's length. And one element that also needs to be factored is that the margins need not be on the actual purchase. It can be on the value addition. So depending upon the functions that the overseas entity is doing in that geography, the margins can be effectively on that basis as against the broader spectrum of the purchase, right? And again, what we also understand is several jurisdictions are fairly competitive in terms of interest rates, right? And therefore, financing is a driver for companies to look at this particular model, right? Because in India, the rates of interest can hover anywhere between 10 and 13%. But in the overseas geographies, it's probably around 5-6%. And again, you'll just need to factor the hedging element with respect to it. But it's still far more competitive. And that's also another driver for companies to effectively look at this model. The third one is, it's in the inbound context where, we've seen situations where Indian clients, right, or Indian customers of foreign suppliers want goods just in time, right? They don't want a situation where goods are shipped from the foreign jurisdiction to India, and that takes, X or Y months with whatever is happening in the Red Sea, etc. The timelines around this also may get significantly elongated. So a lot of Indian customers would want a JIT or a just-in-time kind of a delivery. And the use of free trade warehousing zones is also something that we are increasingly seeing foreign suppliers use. So the way the model works is, the foreign supplier will have a unit in an FTWZ. The goods will be shipped to the FTWZ. And when the goods are shipped to the FTWZ and imported into India, there is no customs duty kind of liability because, like the name suggests, it's a free trade warehousing zone. And then, the goods are cleared on a just-in-time basis to the Indian customer. And that's where the trigger from a customs duty or a GST standpoint happens. So again, this is a good model to ensure that goods are available to the Indian customer on a timely basis without payment of duties. The only aspect that we need to sort of consider here for the foreign supplier is whether stocking the goods in the warehouse is going to create a permanent establishment or not. Because, if they are going to do activities other than merely stocking, then depending on the treaty, it could have an exposure for the foreign entity in India. But otherwise, this is a fairly common model that we are seeing from a transfer pricing or from an indirect tax and customs perspective. This should be a model which will fly. So I think, the previous speaker also touched upon the role of global capability centers. So what we are increasingly seeing is that with respect to multinationals, their Indian subsidiaries are being used as a bed to perform a number of functions, right? Number of support kind of functions, be it on the finance side, be it on the process side, etc. What we have also seen is that today, after COVID, the reporting lines are completely blurred. So historically, what used to happen was employees of the Indian subsidiary used to have a dotted line and a hard line reporting to the Indian management, and therefore, they were working effectively as employees of the Indian company. But now, with COVID kicking in and the reporting lines getting blurred, there is more a horizontal way of working, where a bunch of employees work on global projects and not necessarily projects which India caters to or the Indian entity caters to. Now, this has resulted in significant risks for the foreign company in India, and the tax authorities are vehemently looking at the whole concept of whether this situation creates what we call as a virtual P for the overseas entity in India. The general thought process is, if there are any support functions rendered by these employees, then it should largely be okay. However, if they are involved in executing core functions for the foreign company in India, then it's a high risk kind of a scenario. And there have been a few rulings which have sort of looked into it. Very recently, there is a Delhi High Court ruling in the case of Progress Rail, where this matter was dealt with and it was given in favor of the taxpayer. But the fact that the tax authorities are looking at these kind of issues, you will need to sort of factor as you evolve your business models on a go-forward basis. A similar issue would also arise where the foreign company, instead of having an Indian subsidiary, it is going to sort of use independent contractors to execute work. There also a similar risk would be there. If these individuals are all part of an entity, so we have several players in India, right, which actually do this manpower supply. There's a player called ANSR, etc., which does the initial setup for the foreign entity's presence in India, and then they do a bot. So even there, this risk is fairly exaggerated, and one would need to be careful, especially if you're entering into contracts with independent contractors, etc. Right. So again, e-commerce as an area has evolved. There are different models which are evolving in the whole marketplace concept. But the traditional e-commerce kind of a model where, the marketplace, be it the Amazons or the Flipkarts of the world, only, provide a mechanism for the buyer and seller to come together, that should be okay. But the moment the marketplace starts assuming title to the goods, that's where the issues from a tax standpoint will get extremely complex. So one issue that could potentially arise is, let's say I'm doing a withholding, right? I'm actually buying goods on Amazon. Let's say for whatever reason, the title to the goods is with Amazon. They buy it from the retailer, they sell it to me, and there is a consolidated kind of an invoice. The question is, if there is withholding tax obligations cast on me, would that be on the entire consideration, or would it be only on the fee payable to Amazon? So there again, if it's a contract where the title effectively has been taken over by Amazon, then you will have a risk of the withholding coming in on the entire amount and not only the fee. But if the title to the goods has not been passed on and Amazon sort of continues to operate like a marketplace, then it should effectively be on the fee. But again, we are seeing variants to this model. Zepto has come up with this whole dark warehouse kind of a concept. You have actually players who are acting as subcontractors for the marketplace. So the variance will need to be sort of looked at. Clearly from a income tax as well as from a GST standpoint, we believe that this is a big area of concern, which the government or the tax authorities are going to sort of effectively going to latch on to in terms of extracting more sources of tax revenue. So, for example, what we understand from a GST standpoint is that two players, right, cab aggregators, one Uber and one Namayatri, the Karnataka AAR has given different views on very similar fact pattern, right? So even an element which can be differentiated, the tax authorities are trying to differentiate that and levy the higher rate of tax. So we've got to be extremely careful as we deal with models such as this. Yeah. So I'm conscious of time. I think the last thing that I would want to cover would be the whole Gen AI bit. So this again, we are seeing it emanate in mature geographies. So effectively what happens is you have a foundation model, which is your basic AI, and that foundation model is being developed further or customized by the developer, right? So it could probably be a Samsung, which might probably take the Android, which is getting developed, and then get into further customization. And that is then given as a subscription to the end user, right? So the question really is when the end user makes a payment to the developer, what is the withholding tax position, or is there a GST on this, etc. GST would be applicable because it's a reverse charge kind of a service, but withholding tax, one can effectively take a view that it should not be applicable because this is again a shrink wrap kind of a software or a shrink wrap service which is getting provided to customer, and it is not customized at the behest of the customer, right? So that's the element which needs to be sort of considered. But again, this is a model that will probably evolve over a period in time, and the tax authorities may come up with differential views on this. So that's all I had to cover. I mean, effectively in terms of the business and the financial model, the thought I wanted to leave with the audience here is that it's very, very dynamic. I don't think there's one shoe that fits everybody. And therefore, as you start talking to your vendors, suppliers, or customers with respect to transactions, just be cognizant that, tax is a very, very important element that needs to be weaved in as part of your commercial negotiations. Otherwise, like I said, the kind of liability that will get fastened on you would be enormous. So thanks again to MMA for giving me this opportunity, and I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pradeep. There are a few questions maybe you would like to.
Okay. Right. So there's a question from Pranav which says, how can CFOs ensure that evolving business and financial models remain compliant with dynamic tax regulations while optimizing tax efficiency? Right. So I think, a lot of people whom I talk to, right, they all feel that with the advent of general anti-avoidance rules that's coming in, not only in India, but across the world, any tax planning is something which is frowned upon by the tax authorities, right? And again, my submission to them is there's a difference between tax planning and tax avoidance, right? So tax planning is something which you're doing within the contours of law, which has got probably a commercial rationale where tax is only an incidental kind of a benefit that you leverage on, etc. So I think, in my view, again, tax planning is legitimate and that should not be frowned upon by the authorities, right? And therefore, if there is an ability to get into a tax efficient kind of a position, you should always look at it. So let me give you an example, right? One of the things that we always advise clients when they go for tendering in, let's say, EPC contracts, is how do you structure some of the terms of the contracts so that it's not viewed as artificially splitting, right? But you can still derive the tax efficiency. So, for example, an EPC contract, there's always an offshore element. There is an onshore element. If you have a composite contract, everything for the foreign supplier will get taxed in India. Generally, the tax is put on the Indian customer, so your tax outgo would be significant. But if there is an ability to split this, right, and again, subject to all your anti-fragmentation rules, etc. But if there's an ability to split it, I think you should probably look at it. So, if there is an ability to look at tax efficiency, you should look at it. Clearly, it should not fall within the realms of a tax avoidance kind of a scenario. But I don't think looking at tax efficiency is a sin. Okay. The second question is, what proactive measures can CFO take to adapt their financial strategy to interplay digital business models and emerging global tax trends such as BEPS 2.0, etc. Okay. So I think, let me just spend a couple of minutes in terms of explaining what is BEPS 2.0, right? So BEPS 2.0 has got two parts to it. One is, ensuring that there is a global minimum tax rate in various geographies which enterprises operate on, subject to a threshold. It's a $800 million or $750 million euro kind of a threshold. But the point is, there is significant thrust on substance, right? So I think, my submission to any CFO who wants to operate across economies or across the globe is, first of all, see whether you will be able to create that substance, right? And then if you're able to pad on to that particular substance, then your ability to claim all your benefits would be far higher, right? So like I said, if you want to have a distribution set up in Singapore, if you're able to have people functions housed there, then there should be no denial of the benefits under the domestic laws of Singapore or the treaty that Singapore has got with different countries, etc. So I think the crux to ensuring that you are tax compliant would be substance and economic substance, right? So that's an element that you should sort of focus on. The third question is, what role can CFOs play in aligning tax planning with broader organizational goals of governance, sustainability, and value creation in the context of evolving financial models? See, I think, this is also a mindset of the company, right? So, for example, you take players like Tata's, etc. They would have a particular mindset in terms of taking aggressive tax position because of reputation risk, so on and so forth, right? But if the mindset is, I want to do something, and if it's within the contours of the law, you want to plan for that. Like I said, at the beginning, there's nothing that's going to stop you, right? But as you sort of start executing the planning options, etc., look at elements such as substance, what is the economic rationale of doing a particular transaction, etc. It should not just be for taxes or saving up on taxes. I think the economics should drive the conduct, and the conduct should be the driving factor in terms of your conclusion on the tax position, right? And the last question is, what are the key tax risks and opportunities CFO should consider when integrating sustainability initiatives into their business opportunities? See, I think more than tax, I would probably say, there is this whole element of reputation, right, which is very important. So today, if you see, sustainability is up in any CFO's agenda, right? So the way I, manufacture goods, do I manufacture it out of renewable sources? The countries I import it from, what is the level of their carbon footprint? Europe, after it comes up with the CBAM measures, when you're exporting into that particular country, and if it's got a heavy carbon footprint, the taxes can be, probably 40-50% of the price of the good, right? So I think, these are elements that you will effectively need to weave in. Like I said, tax is only going to be, incidental to the entire process. From your perspective, you will need to figure out where you rank in terms of your sustainability quotient, etc. So for example, I was told by someone who does a lot of work on sustainability that, if your ESG compliance is high, right? If the ESG compliance quotient is high, then it could have a bearing on your listing price. So these are all, very intrinsic factors which is not going to effectively surface in some literature. It's basically the conduct and the way you go about carrying your business. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Pradeep. A very, very nice presentation first, and thereafter a very, very lucid, the way he answered the questions and each of them. Thank you so much. May now invite Group Captain Vijay Kumar and Mr. Suresh to present a memento to Mr. Pradeep Narayan for taking the time off and being here today. Of course, we did miss Mr. Madan being here today, but I think you covered it up for his absence as well. Thank you so much. So thank you so much, and we are now coming to the last session, special session. As I say this, I can see a lot of smiles on the face, and we're starting is 10 minutes ahead of time. So that's the good news. So we are getting into the last session, which is on sustainability reporting and ESG compliance. I think this kind of sums up the entire conclave today. And to have this session, to deliver this session, we have Mr. Arun Rajagopalan. May I request you to come and please take place on the dais. So Mr. Arun is partner, Pricewaterhouse Chartered Accountants LLP, and may I have his AV, please.
Mr. Arun Rajagopalan is a partner at Pricewaterhouse Chartered Accountants LLP with over 20 years of experience in audit and assurance. Specializing in auditing large multinational companies, he provides expertise in financial reporting under Indian and international GAAP. Mr. Arun also leads PwC Chennai's ESG reporting initiative and advises clients on accounting challenges, internal controls, and IFRS compliance.
May I invite Mr. Arun to make his presentation, please.
Good evening, all. I'd like to, at the outset, thank MMA for this opportunity. I'm acutely conscious that I'm standing, between you and a good Saturday evening. Thanks to Pradeep, I think we've got 10 minutes. I think he's given back 10 minutes to you. So I'll try to kind of be consistent with that theme so that, we probably let you go earlier than later. So I think sustainability reporting and ESG compliance, I think it's pretty much a very relevant topic in this day and age. It's the buzzword, so to speak. All the acronyms that come along with an ESG reporting are something that people have been studiously reading. and likewise is the case with me as well. So I kind of try to give an outline in terms of what's the reporting remit in India and in the rest of the world as well. Because I'm sure a lot of you would be also part of large groups which have obligations to report across the world. And in that regard, I think an awareness in terms of what is expected from a company in India in terms of reporting by companies outside of India is also pertinent. Briefly, I think what we'll try to aim to cover is obviously why ESG. I mean, what's the need? I mean, is it an old wine in a new bottle, or it's probably the new fad that's actually caught on everyone's imagination? The reporting landscape at large globally, and then also in India, and then there is also an assurance angle to it. I mean, anything that comes through in terms of reporting, I think I know assurance follows through immediately, purely to kind of give a lot of credibility to the numbers that have been reported. And there are also aspects relating to value chain. I mean, BRSR, we will talk about it a bit, but there is also just not the reporting in itself in terms of the company's operations, but also in terms of their own upstream and downstream ecosystem in terms of their supply chain as well as their distribution network. What is expected in terms of operations with them, and what are the ESG matrices that companies need to report in terms of statutory requirements. I think those are some of the things that we will touch upon. In terms of the business imperative, I think Pradeep also alluded to the fact that in terms of ESG being one of the key metrics which companies do look at in terms of when they go public. That's probably one narrative that companies do want to kind of call out in terms of their own sustainability initiatives. And I think it is also emanated from the fact that, I mean, ESG, if you were to look at it, E was one of the key attribute which was there for a period of time. Environment has been continued focus over a period of time across the globe, across countries and across companies as well. But I think the S and G, the social and governance aspect, is also caught on in a way. Obviously, environment, it is very important. I mean, all of us are privy to disruptions in environment in terms of how whether climatic changes have been impacting the overall ecosystem in itself. So that has been a focus area. Governments have been very focused in terms of looking at it, trying to build some consensus in terms of use of conventional source of energy, fossil fuel, and how do you kind of replenish and move on to renewable source of energy? How do you kind of keep climate changes at check? But the social and governance aspects have also kicked in, I think, and it's again, I would say, companies they've been good corporate citizens, doing things on their own, but there's been a little more method to madness as you look at it in the context of how it is shaped up over a period of time. And this has really caught on very rapidly in the last few years as well. I mean, if you see, a lot of capital markets have been very conscious of it. Private equity investors have been very conscious of it. Companies which actually seek funds are being evaluated on sustainability metrics consistently. And then regulators, of course. Obviously, if there is a governmental consensus cutting across geography, then it percolates down to regulators, because then there is an implementation need in terms of how do you go about actually implementing some of these indicators and behaviors. And so, to the extent access to capital is one of the prerequisite today. Companies have been doing, apart from financial due diligence, legal due diligence, and tax due diligence. There is also quotient that is built up in terms of ESG due diligence. I mean, companies are looking at ESG matrices to say, before they invest, whether these are actually being also looked at in the right way. There have been many instances where, in the recent past, IPOs have not been successful. I mean, the narrative in terms of social, I mean, if you look into it, in one of the companies, Deliveroo in UK, actually had a very bad IPO. I mean, they had to pull out because they were in the gig workforce space, aggregator space, and then I think there were some issues in terms of what's being paid out in terms of minimum wages and whether that's been pretty commensurate with the nature of work that they do. So their IPO tanked and they had to pull back. I mean, there have been many cases like this where actually some of these vibrancies have caused a serious impact in terms of how companies have planned their business models. Obviously, talent attraction and retention of people, I think there is also another area where a lot of the next generation has been looking at very closely in terms of ESG metrics of companies. Are they sustainable? Are they looking at it in that context from an overall awareness standpoint? I mean, reputation obviously is a very important aspect. Companies are moving to call out what activities they've been doing in terms of ESG, when it comes to more so to build their reputation as well. And now, obviously, there is a lot of focus. If you look into auto sector, for example, auto sector is extremely focused in terms of just the OEMs percolating it downward to their tier 1 and tier 2 suppliers in terms of calling out very clearly what are the initiatives that they do undertake in terms of environment and social and governance as well. Obviously, there's also companies have come to believe that there's a clear brand differentiator. You would actually, there are empirical data to demonstrate that, there is a clear differentiation that companies bring onto the table, especially in the capital markets. You have an Nifty index in terms of ESG index, and then if you compare that with the other indices, you would certainly see a step up in terms of the percentage in terms of what you would expect from an Nifty ESG index vis-a-vis the others. So some of these are very clear value differentiations that are that are actually making a lot of companies be more conscious towards sustainability. And obviously, all of this can be unless until it's reported, you would not necessarily get into understanding how it's actually culminated, right? I mean, companies may take initiatives, companies would go about doing a lot of these stuff, from an overall, their own perspective. But unless until it is reported in the right manner, I don't think it kind of gets, cascaded across to various sets of stakeholders. Unlike a financial statement, which is pretty much a very, I would say the narrow, I wouldn't say narrow, but very clear focus has been over a period of time only shareholders, right? I mean, if you were to actually get accounts, financial statements audited, the primary user of the financial statements has been shareholders. But if you see in ESG, it is pretty much there are a multitude of stakeholders. There are regulators, there are government authorities, there are employees, unions, customers, as it says in the right-hand side. There are a host of people who are actually interested in terms of ESG metrics when they are reported by companies. And so this is one of the key reasons why companies have been really focusing today on ESG initiatives. It could be one reason or other. I mean, you may be listed, so you would see, most of the analyst calls, investor calls, you would have questions around ESG. You would have investor presentations made by listed companies. You would see a couple of slides allocated for sustainability matters. So there's clear, appreciation of the requirement, and then hence the information, I wouldn't say overflow, but at least the cascading of information in this regard. And then if you look into it, I mean, as I said, all of this has to culminate into reporting, right? At the end of the day, and the reporting is governed by different, I would say frameworks, regulators across the globe. It is it's a moving target today. I mean, there is a confluence of standard setters, different regulators who've been actually, working through in terms of different jurisdictions, in terms of the reporting that is required. But that said, there has also been a clear consolidation of various standard setters and regulators as well. If you were to look at it from a global standpoint, truly, while, the critical ones in terms of, companies which have been already reporting on sustainability initiatives, I mean, they do issue a sustainability report or an integrated report, as you would know. A lot of companies have been doing, even in Indian context, all of these in the past. And so the equivalent of an accounting standards that we're all used to, in terms of non-financial indicators like, the sustainability indicators has been a standard called GRI, Global Reporting Initiative. A lot of companies would actually then, baseline their report purely based on GRI indicators. So GRI was pretty much an, widely used standard, for a period of time until a lot of other reporting frameworks came into play. One of them critical being, especially from a European context, is CSRD. CSRD is Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. So the European Union came up with a requirement for companies from 2024 onwards, which is the December 2024 onwards, which is this year, to report on CSRD matrices. I mean, there are various matrices that have been called out by them, roughly around 1,000 odd data points that have to be given, disclosed, and then it is pretty much, there is a glide path in terms of which are the companies which can do at what point in time, and gets kind of phased out from a reporting standpoint. So CSRD is one, and then they are pretty much baselined, having regard to standards called ESRS, which is European Sustainability Reporting Standards. So while companies were actually working on GRI in Europe, now we have to migrate to ESRS. So there is an interoperability of standards. Standard setters have been sitting together to figure out what is the delta. I mean, if I've already been reporting on GRI, if I have to move into an ESRS standards, then what's the incremental that I need to, as a company, capture? So that's one body of work that's happening. And then that said, when ESRS is the standard of reporting, International Sustainability Standards Board, ISSB, which is part of IFRS Foundation, came up with their own standards, S1 and S2. While of course, these again don't have, unlike ESRS, which has got legal EU requirement to, for companies to report, ISSB standards are more governed by country to country implementation. So as countries have started making it mandatory, there are various countries like, let's say Singapore or Canada, a lot of them have been, kind of bringing it into their own regulations to say companies which are going to report under on sustainability matters can use S1 and S2 standards in this regard. There again, ISSB had a bit of a consolidation of various reporting entities, which is typically the integrated reporting. There was also TCFD, which is a task force for financial, climate-related financial directive disclosures. So it typically calls about, it's pretty much a founding, requirement in terms of assessing climate risk, reporting on climate risk. A lot of companies which were actually, discussing on climate risk and reporting on climate risk used to use TCFD as a basis for that. So there was a fair bit of consolidation at an ISSB level itself. So now if you were to see, and then of course from a US standpoint, US being US, you had your SEC come up with a set of rules as well. Those rules have been pretty much now, challenged in the court of law. So that's kind of still kind of getting resolved. But they did come up with their own set of requirements in terms of climate-related disclosures. I mean, for listed companies, they had to kind of they called out what kind of disclosures have to come through in terms of their own financial footnotes and other than financial information. So if you were to look at it from a global standpoint, typically Europe has taken lead. So there is a CSRD which pretty much is the the governing reporting requirement for a lot of companies in Europe. And that's of course in a phased manner. So, if you are part of, let's say, one of companies here are part of an European conglomerate, if they have to report, and they will actually typically have to report on a consolidated basis, which means they would need information in respect of those data points, pretty much for operations in India as well. So that's again an area where, companies are looking at to see, is there a readiness in terms of what information ought to be sent back to the parent company, and how does that get kind of process from an integrity standpoint, and how clear are we in terms of applying those standards. So that's one area which really caught on the imagination of various sets of people. The other one is obviously the SEC, which I think is on hold at this point in time. ISSB, if people want to do it, they could do it voluntarily. So at a very global level, these are some of the reporting frameworks and the underlying standards which govern the reporting requirements of companies. But moving pretty much, I mean, just a further brief on CSRD. As I said, CSRD kicks in from 2024 onwards. But if you see here, effectively, 2024 is more for listed companies in Europe. There are certain criteria. If there are public interest entities with more than 500 employees, a large group, then it kicks in for them, and then they will have to report this from, let's say if it's December 24, before June 2025, they will have to report it and then file this, with the regulator there. But there are also other thresholds which will come for other large undertakings or large groups, which is typically to say that if you have a turnover of more than 50 million euro, balance sheet size of 25 million euro, and 250 employees or more as on the closing date for the last two out of 3 consecutive years, then it kicks in as well in terms of those companies. And so if it kicks in for them, then it percolates downstream to all their subsidiaries, because it is a consolidated report that companies have to issue. It's not, they don't have a choice to say they will only report on the European entity in there. And so likewise, it moves to 2026. And then if there are non-EU reporting entities, let's say, I'm just making for example, let's say there's a Dr. Reddy's or a Wipro or an Infosys, which has operations, which is a global conglomerate sitting out of non-EU based global groups, but it has operations in Europe. And then they would have to do a consolidated reporting for their entire operations, just not the European operations. And then that kind of gets staged from 2028 onwards. But there are still standards which need to be kind of put out for them. There are, the regulators have been working through to say non-EU reporting groups, then what are the standards? Are there any concessions that can be given? But that's in due course. And all of this data will actually get assured. There is a limited assurance over a period of time, which moves to a reasonable assurance thereafter. So there's a glide path around that as well. So this again gets audited, and then the reports are out as in the public domain as well. So this is on CSRD, and this is actually really caught on the imagination of many people. Even companies in India are looking at it more closely, be it if they have outbound entities which are placed out of Europe, or if they are part of an inbound in terms of companies having parent out in Europe and then having operations in India. And briefly on the IFRS standards in itself, if you look into it, I mean, there are two standards, as I said. I mean, the standard S1 is more to do with, the overall, I think it's again based on, a lot of this is based on the TCFD, because TCFD, talked about the 4 pillars, which is strategy, metrics, governance, and risk management. So every company, and this largely gets covered in your S1 disclosures as well, and in S2. S2 is more in terms of, the greenhouse gas emissions, the disclosures relating to those. But general, S1 is more in terms of general, which is, if you were to draw a parallel, it could be the accounting standard 1 in terms of relevance, the comparability, all of those that you would have as the founding principles of preparation of financial statements. S1 looks into it in terms of all of those. So strategy, vision, controls in place, process in place. So all of those are the ones that companies have to disclose. So what you would note in some of these reporting requirements is just not purely quantitative information. It's also qualitative information, because it actually expects the reporter to talk through in terms of what are the initiatives, what are the mechanisms in place. And so a lot of them could be qualitative as well in terms of the governance model, governance structures in place, what are their initiatives. So all of those are there. And so these standards typically cover pretty much the whole edifice of reporting in terms of be the general disclosures or disclosures pertaining to the GHG emissions as well. But that said, there is also more industry specific. Of course, when you do all of this, companies pretty much have to look into something called as a sustainability related risks and opportunities. They call it as SRO. So what happens in a normal scenario when you actually do a financial statements preparation or an audit, you would look at what are the risks, financial statement risks. So companies here will have to identify sustainability related risks and opportunities to say if they were to look into typically what is critical for their business existence, what are the risks that are relevant for them from their own business standpoint, and what are the opportunities that are there for them to improve. I think that is a pretty much a calculated assessment that companies do. It's an iterative process. They go through pretty much an inside out and outside in basis, which means typically you look within your ecosystem, check with various stakeholders within your company, understand what are the priorities. You also do the same with external stakeholders, could be vendors, could be customers, could be community around you. So there is a evolved process that companies go through to identify what are the material risks and opportunities. And again, materiality is pretty much the materiality that we are used to from a financial statements audit standpoint. And so this is an assessment that companies have to do. Once the company does an assessment of this nature, then they will have to call out, look into the 4 pillars around these material topics. So if they say water, because I'm in an area where water is pretty much a scarce resource. And so that is the risk that I have for my impending operations, because a lack of water over a period of time may actually make me shift, premises from a particular place to another place, which can be more viable for me. So that's pretty much a risk that can kick in. There could be opportunities on the other hand, similarly in terms of water, because companies may take some initiative to improve the water table itself. And so that opportunity could also be brought in terms of, how do they kind of strategize it? Because, they will then kind of call it out to say, this is what they intend to do in terms of water management, and this is how they plan to proceed with respect to making it sustainable. And so all of this material topics that are identified are then put into the prism of strategy, metrics, governance, and risk management. And then those are the ones that are disclosed pretty much. And I would say largely, if you look into it, be it regardless of the standards, some of these principles are enshrined. I mean, it may vary in form and shape, but pretty much the concepts in terms of identifying material sustainable topics, core to the company's operations, core to it could be, I'm just making another example, giving another example. If let's say an automotive company today, because of all the fossil fuel related issues and climate changes, they may perceive electric vehicle to be a risk, which means then that if companies will have to move to electric vehicle at some point in time, they would have a significant depletion in terms of their own manufacturing facility. They will have to accelerate the depreciation in terms of their ICE vehicles, or they will have to look at it from an impairment standpoint. So those could be risks as well. So there could be, these are various things that each sector wise you would actually evaluate to say from critical topics of emission, energy, water, waste. There could be various topics basis which you would actually go about checking what are the ones that are relevant to you. And likewise in terms of terms of S and G as well. G could be code of conduct, cyber security, could be relating to privacy. It could be relating to welfare of employees, attrition. A lot of those could be the factors that you look into from a risk standpoint to say, are these critical risks for me and how do I address it from a sustainability lens standpoint? So all of this is pretty much, I would say, the baseline for different standards. It may vary in terms of how do you actually interpret them, but the fundamentals of kickstarting a process of evaluating what is sustainability from a company standpoint will be pretty much driven by some of these core principles to say that what are the sustainable matters? What are the sustainability related risks and opportunities that I need to evaluate from a sustained standpoint? So that's on the IFRS, but coming closer home, you would see, ESG reporting has been in different forms and shape over a period of time. You would also, a lot of us would know that even in the director's report, you would, in the past as well, we used to, still continues, companies will have to report on, let's say, technological absorption and energy conservation. What are the measures that they have taken from an energy conservation standpoint? What are the technology absorption that they have carried out over a period of time? So year on year, there has been clearly, and those are all typically you can relate it to ESG, right? Because if there's a process efficiency, you're making it a lot more viable from a sustainability standpoint. That's pretty much a new technology absorption or energy conservation. moving from fossil fuels to renewable source of energy is energy conservation. So over a period of time, I think there has been a focus in terms of the regulators in India trying to build up a reporting mechanism. It's kind of now culminated into a lot more structure in terms of the BRSR itself. And then if you look into it, typically, the MCA came with national voluntary guidelines, which then got rehashed into, in 2018 into national guidelines for responsible business conduct. So that's still applicable for all private companies and public companies. It has 9 principles, which are pretty much part of your, the BRSR itself. CSR came into vogue at some point in time. It was comply or explain basis. It became mandatory after a point in time. BRR, this is business responsibility reporting, was applicable for top 500 listed companies at some point in time, and then it moved into BRSR afterwards. Because what happened was BRRs were a lot more qualitative and less of quantitative information. So the regulators actually, both the Ministry of Corporate Affairs and SEBI, came up with a white paper, put their heads together, and then figured out that there were a lot of information that ought to be disclosed, which is disclosed in the international forum. And so to the extent, I think the BRR got rehashed into BRSR. BRSR is a lot more quantitative in terms of information across the various principles. And that's now coming to work for the last couple of years. Companies which are in the top 1,000 in market cap, listed companies, have to report on this. And it's industry agnostic. It's not necessarily specific to any industry. These sets of information have to be reported by all companies. And then BRSR, had an element of BRSR core, which came in again last year. Out of the 140 odd questions, 40 odd questions are subject to reasonable assurance. So again, SEBI mandated reasonable assurance on some sets of core data, which is called as BRSR core, and that kicked in from last year. So top 150 companies by market cap got the BRSR core data points assured by external auditors. There is a glide path to it as we go along, we'll realize that. So there is again a reasonable assurance which kicked in, and then companies had to gear up for it in terms of looking into their own efficacy of data, process and controls in place, and the reporting set of information that was actually put out in the public domain. And this, spending a moment on BRSR in itself, as I said, BRSR is made up of roughly around 145 odd questions, broken down into 2 parts. One is called as an essential indicators, and then another is a leadership indicator. Leadership indicator is more voluntary for companies which are, let's say, more on high on value chain, which have been doing a lot of, sustainability initiatives. They probably would want to give it a shot. But a lot of companies, essential indicators is agnostic again to any industry. All companies within the top 1,000 by market cap ought to actually provide this information. And these are again broken down into 9 principles. If you look at the horizontal bar down below, you would see that it is pretty much to say there are 9 principles which talk about ethical practice and conduct of the business, sustainable sourcing of, are you part of responsible supply chain? Or how are you actually having sustainable goods and services being procured? How is it that you look into from an employee well-being standpoint? What is the stakeholder management? How do you get feedback from various stakeholders with whom you operate? Human rights is again a very, very focused area across the globe in terms of, forced labor, in terms of, proper working conditions, working hours. So, reporting on some of those matters. Environment again is a very critical, principle where it talks about a lot of stuff in terms of emission factors, emissions that have been the companies actually having in terms of scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, It also talks about energy in terms of, renewable, non-renewable, waste. It talks about, what are the disclosures in respect of different types of waste that are generated and disposed of. And then water as well. Water management again becomes very important in terms of withdrawal of water, consumption of water, and discharge of water as well. So again, environment is again a key area. Public advocacy is in terms of how much the companies do in terms of advocacy, in terms of shaping up public policy. If there are any part of any associations which then drive the overall public sentiments relating to any emerging regulations, are they part of it as well? Inclusive growth again is CSR, equivalent to CSR in terms of how sustainable are they in terms of building their ecosystem, looking at the environment in which they operate and the communities at which they operate. Value to customer again in terms of feedback from customers in terms of recalls, product recalls, data privacy in terms of customer data, all of those. So there are basic tenets of 9 tenets on which you probably companies will have to report on. And these 145 odd questions is broken down into section A and B, which is pretty much I would say more generic set of questions, which gives a clear outline in terms of the company's operations, their subsidiaries, where do they operate from, what are the composition of board of directors in terms of the training policies, looking into various policies across these 9 principles. A lot of those aspects, and do they have a identified material risks, which I did mention earlier, sustainable matters. They also talk about whether do you have targets, do you have matrices, are they being monitored? So all of those are the ones that get covered in section A and B. Section C is where the meat of the information comes in terms of quantitative data, which is again broken down between essential and leadership indicators. So you have 68 essential indicators and 39 leadership indicators, which companies have to call out for. And then these are very prescriptive. I mean, it talks about, just to give an example, if you look into from social security in terms of what's the percentage of, employees who are covered by various social security scheme. What is the percentage of people returning back from maternity leave? What is the gender diversity in terms of, count of people? What are the, aspects relating to appraisal of your employees? How much of your percentage of employees are subject to a performance appraisal? So it gets very intrusive in terms of some of the data. And so it becomes very relevant that what you call out is pretty much goes through a proper lens in terms of the accuracy of data, because all of this is in public domain as well. And some of this will have some interlinkages with, let's say, your financial data as well, in terms of your operations, your revenue data. There are also information sought in terms of related party transactions. So there is a bit of interplay between financial data, which is being reported by listed companies, and what is actually presented in BRSR as well. So this has come to stay. Last couple of years, companies have really gotten into it. There has been a method to madness in terms of how they collect the information and how they process it and report on it. But this has really come to stay. And this has kind of got its inspiration from some of the international framework like UN SDG and GRI that I mentioned. So some of these have been the, basis on which this whole BRSR got, it was the basis on which BRSR came up as well. So, as I said, BRSR assurance became a norm from last year. There was a glide path in terms of saying that the SEBI came up and said that top 150 companies by market cap had to get their BRSR core, as they say, out of the 140 odd questions, 40 odd questions, had to be subject matter of reasonable assurance. So it was a glide path to say top 150 by 2024, top 250 by 2025, 500 by 2026, and by 2027, the rest of the pack has to go through. So this is the glide path which was provided for companies to kind of get their BRSR data, subject to audit. It could be, SEBI also gave some guidelines in terms of typically, the audit committee has to, or the board has to look into the competency of the auditor, is there any potential conflict of interest, and then probably look into it. So the BRSR core, the 9 principles that I called out are typically, the ones that are on the right-hand side, which is on GHG gas, water footprint, energy, circularity of, waste management, enhancing well-being. So it's a blend of environment-related information and also employee-related information, and then also in terms of governance, in terms of some of the data as well in terms of privacy and customer related supplies. So it's a combination of all of those is what is subject to audit. And I must tell you, having gone through a few of them last year, it is a very tough ask because most of us would know that, financial information is a lot more mature. It goes through an ERP. There is a very clear process in terms of streamlined process in terms of reporting on data. But non-financial information is not that easy. I mean, it is, we've seen, different maturity pattern in terms of companies maintaining it in logbooks, companies maintaining it in ERP, companies maintaining Excel. So it's a bit of, shall I say, a mixed bag in terms of how the data has been housed and, managed. And so some of this brings in practical challenges in terms of putting in process controls in place because these ought to be put out in public domain. Companies have to stick their neck out in terms of accuracy and completeness of the data. And so those are challenges that have emanated in terms of reasonable assurance as well. And we have, and I think taking cognizance of it, I mean, SEBI did come up with a consultation paper in terms of ease of doing business. They've tried to kind of dilute some of these aspects to kind of make it a lot more palatable, be it in terms of assurance. There is a thought to move away from assurance to assessment, third-party assessment instead of reasonable assurance, because reasonable assurance, as you would know, is like a true and fair view. A lot of companies on voluntary basis used to get it done on a limited assurance basis, which is like a limited review, which is a negative assurance, which companies get their quarterly reports reviewed and presented to the stock exchange. So, so there has been some thought in terms of kind of de-stressing it a bit because of the clear pain points that have come out in terms of reporting on all of those. But that's that the consultation paper is yet to be kind of, shall I say, it's not moved any further. There has been, public opinion sought and comments have been received, but I think we're still waiting to hear from SEBI in terms of which way they will move. So some of the standards that, while from an Indian context, while in a global context, there is an ISAE 3000 and 3410, which are the most prevalent standards, common standards that have been used from an assurance standpoint. India has, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has a Sustainability Standards Board, and the Sustainability Standards Board also came up with two standards, which is SSAE 3000 and 3410. These were mandatory for the following reportings from the right-hand side from the previous year onwards. So all companies which were getting their assurance done had to get it done under the framework of SSAE 3000 and 3410. And now with, and these are typically, these two standards are, one is the 3000 is more a general standard, 3410 typically deals with the greenhouse gas emissions. So companies had to kind of get both of these, I mean the auditors had to use both these standards to issue an opinion in terms of the overall data set that was put out for in the public domain. Globally, there is a move from shift to move away from both these standards into one single standard, which is ISSA 5000. That's going to be effective from period beginning 15 December 2026. That's a more comprehensive standard. It covers everything. You don't have two standards. It contains everything, and then that's pretty much a standard that's going to be there from an international standard standpoint. So I did briefly mention about the limited assurance versus reasonable assurance. I mean, I'm sure all of you would know what a reasonable assurance. The rigor is more, significant. The intensity of audit, the kind of work that the auditor does in terms of providing a reasonable assurance is far higher than a limited assurance, because that's pretty much a review, and it's not an audit in itself. And so to the extent companies had to go through this whole process, at least the top 150 last year, with regard to reasonable assurance on non-financial data. So some of the points based on, what, we've seen over a period of time, discussed with many people who have actually prepared the SR. I think the points to look out for typically is tone at the top and oversight of those charged with governance, because this is more a boardroom discussion today. There is obviously a clear fix in terms of who's accountable, who's responsible. So there's clear focus and drive from the, those charged with governance standpoint. But also some of the other challenges that you actually look into, unless until that's done, it's not, it doesn't get implemented well. We've seen where it is kind of driven from the top, it kind of goes through a lot more seamlessly and in a more structured manner, as opposed to sets of people doing it on their own. Capacity building and talent and availability of expertise is one clear challenge that a lot of companies face. There aren't that many sustainability experts who are around who can help companies kind of report and provide, some stability in terms of the reporting mechanism. I think that's one area where companies have been really focusing on in terms of capacity building. looking into the ownership of data, because as I said, these are, again, a lot of times what happens, BRSR is, responsibility of a company secretary, because it goes as part of the annual report. Some companies take it in that sense, but it's more than that, because typically it is a combination of different data sets cutting across the organization, be it the human resource, environment, environment, health and safety, distribution, a lot of those. So it has to be a group of people who are held accountable in terms of the data. And, typically companies have started creating an ESG committee at a management level, cutting cross-functional committees, which kind of take care of some of these requirements. Where if you don't do that, then if it's left to one person's requirement, then it becomes a bit of a challenge because there's no ownership that way. I did briefly allude to the fact that, the ERP that is in play, the companies have started looking into, automating. They're pretty much realized that, some portions of data are sitting in Excel spreadsheets. Some of them are in log manual books in terms of data that is being maintained. Some of them flow through the ERP. So companies want to make it a lot more automated, build in process and control to ensure that, a lot of data is, secure and complete in that regard. Again, of course, the last one is again automated and manual. And then also looking into process in place. These are some of the things that have really emanated as touch points for reflection as far as companies are concerned when they actually have started implementing BRSR. Slightly moving on to the value chain. Value chain is nothing but as a concept, it's basically upstream and downstream. So if a company operates, obviously it has an ecosystem where it has suppliers, it has customers. So typically customers are downstream and suppliers are upstream. So the requirements have, and any sustainability reporting, a company alone, reporting on their own operations doesn't make sense because they are part of a large ecosystem. And so unless and until you get a measure of the entire ecosystem in terms of what is their contribution to the environment, social and governance, it doesn't make sense. So a lot of global requirements have also been focusing on value chain. It's just not the company's operations in isolation, but also look at the value chain in itself. And so in this context, India has also really come up with, SEBI came up with their own requirements in terms of value chain reporting for the BRSR. So as we speak for March 2025 year, a lot of companies, top 250 companies by market cap, will have to also provide information on their value chain. And how does that go? How do they go about it? Is to typically take 75% by value of their purchases and sales, and then go back and then figure out top 75% of their purchase, top 75% of sales, who are those vendors and who are those customers who are falling within the top 75%, and then they are to go and seek information on those BRSR core related information, which is typically on water, energy, emission, wellness of employees, the set of 9 core attributes that we saw earlier. So that's going to be a big ask as well, right? I mean, let alone getting your own set of data populated to go back and then get it from the value chain is going to be a very tough ask. So this is also one of the pain points that I think was brought out, and SEBI in their ease of doing business regulation draft, which is in draft, kind of called out to say is value chain reporting. Now it's on comply or explain basis, which is pretty much to say that companies do make an attempt to kind of get the data from upstream and downstream. Wherever they are not able to get it, they probably have to kind of explain what are the efforts they've taken and why it's not reported. But now they're trying to look at it to say that can we move to make it more voluntary instead of comply with the explain basis. So I think this is one of the very critical area where companies are grappling with in terms of value chain. And the reason for that is, if you look at it, if I have a very small vendor, I mean, how do I actually, do they have the same efficacy or the maturity in terms of capturing all the data in terms of water, waste, environment, all of those aspects which is required for a company to report? Do they even, and then this again is, if they are they are catering to multiple businesses, this data has to be what is attributable to your business. So then how do you actually determine what is attributable to your business if there are common employees or common efforts which are being, common costs being incurred for, carrying out their own businesses? It could also mean, in terms of the timing of availability. If you are a listed company and you are actually expecting annual BRSR to be sent out by May, seldom, there are chances that the value chain may not respond accordingly. The value chain could be private companies, LLPs, proprietorship. Would they be able to give you this data before May? So then the timing becomes a bit of a challenge. Again, this has to be also subject to an assurance 1 year down the line. While in 2025, companies have to report, this data will be subject to an assurance 1 year down the line. And so effectively, is that auditable? And if so, how does one go about auditing? Because as a statutory, as an auditor of the company which is actually auditing the value chain data for the entity, they wouldn't have access to books and records of your downstream downstream entities and upstream entities. So there are some practical challenges which are there. I think the ease of doing business regulations kind of factors some of this. Hopefully, we will get to see the fine print in terms of what are the revised requirements of law. But until then, I think companies are gearing up today, because since they've not heard, we're already in December. Companies have started looking into their top 250, checking with their value chain, asking them to provide all this information. So if I wouldn't be surprised if you received some of these requests from your own customers, your own suppliers, depending upon where they are in terms of the reporting as well. Otherwise, you will sooner than later get them as well. So I did briefly touch upon the consultation paper. I think I did call out to say one of the two things that I probably did not necessarily cover in the in some of the slides when I was speaking is the 75% threshold. I think they're trying to dilute it to say, instead of looking at top 75% by value, if it's 2% on an individual basis, if I am having a transaction as a company with a supplier or customer and my sales or purchases is in excess of 2% of the overall purchase on an individual basis, then you look at it, but then it goes up to maximum of 75%. And so they're trying to redefine so that the count of people that you ought to report in terms of upstream, downstream comes down. There is also a requirement to see if you can, there's a lot of these green credits that are being taken. So all of those can be disclosed as part of BRSR. So number one to BRSR to the extent. I spoke about assurance. Companies have realized, then figured out that, they have this in the exposure draft for public comments. They've also called out to say reasonable assurance in the context of an audit under financial statement audit is a lot more rigorous and may not be, fit for purpose at this point in time from an non-financial data. The expectation was not to have such levels of high rigor, and so should it be a third-party assessment in itself and a different framework being adopted. So that still works. We haven't heard much on it. And again, redefining value chain to say whether you move away from comply or explain to voluntary assessment. So these are some of the things that have come up in the recommendation paper, but it's worth the wait at this point in time, and we still yet to hear from SEBI on this. Some of the other regulatory requirements and, in terms of how, the other regulators have shaped up, SEBI did come up with a consultation paper in terms of making sustainable finance more inclusive in terms of the framework and the governance around it. Currently, it does cover specific aspects of debt instruments. The question is to see whether they should enlarge the scope to include social bonds, sustainable bonds, and sustainably linked bonds as well. So this again was out for public comments. SEBI has received the public comments. They need to come back to regulate in terms of all these debt instruments that are being brought in from a sustainable finance standpoint, and how does that get governed. Typically, if you see a lot of companies, just like your financial statements are subject to a rating by CARE, ICRA, and many other agencies today, sustainability indicators are also rated by many rating agencies. There are global rating agencies like MSCI, Dow Jones, Sustainalytics. All of them get a lot of companies rated on their sustainability indices. And that becomes a bit of a key talking point, because it kind of gives you the good, bad, and ugly about your own operations. And so to that extent, companies are very mindful of the ratings that they get. And in the Indian context now, SEBI wanted to regulate and bring in some harmonization and uniformity in terms of the rating agencies. And so they brought in regulation to say, if someone in India is going to rate Indian entities, they have to be registered with SEBI. They've got in a mandate around that. And there is a process to be looked into in terms of companies which are subject to a BRSR core assurance rating agencies look at it. So there's a bit of harmonization and standardization so that it becomes a lot more comparable when the rating agencies come out with their ratings. Then the other one is also in terms of assets under management, ESG funds. There are a lot of ESG funds. I'm sure you would note mutual fund players have come up with ESG funds as well. So SEBI has again kind of mandated that if any fund manager, if they are actually floating a fund in terms of ESG funds, 65% of their assets under management has to be subject to investments in those entities which have got a BRSR assurance done. So if the data is assured, then it makes a lot more sense. And so they've been very specific in terms of guidance in terms of ESG funds, where those funds are going to invest. Let's say if it's in Infosys, Wipro, or any other company, they will have to be mindful that 65% of the portfolio should be in those companies which are subject to an audit. So that brings a lot more credibility in terms of the underlying investment. Last but not least, RBI again had come up with their own requirements in terms of climate risk. So all the regulated entities, this is again in draft, this is in public, it had come for public comments as well. It is pretty much aligned to the climate risk related global framework, where RBI has come up with their own risk related assessment in terms of calling out that all the regulated entities, again, it's got a glide path in terms of which are the various entities, be it NBFCs and others, when do they become applicable for them. But then this pretty much caters to companies doing their own assessment in terms of climate risk, in terms of their own portfolio, their own entity standpoint, how do they perceive climate risk, and what are the checks and balances that they have, what is the governance mechanism they're going to put out. All of this has to be disclosed by all these regulated entities as far as the RBI consultation paper is concerned. So largely, I would say these are some of the moving parts in terms of reporting requirements in India. It's really caught on, much more than, and a lot more intense than what many people thought. The amount of work that goes through providing all this information is fairly intense. And of course, this is going to evolve further, right? I mean, this is just the start of it. While it may get simplified as we go along, depending upon the feedback from the industry at large, but it is an evolving piece, and then it will kind of get consolidated over a period of time. Thank you again for your patient listening, and happy with the questions. So the first question is, what are the key challenges organizations face in aligning sustainability reporting with evolving ESG compliance standards, and how can CFOs address this effectively? So typically, some of the challenges I did kind of call out. From a CFO's lens standpoint, I think if you step back a bit, I think ESG reporting in itself is the last leg of the entire value chain, right? I mean, companies do start setting out ambition in terms of what do they want to do from an ESG. Or let me take a step back. I mean, there are, I would say, two sets of views in terms of looking at ESG purely from a compliance standpoint. There are companies which, for whatever, I mean, there's no right or wrong answer in this, but there are companies which want to kind of look at it at a bare minimum compliance requirement. And so they pretty much want to meet the requirement of law and report on whatever is asked for. There are other bunch of companies which look at sustainability from a broader lens, looking at it to say that how does it actually get integrated into a business strategy, how does it embed itself in my ways of working, and hence consequently kind of strategize how do I go about looking at sustainable matters. So it again boils down to which part of the which side of the spectrum are you in. If you're pretty much a compliance thing, all you would be wanting to say is, look, how do I get my bearings right in terms of looking at the process controls, the data that goes out in the public domain, right? So typically a CFO's nightmare would be to say, is the data that goes out, is it right or wrong? Would I have a restatement next year down the line because there is some error that creeps in? Do I have the right checks and balance in play? Who's taking ownership for data? Because a lot of this data could be non-financial data, or not necessarily which a CFO may be aware of, right? A lot of this relating to carbon, relating to water, all of those are pretty scientific data, which is not necessarily something which is a forte of a commerce graduate in that sense. So typically you would see that the checks and balances become very important. So from a compliance standpoint, I think give or take, it boils down to putting a right process in place, looking into whether you have the adequate set of people to kind of competent set of people to kind of handle each of this requirement, and then how does it get reported? Where does accountability lie? And again, goes back to also the level of automation, level of capturing of data, what is the efficacy of the process in itself in terms of capturing the data. I think those are some of the key things that challenges I would feel. Of course, as I also said, talent is again a very significant challenge today. You don't have too many sustainability experts. You may have them in the sustainability segment in terms of some experts on environment, on waste, water, but to kind of cross over and get into the reporting function, those sets of people to know the reporting, I think it's a bit of a challenge. So you've got different skill sets, you have to map them. I think these are some of the challenges I would think a current the CFO kind of goes through in terms of from a reporting and compliance. The next one is how can CFOs ensure that sustainable reporting not only meets the regulatory but also enhance stakeholder trust and drives long-term creation? So that's a great question. I think it goes back again to your tone at the top, right? I mean, a lot of times you would now come to see, and we are coming to see that the ownership goes right up to the board of directors. And unless until it starts from there, you would not see it percolate down to different functions within an organization. So a CFO can be a good catalyst in this whole process because as part of executive management, they probably drive the implementation part of it of the vision that is being set out by the board of directors. Or discussed and the strategy that has been kind of called out and approved by the board of directors. So a CFO's role is to kind of ensure that he or she acts as a good layer between people who are implementing and people who are actually overseeing. And so that's where then this whole process of ensuring that sustainability is done from a sustainability lens and just not from a compliance lens kind of can be met. What role does technology and data analytics play in improving the accuracy, transparency, and efficiency of sustainable reporting process? Certainly, I mean, a lot of, I'm sure every challenge is an opportunity, right? So if companies are facing challenges, you see a lot of tech companies come up with so many, tools and are probably enhancing their own modules in terms of existing systems. So there is always an opportunity, and it's probably a very relevant or pertinent opportunity, because today companies are moving away from just, and especially if you are a CFO or you are in the finance function, you would know the essence of data, right? You would know the value of data. And so, while, there's nothing, in terms of the maturity of data, in terms of how the data is housed, how the data is harvested, I think all of this is pretty much a bread and butter for a finance function. Because we pretty much go through a grind of audit, grind of reporting, and so that's a lot more, and because a lot of information goes out in public domain, so there's a lot more maturity in the system. So I think data becomes very relevant in terms of even analyzing the data to say, looking at it from an, let's say, a comparison to say, does it make sense? Does it meet the smell test? So a lot of those analytics gives you a clear, even if you're not a subject matter expert, but doing some of these analytics in terms of looking around, bringing a correlation between, an indicator with another benchmark, be it revenue or production. It gives you a bit of flavor in terms of how do you look at the, how do you kind of come to a conclusion whether the data looks fine or not. And again, similar with technology as well, because technology again is very important. It cannot be overemphasized, but again, people are looking at it in terms of stages, right? Not all of them are just running into an ERP, high-end ERP on day one. They're probably also looking at off-the-shelf packages, trying to scale it up, because your process and controls have to be, mirroring the transition. It's just not the technology alone that will help you solve the problem. It has to be a combination of putting process in place, putting controls in place, and then embedding into the technology. I think companies are in their own maturity curve and their journey in this regard. Some of them have been a more advanced stage, while some of them are in very formative stages, and some of them are in between, I would say. These are the questions that I had. Thank you. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Mr. Arun. I think a very, very complex topic, the last one, but I think he kind of summarized everything very nicely and brought it out within about 45 minutes. The real challenge was that for him, actually. Now I request Group Captain Vijay and Mr. Suresh to come on to the dais for one more last time today to present the memento to the guest speaker. Also, a great audience. I think all of you have been sitting through the day and, applauding all the speakers. You've been very, very attentive. Thanks to all of you. Thank you so much, Mr. Arun. So there are two authors standing behind the speaker. The books that are presented to them, one is written by Mr. Suresh, the other one is put together by Group Captain Vijay Kumar. So, big round of applause to them as well for being authors. I request Mr. T.G. Suresh to propose the concluding remarks, and then we will have the national anthem before we depart.
So because I took the vote of thanks in the inaugural address of Captain, I thought he will relieve me from this. But however, he said, no, you ought to give it. The very fact that so most of you sustained till 5:15, there is a clear value creation. So that's the topic, sustainability and value creation. So, very honestly, I always used to sit here and give lecture. I've never been a recipient. To my knowledge, this is the first time from 9:20 to 5:15. Most of the time I'm in the listening part, but I'm sure all of you will agree with me. We all carry tremendous insights and a wealth of knowledge.
You agree with me or not? So, absolutely, as Arun was also mentioning about, definitely there are some moments when Jagan was talking about a lot of butterflies. சாப்பிட்டதுனாலயா இல்லை ஐடியான்னு தெரியல, அந்த மாதிரி அப்படியே ஜெகன் அப்படியே பயமுறுத்திட்டே இருந்தார் அப்படியே ஆக்சுவலா. But however, every challenge always comes with an opportunity. I'm sure 2025, if you're just even able to take 25% of this, most of you will agree with me. But you are entering 2025 with a world of opportunities. Of course, every challenge comes with an opportunity. Every problem comes with an opportunity. All of us must understand, problem need not necessarily have to be your problem. SEBI, RBI and other to create problems for somebody. So that becomes an opportunity. So I will be feeling duty if I don't show my gratitude to all the speakers. See, most of them, like they don't have the time. In fact, so it's very difficult to even to get them. I have to put WhatsApp, we have to wait because we're extremely tight. But with all these things, they come here and they were sharing their practical experience insights. It is not a very, very theoretical academic program. I would have seen when Desikan was discussing about how they practically implemented. So I'm sure that the one before the lunch was absolutely, I mean, very honestly, I know MPV for a substantial period than most of you. And generally his topics were used to be pretty serious. In fact, I used to be in many of his team meetings or many of his election campaign only for one reason, to make the team lighter. Today I was extremely delighted to find this 1 hour was full of joy only. It's quite, and it was also a very complex topic. And of course, what is there in store for our future. And all the speakers were great, amazing. And during the break and lunch, a lot of people asked me one thing. When are you going to organize one more program like this? And there is nothing else a better testimony than this, because when you have a great speakers, great topics, 250 plus registrations for this kind of a topic, I think it all goes to the grave participants like you. No program can be successful without a participant. We can do anything, but without you being there, what will you do? And look, at 5:15, Arun was thinking that 5:15 he can walk up in 2 minutes time. But on the 5:15 kuda and the questions nikave illa. So that's a kind of amazing delegate you are. I think all of you deserve such a very, very big hand for being such a wonderful delegates. And I think number one delegate so okay. Or event is more like doing a marriage. Of course, our team would have called you, MMA team would have called you. Organizing tea, coffee, food for 250 plus people is not easy. We would have sometimes troubled you and other things, but there's a lot of effort goes into this program. Is so long actually. We take a tipper, Kalyanam Banibar. Now one more will add Banibar, or event Banibar. But even though daily but it's a very extraordinary task. But in the process, of course, captain's efforts, but there are a lot of people behind us, right from flowers to putting the name board, all those things. The MMA team has been doing an extraordinary job. All the people behind, right from Mike's side, everything. There are a lot of people behind it. And of course, from SAPRO team, they have been working for the last 1 week to call you, just meet you, message. And of course, the PKC team. So everybody support. But the one thing which I would really like to highlight is these kind of programs. The moment I shared this event with PwC, they immediately said, we would like to be part of this program. Thank you, Pradeep. Thank you, Baban. You have been a very, very big support for this program. The program of this cannot be done without a support like people like PwC. Thank you, but I think the MC of today, marvelous, amazing Venkatji. நான் லாஸ்ட் இயர் ஒரு இங்கே ஒரு ஈஃபா ப்ரோக்ராம் பண்ணும்போது நான்
கேப்டன் சார் இங்கே எம்சி ஆர்கனைஸ் பண்ண விட்டேன் கவலையப்படாதீங்க சார் எங்கள் ஆள் வந்து எந்த டாப்பிக்கில் வேணால் பேசுவார் எம்சி அப்படின்ட்டு சார் சஸ்டைனபிலிட்டியும் பேசுறீங்க இன்டர்நேஷனல் டாக்ஸும் பேசுறீங்க எங்கள் ஸ்கூலுக்கு வந்து பயங்கரமாக ஹெல்ப்பும் பண்ணுறீங்க சான்சர் சார் ஸோ ஐ திங்க் யூ anchored the program beautifully. So thank you very much all. I'm sure looking forward to one more great event shortly about the CFO forum. I think you can learn. I don't want to stand between you and your Saturday evening. So of course, in fact, he gave me only 2 minutes time. For exit item, sorry. Thank you very much. Fantastic. I'm sure all of you will go with the wealth of knowledge.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks Mr. Suresh for putting this together. Let's rise for the national anthem.
जय गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Then it's all available on YouTube and other channels. They can watch it. So thanks once again. We have the tea laid out for you. Please have tea before you leave, and if possible, please give us the feedback about the session as well. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen.